Hello everyone, good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back, my dear friends. Welcome to PW NEET English and welcome to Marathon for Physics. A very good morning to all of you. How are you all? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How's everybody? Quickly let me know in the chat box if I'm clearly audible. Audio, video, all good? Good morning, everyone. I am all fine, thank you. I'm absolutely fine. Today we are going to cover almost everything. All right, almost everything, entire NEET physics, and through numericals only. So through numericals, I'm going to explain you all the concepts, and please at the very start let me tell you how I have actually framed these questions, how I have brought these questions. So these questions are not going to be super difficult, neither they are going to be super easy. They are going to be, I think they are going to be of exactly the same level as we are expecting from NEET, from RE-NEET 2026, right? So this is going to be really important for you. From where I have brought these questions, the source is JEE Mains PYQ. But let me tell you, I mean, we just have got like 3 or 4 days for our RE-NEET exam. At this point of time, I don't want you to feel demotivated. That's why the level of the question is going to be moderate, and we are going to complete entire syllabus through questions, right? So I want you to be a little quick. I'm going to give you questions on poll, and we are going to cover topics chapter wise, right? So after every 3 to 4 hours, we are going to take a small break. You should also take that break, and then after that, we are going to keep on completing our syllabus. The first chapter is going to be units and dimension, and then the first part, at least I'll go with the order. We'll complete kinematics, we'll complete mechanics, because that is also very important, and then definitely modern physics, right? We are going to complete modern physics. We are not going to skip that. Obviously we are not going to skip modern physics. So everything, logic gate, Einstein's equation, dual nature, atomic physics, Bohr's model, spectral lines, everything will get covered, right? Through really good problems. So without any delay, let's start. All of you are ready? Got it? Chalo, let's begin. All right. So hopefully you are as excited I am. Okay. So let's begin. See the first question from units and dimension is going to be something like this. You might have seen lots of problem something like this, in which they say that P plus A upon V square times V minus B is equals to RT represents the equation of state of some gas, where P is the pressure, V is the volume, T is the temperature, A, B, R are the constants, and the physical quantity which has dimensional formula, right, which has dimensional formula of B square upon A will be, let's start my dear friends, 60 seconds, let's begin. B square upon A. Now just to tell you, if you have got something like pressure, plus A divided by V square, and then you have got, multiplied by V minus B, right? You have got V minus B. Then let me just tell you, if you are adding something into this P, this basically means that this A upon V square will have the same dimensions as that of pressure, which basically means, hopefully this is all clear, principle of homogeneity, that if you are adding pressure and A upon V square, this means that this term will have the same dimensions as pressure, right? So this basically means that A will have the dimensions of pressure multiplied by square of volume. Pressure multiplied by square of volume. Clear? Hopefully this is all sorted. Next thing is, about this same concept we are going to apply for B also. B will have the same dimensions of volume. Now the last part for this numerical, they are talking about b square upon a. So they are talking about b square upon a. This will mean b square basically mean v square, and divided by a will basically mean p times of v square. So I can cancel out this and I am getting 1 upon pressure. 1 upon pressure is nothing but compressibility. 1 upon pressure is nothing but compressibility. Clear? Quickly write down in the chat box if this concept is absolutely clear to you. Option C is going to be the correct one. Alright. So as I have told you, bulk modulus is dP upon dV by dV. Let me just clear your doubts also. Alright. Let me just clear your doubts also. Bulk modulus is minus dP divided by dV by V, right? So dV by V is dimensionless. This thing is dimensionless. This dP will have the same dimensions as bulk modulus. So bulk modulus will have dimensions of pressure, not dV by V, right? Got it? So I mean dV by V is dimensionless. So we are getting 1 upon P. Please see, we are getting 1 upon P. 1 upon P means compressibility. So hopefully the first question is absolutely clear, my dear friends, right? Done. So as you can see, this question is neither super difficult nor it is super easy. It is absolutely of that level which we are expecting from RE-NEET exam, right? So entire class is going to be something like this, entire class, right? You are going to enjoy it. Now the next is, please expect questions like this in which they are going to ask about finding out the dimensions of following things. Okay? So I'm starting the timer and let me know if time is less, although I think 60 seconds is sufficient for these types of problem. Okay? Starting the timer. First, they are talking about Planck's constant. First, they are talking about Planck's constant. So Planck's constant is basically, if you want to use Planck's constant, you can use NH upon 2 pi, or if you want, you can use obviously E equals to H times nu, right? According to me, you should use this, right? Got it? So from here you will get H equals to E divided by mu. E divided by mu. E will have the dimensions of energy, that means M1, L2, T minus 2. And this has the dimensions of T minus 1. That means this will have M1, L2, T minus 1. M1, L2, T minus 1. That means A is going to be 3. A is 3 in these two options. Then stopping potential. For stopping potential, we know that potential is basically work done per unit charge. Work done, as I've told you, it has units M1, L2, T minus 2. Charge has unit A1 times T1, right? So this will become M1, L2, T minus 3, and this is minus 2 by the way, and this is A minus 1. A minus 1. So A minus 1, T minus 3, that means B is going to be 4. So option B is absolutely correct. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any problem, my dear friends. Hopefully everything is going good. Option B is absolutely correct, right? Done. For work function and for momentum, I am leaving it to you because these are very easy. Option B is absolutely correct. Very, very good. Very good, everyone. Great. For work function, let me tell you, it will have the same unit as energy because this is nothing but minimum energy, right? So this will it will have same dimensions as that of energy. And then momentum, we know that momentum can be written as mass times velocity. So this is also very, very easy. Clear? Done. Moving on to the next question, my dear friends. See the next problem. Expect a question like this. In recent year, we have seen lots of problems based on this concept, the frequency V. So this is frequency that we are talking about, not velocity. Frequency nu, I mean, we are going to call it as nu of an oscillating liquid drop may depend upon the radius of the drop, density of the liquid and surface tension of the liquid as this formula is given. The values of A, B, C are, I'm going to give you 90 seconds. Let's start. I'll also help you. So we are going to have V equals to, and by the way, this is not V, let me again write it for you. Nu equals to, you have got radius raised to the power A, density raised to the power B, and surface tension raised to the power C. Right? Now this has the dimensions of T raised to the power -1, and radius has the dimensions of L raised to the power 1 raised to the power A. Density is mass per unit volume. So that means M1 and L minus 3 and raised to the power B. And then for surface tension, it is force per unit length, F by L. Okay? F by L. That means I'm going to write it over here for you for surface tension. Surface tension is force per unit length. Please remember, force was M1 L1 T minus 2 divided by L1. So L will get cancelled out and you will get only M raised to the power 1 and T raised to the power -2 whole raised to the power C. The last step, we are going to simply club all of these similar dimensions, like for example, as let's write first M raised to the power B plus C. That's it. Next is going to be about length. Length is L raised to the power A minus 3B minus 2C. I'm sorry, we don't have L over there. That's it. And the last is T. So for T, we have got only one, that is minus 2C. So to begin with, now please understand, let me tell you one very, very important point. Okay? The point is that you don't have to solve the entire problem every single time in your final RE-NEET exam, especially for physics. Reason is that you can save, please try to save your time as much as possible, right? Now from here we can see that first we are going to look for T, that is minus 2C is equals to 1, which basically tells us that C is equals to minus 1 by 2. So C is equals to minus 1 by 2. Now over here the order is A, B and C. So the last one minus 1 by 2 is only in one option, that is option C, right? Only in one option, that is option C. Bhai, what has happened? Why are you not giving answers in the chat box? Let me know quickly. Is there any problem kya? Let me just see. Let me just see once. Force per unit length. Acha, this is also minus 1. My bad. This is also minus 1. Just a second. Answer C is wrong. Just a second. This is also minus 1. This is also minus 1. I have removed the minus sign by mistake. This is also minus sign. So this minus and minus will get cancelled and C will be 1 by 2. That means at least this is not the answer, right? So we'll have to solve it a little bit. So now the next is A minus 3B will be equals to 0. A minus 3B will be equals to 0 and A minus 3 times of, now we also don't know what B is, no problem. Let's look at the other one, that means B plus C. So B plus C is also equals to 0. This basically means that B will be equals to minus C or minus 1 by 2. So the second one should be minus 1 by 2. So first one is plus 1 by 2, second one is minus 1 by 2. So this can't be the answer. Among these we are going to have one answer. Okay? So now the next is, let's substitute A equals to 3 times of B and B is minus 1 by 2. So this will get minus 3 by 2. So minus 3 by 2 and then B is minus 1 by 2 and then 1 by 2. So sorry, option A is absolutely correct. Please confirm in the chat box. Option A is correct, not B. In B, the problem that we have got over here in B is that A is coming out to be positive. A is coming out to be positive, whereas in our answer it is coming out as negative. Is it clear, my dear friends? Quickly let me know in the chat box. Be quick. A is absolutely correct, right? A is absolutely correct. Very, very good. Very, very, very good. Very good. Moving on to the next one. So this is the next question. Let's start. 60 seconds. Come on. A is correct for the last one. Don't do any mistake. A is absolutely correct. Chalo. Let's move to the next question. In the meantime, if you have any other problem, let me know. Last question, one doubt, please ask. Please ask. Please ask. In last question, if you have any doubt, please ask. I'll explain. See, whenever they'll say that two vectors are perpendicular, na? Whenever they'll say two vectors are perpendicular to each other, right? This means that P dot Q will be 0. This means that P dot Q is going to be 0. Now do the dot product. I dot I, that is 4. Then 2m, this will become minus 4m, and then m plus m, this will become plus m square, and this is equals to 0. All right, this is equals to 0. Clear? Let's see again. This is 4i cap minus 4m square, and then you have got this is minus 4m, and then you have got m square. This is a quadratic equation. You have to simply solve it. I'll rewrite it again for you. M square minus 4m plus 4 is equals to 0. You have to find out the value of m. Got it? So not too difficult. So minus b plus minus under root b square minus 4ac. So 4ac is 1, c is 4, a is 1 divided by 2a. So answer we are going to get, this will become 0. Answer we'll get is 2, right? Answer we'll get is 2, that is option D. One of the student has a doubt in last problem. Please ask me, else I'll move on. Okay? Else I'll move on. Just a second. In the last one, A, you're talking about A. 3B. Bache, please understand, we have got A minus 3B, right? A minus 3B. So A minus 3B is equals to 0. So A is equals to plus 3B. That's absolutely fine. Plus 3B, but B is negative, dost. B is minus 1 by 2. So A will become minus of 3 by 2. Got it? So this is absolutely correct. What's your name, dost? Unknown. This is absolutely correct. Okay, please check your answer. Our answer is absolutely correct. This is also all done. D option is the correct option. Very good. Moving on to the next one. So in this we have got some questions of this as well, like for example as vectors and all, right? Next, moving on, another problem. I'm not going to give you poll for this because this is very easy. Do it for your practice. Surface tension, pressure, viscosity and impulse, right? As I've told you, for surface tension always use force per unit length. For pressure it is same as force upon area. For viscosity you can use F equals to 6 pi eta RV. 6 pi eta RV. For impulse you can use change in linear momentum, right? So after this, do this question in homework. Let me know the answer in the comment section afterwards. Okay? So moving on, in over here, another question for you. This is also for your practice. I'm going to help you certainly. The important thing over here is, please remember, whenever you are going to get something like this, right? Something like this, that is pressure gradient. So pressure gradient basically means dP by dx or dr. This is what do we mean by pressure gradient. So we know what pressure is, force upon area. So this will become force upon area, and then we have got one more dimensions of length in the denominator. Whereas if energy density is concerned, energy density is simply energy divided by volume. Energy divided by volume, right? And then electric field and latent heat, I don't think you will have any problem in this. Okay, so solve this question also as your practice. I'm not going to waste your time solving the same types of problems. Although we can solve this question, let's see. The equation of a circle is given by x square plus y square equals to a square, where a is the radius. If the equation is modified to change the origin other than 0, 0, then find out the correct dimensions of a and b in the new equation. Let's start. 60 seconds. Let's begin. Please understand what they are saying. And this is not a question of maths. This is a question for physics. Okay. Be quick. Any doubt? Any doubt from the from that problem? Mr. Unknown? Everything's clear? Be quick, huh? Quickly let me know in the chat box if you guys have any doubt. And solve this. Please check, huh? Please check your answer again. Please check your answer again. In this question, they are saying that this is the equation of a circle. X square plus y square is equals to a square. Now you have got something like this, right? Where t is given as t raised to the power minus 1. This is also something new. T is t raised to the power minus 1. Now please see. AT will have the same dimensions of x, that is length, right? That means A will have the dimensions of x divided by t. Now x is actually nothing but L raised to the power 1 and t is nothing but t has the dimensions of t raised to the power minus 1. Clear? So we'll get L raised to the power 1, t raised to the power 1. Kindly see. L raised to the power 1, t raised to the power 1. We'll get something like this. Right? Achha, I think there is some misprint over here. Dimensions of t, I think it's t raised to the power plus 1. That's what I think is going to be the answer, dosto. Because we don't have any options like this, na? We don't have any options. What do you say? We don't have any options. So wait. There might be some mistake in this question. No problem. But I'm going to solve it as the question says. Then they are saying about t upon b also. So again, t upon b will have these dimensions of y only. That means b will have the dimensions of t divided by y. So t has the dimensions of t raised to the power minus 1. So we'll get L raised to the power minus 1, t raised to the power minus 1. So what I think is, my dear friends, what has happened is that if this is correct, na, I think we should have a plus sign over here. We should have a plus sign over here. There is a typographical error over here. So don't worry. I'm going to select B as the correct option. Don't worry. I don't think in any other question you are going to have any other problem like this. Okay, this is just one of the problem, one of the question, and this is the correct answer. So answer is going to be L1 T1, L1 T1 and L minus 1 T minus 1. Please write down in the chat box if you are also getting the same answer. This is the answer that I am getting using our concept. This is the dimensions of A and this is the dimensions of B. I am open for clearing your doubts. Do let me know if you have one. Option B is absolutely correct. Fine, I'm not going to think you were not able to solve this, because I believe dosto, there is some error in the option. There is some error in the option. According to question, this is going to be the correct answer. Clear? According to question, this is going to be absolutely the correct answer. Moving on to the next one, my dear friends. Moving on to the next one. So this is very easy, right? Again, I'm not going to give poll in this because this is repetitive. A upon x square will have the same unit as that of electric field, and which is force per unit charge, है ना? Force per unit charge. That means Newton per coulomb. So A will have the units of Newton. A will have the units of Newton meter square per coulomb, because you are going to multiply x square over there. So A will have units like this. A will have units something like this. Got it? Newton meter square per coulomb. Got it? And then similarly, you are going to have the next one. That means B upon y cube will have the same unit as Newton per coulomb. So that means B will have units of Newton meter cube per coulomb. So Newton meter cube per coulomb, Newton meter square per coulomb. I think option B is correct for this one as well, right? I'm not giving poll for repetitive problems, neither I am skipping them, right? So what you can do is you can just simply see how things work. If you feel you have got problem in a particular solution, mark it. है ना? You can take a screenshot or whatever you want to do, just mark it that sir, I think I have got a, and by the way, these are very, very important. Expect a question, you can expect a problem like this. I mean, I'm not saying you're going to directly get a question, but there is high chance they are going to give questions like this, right? If they want to make your physics paper lengthy, which is what they have been doing for past 2 years, then they are going to give problems like this. So individual problems are very easy, individually A, B, C, D are very easy, but when you are going to solve this in one question, automatically you will require more time. So the key over here is that you must remember at least the important dimensional formula. Moving on, my dear friends, moving on. Now let's start screw gauge, है ना? Many of you might be saying कि sir fine, this is all good, dimensions are good, all good. Let's start with what? Let's start with instruments, right? This is a problem and these are integer based, because in JEE we get integer based problem. So you can write down your answer in the chat box. I'm going to start integer poll over here. In a screw gauge, there are 100 divisions on circular scale. Main scale moves by 0.5 millimeter on a complete rotation of the circular scale. The zero of the circular scale lies 6 divisions below the line of graduation. Please read the language. Language is really nice. When two studs are brought in contact, this is not constant, it is contact. Just after I said language is really great, we have got a typo. When a wire is placed between the studs, 4 linear scale divisions are clearly visible, while 46th division, the circular scale coincide with the reference line. The diameter of the wire is this, integer type, giving you 90 seconds. Let's start, and I'm going to help you in between, so don't worry. All right, don't worry, I'm going to help you in between. First of all, the total number of divisions are 100, and then the main scale moves by 0.5 millimeter. This means that pitch is 0.5. Now the first step is to find out least count, which is pitch divided by total number of divisions. Now pitch came out to be 0.5 mm and total number of divisions are 100. That means least count will become, hopefully everything is clear, my dear friends. Hopefully everything is clear. So this will become 0.005 millimeter. 0.005 millimeter. Right? Next thing is going to be the zero of circular scale. Now please understand, let me explain it to you. What do they are trying to say? Let's suppose you have got a main scale like this, and this is the circular scale and this is the zero. Let's suppose if the zero coincides with the main scale 0, then we say that there is no error. But right now what's happening is that the zero of the circular scale is somewhere over here, right? That means it is already reading something. It might be reading something. So it is actually the 6th divisions below. So this is the 6th division. Got it? This is the 6th division. So from the next part, my dear friends, we are going to say that it actually has positive 0 error. It has positive 0 error. It has positive 0 error. Clear? So the main scale moves by on complete rotation. On the find the 0 error is going to be 6 multiplied by least count. So this means that 6 multiplied by 0.005 millimeter. Kindly note one point that we have got already 1 point over here. That's why I've written 0.005, right? So this is going to be our positive 0 error. Hopefully this is all good. Now they are saying that when a wire is between the studs, 4, fine. Now let me tell you the final answer for this. All right. So finally the answer, we are going to write something like this. Reading will be, finally the reading will be main scale reading. Now this is where most of you are going to have doubt. 4 linear scale divisions, right? Please see, they are saying 4 linear scale divisions. That means 4 multiplied by 1 main scale reading. What is 1 main scale reading? So 1 main scale reading is going to be, it's going to be what, my dear friends? 0.5 mm, right? So 0.5 mm, note down the unit, and plus, then they are saying 46th division. So 46 multiplied by least count, and error is always subtracted, that is 6 multiplied by least count. Find the answer quickly. This will become 2 millimeter. and this will become 46 minus 6 is going to be 40 multiplied by 0.005 millimeter. Dosto, obviously I can cancel out one of the point. This will become something like this, and I'll get 2 millimeter plus, and finally we'll get 0.2 mm. Quickly write down in the chat box if everything's clear, dosto. Be quick. Everything's fine. Final answer is going to be 2.2 millimeter. Final answer is going to be 2.2 millimeter. And they were talking about something like this. Now please understand how you are going to give your answer. Hai na? This is also really important. They can give a problem like this in NEET also. They are going to simply say that this is X, and they are going to give you 4 options. So don't think that something like this will not come in NEET. So now the thing is, what you are going to do is you can actually rewrite this thing as 220 raised to the power 220 times 10 raised to the power minus 2. So one of the 0 will get cancelled out. So the answer should be 220. Let's see how many of you have got it right. 220. 30%. Only 3 students have got it right. So whoever this is, very good Kumar, and very good Ananya. Quickly let me know in the chat box if now everything is clear. Done? Sorted? Everything is clear? Can we move on? This was a really nice problem, right? So mark it for your revision, right? After some days you can revise this entire lecture again. It's going to be really beneficial for you. You can see, first of all, they have not said what is one main scale division, right? But they have said that the main scale moves by 0.5 mm. So the minimum it is moving is 0.5 mm in one rotation. So from there I have written 0.5 mm. So this is very important. Moving on to the next question, my dear friends. Let's see. I mean, this is not at all difficult, but not at all super easy, right? Let's start. 60 seconds is going to be your time. Let's begin. Let's begin, my dear friends. Don't feel tired. If you're feeling tired, if you're feeling you're not, you don't have sufficient concentration, grab a coffee, right? Take a walk of 2 minutes, come back, watch this entire lecture, right? Watch this entire lecture. If R, XL and XC represent resistance, inductive, reactance and capacitance, we know what they are. They want us to find out which of the following quantities is dimensionless. Manav, now I'll remember, buddy. Now I'll remember. Thank you. Please write down your name also, hai na, in the chat box. I've got a fairly good memory, so I'll remember your name. Very good, Manav. Let's move on. So the main concept for this entire thing is that everything, like for example as R, XL, XC, all of them have same unit, that is ohm. All of them have same unit, that is ohm, right? So that means if you are going to actually multiply XL and XC, you will get unit as ohm square. And when you are going to take a root of it, this will become something like this, and this will become simply ohm. So if you are going to see over here, that is R divided by this will have the unit of ohm, and this entire thing will have the unit of ohm, and this will become dimensionless. That means option B is correct. Easy problem. I am not at all saying this is a difficult one, but my job is to give you all sorts of problem, not only easy or not only difficult, right? Moving on to the next one. Now let's see. Next question is 10 divisions on the main scale of the Vernier caliper coincide with 11 divisions on the Vernier scale. If each divisions on the main scale is of 5 units, the least count of the instrument is. Again, this is not at all difficult. 60 seconds will be sufficient for you. Quickly let me know the answer in the chat box as well. Acha, on the chat box only, that's how I am going to get to know your answer in poll. Be quick. Don't do any mistake, huh? Don't do any mistake. Lots of you are saying different answers. Some of you are saying D, some of you are saying B. Please 10 divisions on the main scale of a Vernier caliper coincide with 11 division of Vernier scale. That means 11 VSD. 11 VSD is equals to 10 MSD. So you are going to get 1 VSD. You are going to get 1 VSD is equals to 10 divided by 11 MSD. Right? Next is, if each divisions on the main scale is of 5 units, each division on the main scale is of 5 units, that means least count. For least count, simply use 1 main scale division minus 1 Vernier scale division. 1 main scale division is equals to 5 units, but hold on. Right now we are going to write 1 minus 1 Vernier scale division will be written as 10 divided by 11, and you are going to get main scale division over here. So now we'll get 1 upon 11 multiplied by 1 main scale division is 5. So answer should be 5 divided by 11. Alright, so kindly don't do any silly mistake. This is not a problem in which you should lose your marks, right? This was very easy. Not like very, but certainly quite easy. Many of you, as I've told you, many of you were saying B, some of you were saying A. Hopefully now your doubt is absolutely clear. Moving on to the next one, my dear friends. Let's see this question. Slightly calculative, है ना? That's what we are observing. Slightly calculative. That's what we are expecting RE-NEET to be. So let's start in this. They are saying you have got radius, length and resistance, and then you have got the values of these things with their absolute error. You have to find out the percentage error in resistivity, not resistance, resistivity. So let's start. 90 seconds I'm going to give you time. Be quick, huh? Be quick. This requires some calculation. This requires some calculation. Let's start. Be quick. Please note, they are saying radius is given, length is given, resistance is given, and they want to find out percentage error in resistivity. Percentage error in resistivity. That means rho will be, first of all, everyone knows that R can be written as rho L by A. Hopefully, I am not hiding the options, right? And from here, you can write down rho equals to R into area. Area is basically pi R square for cylindrical wires divided by L. So this is the formula that we are going to use. Please see, this is the formula that we are going to use. That means del rho by rho in percentage will be del R by R plus 2 times of del R by R plus del L by L. We only add multiplied by 100. Multiplied by 100. Kindly see. Multiplied by 100, my dear friends. All right. So next point, next line is going to be to write down del R upon R. So resistance, don't do any mistake. That is resistance. Del R is, by the way, 10 divided by 100 multiplied by 100. Let me also multiply it by 100 and write it as percentage. 2 times of del small r. Small r is 0.35. Small r is 0.35 whole divided by 0. I'm sorry. This is going to be 0.05 and divided by r is 0.35 and multiplied by 100 plus del L is 0.2 divided by this is 15 and multiplied by 100. Now kindly see, you can simply cancel it out. So it is definitely greater than 10%. We are going to cancel out these two things. This will become 7, right? This will become 7 and this will become 20 by 15, or you can write it as 3 and you can write it as 2. So finally you are going to get, my dear friends, finally you are going to get your answer as del rho by rho in percentage equals to 10% plus this becomes 200 by 7. 200 by 7%. Okay, let me not write percentage again and again. And plus this becomes, my dear friends, 4 by 3. So 4 by 3 is actually, you can directly write, save your time, you can directly write it as 1.333. Got it? And then you need to add them. I'll help you with the calculation. This will nearly come out 39.9 percentage. 39.9 percentage. Option B is correct. Is it fine, my dear friends? Quickly let me know in the chat box. Is it clear? Done? Be quick. Some of you are saying D, some of you are saying A. Shall we check our answer? Shall we check our answer? Let me just see, my dear friends. Hold on. It will be greater than A, it will be greater than A, hai na? It could be D, I'm not saying, but again, it can't be D also, right? This is actually, dosto, 200 divided by 7, this is 28.7, this is 28.7 plus 10, that is 38.7, so answer is going to be more than 38, clear? No worries, no worries. As I have told you, these questions are of nice level, right? Not too difficult also. So, very good, Rohit, Anu, Parimala, Lavanya, Prince, Yashika, Arsia, Yash, Rishabh. Very good, everyone. Okay, let's move on now. Let's move on. Let's see this problem. Okay. So, most of you actually ignore significant figures, right? Do you remember last year? I mean, how unfortunate we are, and we can't even say last year for 2026. This year, last month, in your NEET 2026 paper, there were concepts related with significant figures. So let's start this. I'm going to give you 60 seconds only. Let's begin. Let's begin. You have to find the correct number of significant figures. You have to find out, sir, my mother is saying that to not answer your questions, what should I tell her? Tell her I am a nice teacher. Let me answer. Chalo, be quick. Answer in the chat box, dosto. All right, great. Good. Acha, I don't know if you know that rule, huh? That, Acha, I'm not going to explain some tricks over here. Simply, see, any zero between two non-zero numbers are significant. So, these all are significant. So, these are 4 significant figures. Right? Clear, my dear friends? Sorted? So, A is going to be 2. So, A will be 2. There is only one option, that is option C. So, this is what I was saying, that be really attentive about the options, right? Don't solve the entire problem just because you can solve it. Save your time. Now, for this one, this 0 is not significant. So, 1, 2 and 3. That means this is going to be equals to 1. And that's what we are seeing, B is equals to 1. Now, for this one, please understand these two zeros are between non-zero numbers. So, these are significant. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 and any 0 after decimal is significant because that is telling you the accuracy, right? That is telling you the precision of the reading of any value. So, these all are significant figures. So, we have got 6 significant figures. These are not significant. And after 1, all are significant. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So, option C is correct. Great, my dear friends. Moving on to the next one. Let's solve some statement-based problems also. Statement-based problems also, right? So, I have got all sorts of questions for you. Numerical, statement-based, assertion, reason, match the column, integer type. You name it and I have got it for you. Let's start. 60 seconds is going to be your time. Your time begins now. Planck's constant and angular momentum have same dimensions. Linear momentum and moment of force have same dimensions. Be quick. Thank you so much. सर जो JEE में पूछते हैं फिजिक्स में वही नीट में पूछते हैं क्या? Not exactly, Mahira, but we have seen many times NTA has repeated questions. They have asked questions in NEET which they had asked earlier in JEE, right? So repetition is there, but we can't say ki every time they are going to do this. But anyway, these questions are good for us because, I mean, it's good for our practice. That's why we are doing it. Be quick. So Planck's constant and angular momentum, my dear friends, of course, L is equals to NH upon 2 pi. 2 pi has no dimensions, N has no dimension. That means L and H will have same dimensions. Everyone knows this, right? So statement 1 is absolutely correct. Now statement 2 is, they are saying linear momentum. So linear momentum is mv into r. I'm sorry, no, not angular momentum, linear momentum they are saying, na? Linear momentum, that means m into v. So I'm going to write p. So m into v is nothing but kg meter per second. Kg meter per second. And moment of force is torque. And torque is Newton meter. These are not same because Newton is kg meter per second square. So statement 2 is false. So statement 2 is false, 1 is true. Statement true is false. 1 is true. Array, sorry here. Sometimes I can do this. Don't worry. Statement 1 is true but 2 is false. Option A is correct. ठीक है? Option A is correct. Clear, my dear friends? Both are true. Array, why both are true here? Huh? Why both are true? Pole got stopped or what happened? Huh? What happened, my dear friends? Why both are true? Linear momentum and moment of force. Moment of force basically torque, right? Kindly see and let me know your doubt in the chat box. If you have any doubt, let me know in the chat box, dosto. This is Newton meter. Myra, this we are going to discuss after RE-NEET exam, beta. Okay? This I'm going to explain this to you. Don't worry. Let's move on now. Hopefully, no doubts. Quickly write down in the chat box if everything's clear. Poll is not working, kya? Poll is not working. Okay, let's look at this question. Starting the timer, 60 seconds. Let's start. Let me know if poll is not working. The equation of state of a real gas given by this P plus A upon V square and V minus B equals to RT. A upon B square will have the same dimensions of A upon B square. Fine. So this is just like the first problem that we have seen. Again, I'll say the same thing. A upon V square will have the same dimensions as that of pressure. So A will have the same dimensions of pressure times V square. And then V will have the same dimensions as that of, B will have the same dimensions that of volume. Right? And then finally you have A square, A divided by B square. So A divided by B square. So B square is simply V square. So answer is going to be pressure, P. Option B is absolutely correct, my dear friends. Stopping the poll because this is easy. What is happening to you guys, huh? Be quick. Be quick, my dear friends. Why you guys are, having problems in these types of questions, yeah? Moving on to the next one. Be quick. In a Vernier caliper, if positive zero error, okay, assertion and reason, it is for you. I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Be a little quick, okay? Be a little quick. Let's start. In a Vernier caliper, assertion is saying in a Vernier caliper, if positive zero exists, then while taking measurements, the reading take will be more than the actual reading. The zero error in the Vernier caliper might have happened due to manufacturing defect or due to rough handling. Chalo. Find the correct answer for this. All right, all right. Please check your answers is all I'll say. Time is about to get over. So in a Vernier caliper, if positive zero error exists, then while taking the reading, the reading take will be more than this is absolutely correct. This is absolutely correct. See, whenever you have got a doubt in assertion and reason, na, I have again and again said, I have said this thing, and many teachers say this, that read it completely using words like because or since, right? So in a Vernier caliper, positive zero exists, then while taking the measurement, the reading take will be more than the actual reading because the zero error of Vernier caliper might have happened. But it makes no sense, right? In the next statement, they are saying the zero in the might have happened. This is absolutely correct. But when we are reading it together, it is making no sense. What we expected from reason was that it will explain why reading is coming more. So why reading is coming more? Because the Vernier caliper is already measuring something even when there was nothing in between of the between the two jaws. This could be one of the reason, है ना? I mean, could be one of the ways of saying reason. But right now, this is not a correct reason. Both assertion and reason are true, correct, but R is not the correct explanation. Option B is correct. Many of you have said A. Got it? Clear? All right, my dear friends. Moving on to the next question, you guys can see these problems are of, chalo, let's solve this question. Percentage error in measurement of R, be quick, 60 seconds without any break, dosto. We are going to take break after work power energy. After work power energy, we'll complete units and measurement, then we are going to talk about kinematics, then we are going to talk about NLM, then we are going to talk about work power energy. Then we'll take break. Okay? We'll have a lunch break and then we'll carry on. The resistance R equals to V divided by I, where V is this, I is this. We don't have an equals to sign over here, so please use it. And then the percentage error in R. So first of all, if you have got R like this, then del R by R will be, in percentage it will be del V by V plus del I by I multiplied by 100. So del V by V will be 5 divided by 200 multiplied by 100 plus del I is 0.2 divided by 20 multiplied by 100. So 1 point gets cancels out, this 0 gets cancels out, this becomes 1. So this becomes 1, this becomes 2.5. So 2.5 plus 1. We have got answer as 3.5. Yes, we do. So 3.5 percentage is going to be the correct answer. Just one more point, my dear friends. Quickly let me know in the chat box if you have got any doubt. One more point. Sometimes they also ask us to write down the error, right? So we are going to write it like this. Please see, this is not, they have not asked this. So we are going to get delta R equals to 3.5 percentage. That means 3.5 divided by 100 multiplied by R, and by the way, this R is actually equals to R equals to V divided by I. So V is 200 divided by I is 20. So this will become 10. So when you want to write down R, you are going to write it like this. R will be equals to 10 plus minus delta R. Got it? And delta R you can find out from there. So they can ask a question like this also. So correct answer is option A. Moving on. Very good. Some of you have said 7. Please check your answer again. Hopefully everything is clear, my dear friends. Moving on to the next problem. So, okay, fine. Let's solve a question like this. These are also very, very important. They are saying a physical quantity Q is found to depend on quantities like this, and you have to find out the percentage error. Let's start. 60 seconds. Be quick. 60 seconds, my dear friends. Come on. Be quick. Delta Q upon Q in percentage will be given by 4 times of delta A by A plus 3 times of delta B by B plus 2 times of delta C by C, and everything is in percentage, right? So we are, let's write 100% over here. They have already given everything in percentage, so 4 times of 3 plus 3 times of 4, so this is 12, this is 12, 24 plus 2 times of 5, that means 34. 34% is the correct answer. Option C. Great. Chalo. So you don't have any doubts in this one. Now let me give you 1 or 2 questions in homework. Rotational kinetic energy is half I omega square. Half I omega square, right? But again, this is nothing but energy, so this will have same dimensions as that of work done. So don't worry, है ना? Don't worry about these types of problem. That means m L2 t minus 2. So d is going to be 2. So d is going to be d m into L2 into t minus 2, sorry, so 1. So d1 is either it's going to be C or D. So other than this, I have explained each and everything. Angular momentum is done, surface tension is done, coefficient of viscosity is done, right? So giving you this question in homework. Now let's see this. 50 Vernier divisions. Chalo, let's do this problem also in under 60 seconds. Quickly. They are saying 50 Vernier scale division, 50 VSD is equals to 49 MSD. 49 MSD. Of a traveling microscope, one reading of main scale is this. Fine. So 1 VSD will be equals to 49 by 50. 49 by 50 MSD, right? And least count will be 1 main scale division minus 49 by 50. This is also main scale division. That means you are going to get 1 upon 50 multiplied by main scale division is going to be 0.5 mm. 0.5 mm. Clear, my dear friends? Be quick. So this thing can be actually written as 1 point over here, and this will be cancelled out. So 0.01 mm. 0.01 mm is option D for you. Clear? Just a second. I can't see the chart right now. Chat. Okay. Clear? Is there any doubt here in this one? No, C is not correct here. C is not correct. D is correct. Please don't solve. I mean, please don't do any mistake in these types of problems. D is absolutely correct. Why C, bhai? Everything is given in millimeter, na? Everything is given in millimeter, bachche. Huh? Everything is given in millimeter. Clear? Is there any problem? Let me know. All right. Clear. Chalo, we are about to finish units and dimensions. Just 2 more questions for this, right? And then we'll complete it. A force is represented by this. The dimensions of B square upon A is. Chalo, practice for you. Let's start. Be quick, don't do any mistake. Be quick. A force is represented by this, and you have to find out the dimensions of b square upon a. Again, ax square will have the same dimensions as that of force, right? Next thing is a will have the dimensions of force divided by x square. Force has the dimensions m1 L1 T minus 2 divided by L2. We'll get M1 L minus 1 T minus 2. This is the dimensions of A. Acha, you can also actually have one more thing I'll tell you. You can do it using options also, but in this one I think this is the best approach. And then we have got, next is bt raised to the power 1 by 2, and this will have the dimensions of, again, force. This will have the dimensions of force. So b will have the dimensions of m1 L1 T minus 2 divided by T raised to the power minus 1 by 2. And by the way, we are having b square, so you must not worry about it. So this we'll write it as m1 L1 and T minus 2 plus 1 by 2, right? Minus 2 plus 1 by 2, kindly see over here, minus 2 plus 0.5, that means minus 1.5, that means minus 3 by 2. And if somebody is going to tell you to find out b square upon a, so this will mean m square L square T raised to the power minus 3 whole divided by a will be m1 L minus 1 T raised to the power minus 2. Please check. So we'll get m raised to the power 1, 2 minus 1 is 1, 2, this will become L raised to the power 3. Please check, L raised to the power 3 is in first one, and this we'll get T raised to the power minus 1. This will become plus 2 over here. So L raised to the power 3 and T raised to the power minus 3. Acha, I'm so sorry. No, everything is fine here. Everything is fine. Options are correct or not? Options are correct or not, my dear friends? T raised to the power L raised to the power minus 3. We are getting L raised to the power minus 3 and we are getting T raised to the power. B will have L raised to the power minus 1, T raised to the power minus 2. I believe we have done some problem. Okay, T raised to the power minus, and this was T raised to the power minus 1 by 2, right? Is there any problem here? I don't think so. I don't think so. Although option 1 is correct, I can see that the best answer is option 1, but let me check what problem we are having over here. Maybe something wrong is at this step. No worries, let me check it again. So we were getting M, there is no problem with M, there is no problem with L because we are matching first two, and this will be T raised to the power minus 2 and minus plus 1 by 2. Okay. So that is also minus 3 by 2 and minus 3 by 2, and when you are going to square, this will become minus 3 square, and A has minus 2. Does A has minus 1 by 2? Please check, dosto. Please check, my dear friends. I can't find a problem in this. A has units. Okay. My dear friends, please see, any problem? A is correct, that is fine, but we are not matching option, we are not matching this. Some of you have said it is D, huh? नहीं, C तो it's not correct. C is not correct. C is absolutely not correct. Let me check it again. No problem. I'll make a copy. I'll do it one more time. No problem. Please see. Please see. C is not correct. Absolutely not correct. We are saying that A x square will have the same unit as Newton. That means A will have unit as Newton per meter square, right? And B t raised to the power 1 by 2. This is 1 by 2. I am thinking maybe there is some problem. Let's see. This is Newton, right? So B will have units of Newton, and this is second raised to the power minus 1 by 2. That's what my problem is over here, my dear friends, right? That's what my problem is over here. But fine, no issues. Let's check it out again. So when they are saying B square, this will have unit of Newton square, and when you are going to square it, this will become minus 1 and divided by A. So A will have unit of Newton per meter square. So one of this gets cancels out. So you will get Newton meter square per second. So Newton is m1 L1 t minus 1, and this is L2, and this is t minus 1. So you will get m1 L3 t minus 2. And this is also t minus 2. So yeah, t minus 3. Option A is correct here. We might have done some mistake over here, right? So correct it, right? So this is t minus 3. Absolutely fine. You can see over here. Quickly write down in the chat box, right? Quickly write down in the chat box. A is absolutely correct, not C. A is absolutely correct. We are getting the answer. You can also, I was going to tell you that you can also solve it like this also. It completely depends upon you. Chalo, now last question is this. Consider two physical quantities A and B related to each other as E equals to B minus x square upon AT. Chalo, let's solve this problem as well. Under 60 seconds. Be quick. Under 60 seconds. Done. इसमें M1, बच्चे M1, just a second, let me say, Mahira, you solve this question, then I'll help you. M1, no, that M written is M1 only, Mahira. That M is M1 only. All right, be quick. I don't know whether it is C or not. You should check it. First of all, they are talking about dimensions of A and B, huh? And they are saying consider two related as this. Now what I am trying to say is that if they are writing, please see how we are going to do it. If they are saying B minus x square, right, then from principle of homogeneity we are going to say that if this is x square, then this will be also x square, right? This will be also x square. Got it? Hopefully this is all clear. Where x has the dimensions of length, so this is also x square. So B has the dimensions of L square. This is the first thing that you must understand. Next thing is, my dear friends, next point is that AT, this is very important. AT will have the dimensions of, this is the numerator is of x square, that means L square, and this is electric field, so divided by electric field. What I am trying to do is, instead of writing AT, I am writing AT like this: AT equals to B minus x square divided by electric field. So dimensions of numerator is L square, dimensions of electric field. Electric field is, my dear friends, force per unit charge. Force is M1, L1, T minus 2. Charge is I1 into T raised to the power 1. Right? Something like this. All right, and now they are saying you need to multiply A and B. Fine. So you know what? We can actually also do something like this. If they are saying A multiplied by B, you can do like this also, that B minus X square. Fine. Acha, B minus X square. B has the dimensions of X square. So you can also do it like this, that AT will have the dimensions of X square divided by E. That means the unit will be meter square divided by Newton per coulomb. Something like this, right? Now you have got A multiplied by B. You have got A multiplied by B. So A was meter square Newton per coulomb multiplied by B, that is L square, that is meter square. Please check. Please see. I think maybe in this also you can actually do one thing. Please check what answer we are getting after this. This is becoming Acha, E is energy here. I am so sorry. E is energy. That's why I am not getting our answer. E is energy. Sorry. Now everything is very easy. E is energy, bachche. E is energy. E is energy. My bad. Now everything is very easy. E is energy, right? So if this is energy, please check. This is going to be L square and energy is simply M1 L2 T minus 2. So AB will give you units of L2 M minus 1 T1. My bad. I've missed it completely. I thought this is electric field. This is energy. Again, let me tell you, this is not at all difficult. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking this might have some typographical error, but this will be option B. This is energy, not electric field. I was finding A for so long. B is correct. Please check your answer. Nice question. All of these questions are, as I've told you, nice problems. B is absolutely correct. If you have any doubt, I can explain it to you again. Kindly see. Please see here. AT will have the dimensions of B minus X square upon E, right? So that means for A will have the dimensions of X square divided by E multiplied by T. So this will become L2, this will become M1 L2 T minus 2 and T1, right? So this L square will get cancelled out, this will become M minus 1 and this will become T1. Got it? And this is L square. So they are talking about A into B, right? So A into B will be, this was M minus 1 and that is T minus 1 dosto, right? And by the way, please see, this is T minus 1, this will become T plus 1. Okay, so this is M1 T plus 1 and then you have got B, that is L square. So B option is absolutely correct. Nice problem. Now I'll take your doubts. If you have any problem, quickly let me know in the chat box. Clear? This is absolutely correct, right? B is absolutely correct, not C. Most of you have said C. Check it once. Moving on to the next one. Clear? Hopefully everything is sorted. These questions were of nice level. Moving on to the next chapter now. Next chapter, my dear friends, is kinematics, right? Kinematics. Let's start. Chalo. Let's begin with the first problem. All right. A particle is moving in one dimension under the action of a variable force. Its initial position was 16 meter right of the origin. The variation of its position x with the time is given by this, where x is in meter, the velocity. Chalo, let's find it out. You have to find out the velocity when acceleration is 0. Multiple choice, integer type, 90 seconds. Let's start. Integer type, all right. So they have told you that x is equals to minus 3t cube plus 18t square plus 16t plus 16t. So v will be written as dx by dt. V will be written as dx by dt. That will become, we have got a minus sign, huh? So pay attention. So this will become minus 9t square plus 36t plus 16. And then they are saying the velocity when acceleration is 0. So again, let's differentiate it. This will become dv by dt. And when you are going to again differentiate it, you are going to get minus 18t plus 36 and is equals to 0. And t will come out to be 2 seconds. T will come out to be 2 seconds. Right? T will come out to be 2 seconds. Moving on. Now substitute this value of t over here. Substitute this value of t over here. So you are going to get velocity will be minus 9 multiplied by square of 2 plus 36 multiplied by 2 plus 16. So दोस्तों, this is 36, this is 36 times 2, this will become 36 plus 16. So this will become 2452 meter per second. Chalo, time's up or not? Oops, times is not up. Okay, let me know the answer in the chat box. Let me know the answer in the chat box, दोस्तों. No problem. Even if time is not up, no problem. I have told you the answer. 52 is the correct answer. Let's see how many of you have got it correct. Oh, wow. Great, 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 great. Great, everyone. Very good. Hopefully everything is clear, right? Let's move on to the next one. If any student has any doubt, please let me know in the chat box. Sometimes I might not see your doubt, right? 49, your answer I have 49. Please check your calculation. Answer is 52. It is absolutely fine. If I'm not going to see your doubt once, please write it again. Okay? When I'm going to see your chat, then write it. Moving on to the next one. Next question is this. Train A is moving along two parallel rail tracks fine towards north with speed 72 km per hour and with speed 108 km per hour. Velocity of train B with respect to A and velocity of ground with respect to B. Chalo, great. Let's start. 90 seconds. Let's begin. Nice problem. About relative motion, use relative motion concept. Good, 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 good. Very good. And convert into meter per second. Huh? They are asking answer in meter per second, by the way. All right, we'll see what they are trying to say. They are saying that we have got two train A and B moving towards north and south. Let's just assume this is train A, this is train B, and these are moving toward, this is moving towards north and this is moving towards south. And train A is moving with a speed of 72 km per hour. Simply multiplied by 5 by 18 to convert it into meter per second. Now obviously we will multiply it with 4. So this will become 20 meter per second. So this speed is actually 20 meter per second. And this will be 108 multiplied by 5 by 18. Right? So this will be 6, right? 6. So this will be 30 meter per second. Now please see. Let's call it as I cap. Let's call it as let's call it as minus plus j cap. Let's call it as minus j cap. Got it? So j cap and minus j cap. So this is for north, this is for south. Now they are saying velocity of train A with respect to velocity of train B with respect to A. So that means VB minus VA. So VB is downwards minus 30 j cap and minus VA is plus 20. So answer will be minus 50. Now somebody might say ki sir, they have not mentioned any sign convention. So again you can use one whatever seems to be the normal sign convention, we can use it, right? And the next is velocity of ground with respect to B. This is where some of you might have doubt, so please see. If they are going to ask about anything like velocity of ground with respect to B, simply write down as velocity of ground minus velocity of B. Velocity of ground is 0, ground doesn't move, minus times of, now B is moving with minus 30. So answer is going to be plus 30. So correct answer is going to be minus 50 and 30. Minus 50 and 30, right? Now somebody might say, sir, what will happen if you are going to change the options, I mean convention? Certainly, but when you are going to have questions like this, please choose the more used convention, right? More used sign direction. So answer C is correct. No, D is not correct, C is correct. Clear? Moving on to the next one, my dear friends. Let's see this particular problem. A particle initially at rest starts moving from reference point x equals to 0 with a velocity varies as v equals to root 4 root x. That means it is a function of x. The acceleration of the particle is, come on, let's start integer type, 60 seconds, let's begin. Please see, these types of questions are in which velocity is a function of x. In these types of problem, let me tell you that you are going to use a acceleration is equals to v multiplied by dv by dx. V multiplied by dv by dx. V multiplied by dv plus dx. Alright? Come on, be quick. You have to find out the acceleration. Please find out the acceleration. I think you will get your answers in integer only. Automatically you will get your answers in integer. Good, very good. Quickly write down v over here. That is 4 root x. And when you are going to differentiate this, this will become something like this. This is anyway, this is v is written as 4x raised to the power 1 by 2. When you are going to differentiate it with respect to x, so you will get 4 multiplied by 1 by 2 and x raised to the power 1 by 2 minus 1. So this will become 2 and this will become 2 divided by x raised to the power 1 by 2 or 2 divided by root x, right? So let's substitute it over here, 2 divided by root x. So root x can be cancelled out and answer will be 8 meter per second. Answer will be 8 meter per second. Show result. Very good. Great. Any doubt? Right? So whenever, please remember, this is a important case for velocity. When it is given as function of x, use v dv by dx. And many times in NEET they have asked questions from here. So note it down. Moving on to the next question. A body starts moving, this is also a nice problem. A body starts moving from rest with constant acceleration, covers displacement S1 in first p minus 1 seconds, S2 in first p seconds. The displacement in S1 plus S2 will be made in 90 seconds. Let's start. In the meantime, I'll also begin because I don't want to waste time. See what they are trying to say. They are saying that it covers displacement S1 in first p minus 1 seconds. All right. So your go-to formula for this is going to be S equals to ut plus half at square. Ut plus half at square. This is your second equation. Now let's apply. They are saying that in first p minus 1 second, and it starts from rest, by the way. It starts from rest. So displacement is S1. Initial velocity is 0, half acceleration is A, and time is p minus 1 whole square. And then they are saying S2 in first p second. So S2 in first p second will be 1 upon 2 acceleration and p square. Hopefully this is all clear. Now S1 and S2 will be made in time, right? S1 and S2 will be made in time. So first of all, if someone is asking something like this, please understand that one, we are going to do S1 plus S2 will be equals to 1 upon 2 A p minus 1 whole square plus 1 upon 2 A p square, right? And this will be made in time. Let's say this is made in time t, right? So in time t, that means you are going to write it down as 1 upon 2 A into t square, and this will be equals to sum of these two, that is 1 upon 2 A p minus 1 whole square plus 1 upon 2 A times p square. So 1 upon 2 A, 1 upon 2 A and 1 upon 2 A will get cancelled out. Clear? This will get cancelled out, and we are going to get finally t square is equals to p square plus 1 minus 2p plus p square. So finally we will get 2p square minus 2p. By the way, they were talking about time, right? They were talking about time. So that's it. So this is going to be your answer. This is going to be your answer. That means under root of 2p square minus 2p plus 1. So 2p square minus 2p plus 1, option B is absolutely correct. Option B is absolutely correct. Nice problem. That it means that this is a nice problem. Still you are saying C. Incorrect, my dear friends. Please check. Please check your answer again. My dear friend, please check your answer again. Option B is absolutely correct. In p minus 1 seconds, S1 is traveling. S1 displacement is getting traveled. In p seconds, S2 is traveled. S1 plus S2 will be, let's add it, and let's assume that S1 plus S2 is getting covered in t seconds. So this will be written as 1 upon 2 half t square, and then add them. 1 upon 2 can be cancelled out, and this is how you are going to get t. Please ask me if you have any doubt. Quickly ask me if you have any doubt. Right? I've explained it, Myra. I've explained it. They are saying that in first p minus 1, this is the displacement. In first p second, this is the displacement. So what will, in how much time S1 plus S2 will be covered? So add them. So you are going to add the right hand side. Left hand side will become S1 plus S2. Let's assume that S1 and S2 is getting traveled in t seconds. So that means you can, instead of S1 plus S2, you can again write this half AT square and then solve it, right? Clear? So nice problem. And I am also, I am also not sad. It's absolutely fine. Practice these questions with me. Solve them honestly. This is the best thing. Starting the next question, chalo, let's solve another integer type problem. All right, another integer type problem. A body falling under gravity covers 2 points A and B separated by 80 meters in 2 seconds. The distance of upper point A from the lower point is. All right. Integer type, 90 seconds. Let's start. I'm going to help you with the diagram. They are saying that a body falling between points A and B. So between points A and B. So let's suppose it has fallen from somewhere over here. So initial velocity is 0. Then you have got point A and you have got point B. And then they are saying separated by 80 meters. So this is 80 meter. This is 80 meter and time taken is 2 seconds. So if let's suppose time is t over here, time over here is t plus 2 seconds, right? They are saying the distance of the upper point A from the starting point is, they want us to find out this distance. They are asking about this distance, dosto. Question is all sorted, right? Arey 45 minutes. They are asking in meters, bache. They are asking answer in meters. 45 meter is absolutely correct. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very, very good. Chalo, at least you have done this problem. Very nice. So you can use it using a couple of methods. I'm going to explain the standard one. Let's suppose this is 2 seconds. Now you can also actually say, let's suppose, sir, at this particular point velocity is v. At this point velocity is v. So at this point we can find out what velocity will be. So let's say if this is v, this is going to be v dash, right? This is going to be v dash, and you can write down v dash is equals to v plus at. So acceleration is simply minus 10 and multiplied by t is 2. So v dash will be equals to v minus 20, right? Acha, we also know this 80 meter. So you can use again second equation, s equals to ut plus half at square. You can use this equation, right? Or you can use third equation, my dear friends. If you are going to use third equation, you can find out v square equals to u square plus 2as. So v square is this, v minus 20 whole square is equals to v square plus 2 minus 10 minus 80. So this will become v square plus 400 minus 40v is equals to v square plus, this will become dosto 1600. V square will get cancelled out and 40v will become, my dear friend, this will become 1200. Is it clear? So v will become 30 meter per second. Now please see, this is 30 meter per second. This is 30 meter per second. Now again you can use the third equation between these 2 points, between point first and this point, O point and A point. So again the third equation, square of 30 is equals to initial velocity plus 2a into s. So s will be equals to 900 divided by 20. So this is going to be 45 meters. So 45 meter is the correct answer. Very good to all of you. Great. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Clear? Everything is sorted. See, I have explained it to you using standard method, right? Any doubt? Chalo. Let's move on to the next question. Do not get tired. RE-NEET is after 3 days, right? So this is the time when we should actually push ourselves. Let's move to the next question. Let's move to the next question, my dear friends. Chalo, a standard type of a problem, I'm going to give you 60 seconds only for this, because in NEET also they have asked many times, right? They have asked this question many times. 60 seconds, let's start. Be quick. 60 seconds, let's begin. Come on. So T is given, right? Whenever this type of equation is given, what do we do is, We differentiate the equation with respect to x, right? No problem. So we are going to get dt upon dx is equals to 2 times of alpha x plus beta, right? Now what you can do is you can just write dx by dt, and we are going to write it as 1 upon 2 alpha x plus beta. Please note that this is what v is, and now v comes out as a function of x. V comes out as a function of x. They want us to find out acceleration. So acceleration will be again v times of dv by dx. So let's differentiate it again with respect to with respect to x. So numerator, we are going to use quotient rule. Differentiation of numerator is 0, minus sign. Differentiation of denominator, it is going to be 2 alpha divided by square of denominator. So let's write it over here. Velocity v and dx by dt, if you are going to closely see, this is nothing but minus 2 alpha, and 1 upon 2x plus beta can be written as v square. So 1 upon 2 alpha x plus beta whole square can be written as v square, right? So instead of dv by dx, we are going to write minus of 2 alpha into v square. So you will get minus 2 alpha into v cube. So minus 2 alpha into v cube. Answer A is absolutely correct. Very good. Nice. Moving on to the next question. Okay, let's see. Let's solve this question. A child stands on the edge of a cliff of 10 meters above the ground and throws a stone horizontally with an initial speed of 5 meters per second. The speed with, chalo, let's find it out. 60 seconds is fine. 60 seconds is sufficient time. They are saying that a child is at the cliff. Let's suppose this is where the cliff is. And from this cliff, which is 10 meters high, throws a stone horizontally at a speed of 5 meters per second, neglecting the air resistance, speed with which it will hit the ground. So speed with which it will hit the ground, it will have two components of speed of velocity. One is going to be horizontal component and one is going to be the vertical component. So this is going to be Vx, that will remain as 5 because there is no acceleration over here. Whereas Vy is concerned, you need to find out what Vy is going to be. And for finding out Vy, dosto, again use the third equation. Vy square is equals to Uy square plus 2Ay multiplied by Sy. So Uy is 0. Vy square will be 2 times 10 multiplied by displacement is also 10. Right? Hopefully everything is clear. So this will become Vy will become, right now let me write it as Vy square only. I'll explain it to you why. This will become 200. So this is 200. I mean, okay, fine. This is 10 root 2. And this is what we need to find out. V-net. So V-net will be under root of Vx square plus Vy square. Is it fine, my dear friends? Quickly write down in the chat box. So this is going to be 25, that is square of 5, and this is going to be square of Vy square, and that is 200. That's what I was saying. Even if you are not going to square it, I have no problem. So 225 like this. Clear? Any more doubt, my dear friends? Be quick. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any doubt. Sorted? Be quick. Problem? Any problem? Clear? Done na? Chalo. Moving on. 15 is going to be the correct answer. B. Great. Great, 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 great. 50. Now let's move on to the next problem. Let's see this. 60 seconds, let's start. Statement based. You have to find out the correct statement. You have to find out the correct statement. In your exam also, please note, read it very carefully whether they are talking about correct or incorrect statement. All right? Be quick now. Quick, quick, quick. Gravitational potential energy is maximum at the highest point. Absolutely. So first statement is only correct. The horizontal component of velocity is 0 at the highest point. Incorrect. It will remain same as the initial component along x direction. The vertical component of momentum is maximum at the highest point. Incorrect. It is, the magnitude is minimum. Magnitude is minimum. The kinetic energy is 0 at the highest point. Incorrect. At highest point, x direction velocity will be still there, right? So option A is all good. Easy problem. Very nice. Great. Good. Maximum vertical height to which a man can throw a ball is 136. The maximum horizontal distance. Okay. Chalo, let's start. Maximum vertical height basically means, दोस्तों, is 136, right? So v square is equals to under root 2 gh. Is it clear? V square is equals to under root 2 gh, or v square is equals to 2 gh, or h will be equals to v square by 2g. And then they are saying that maximum horizontal distance, which means that R max will be v square sine 2 theta divided by g, which is v square by g. So v square by g is nothing but 2 times of h. So h was 136, so this is going to be 2 times of 136. Is it clear? My dear friends, A. All of you are saying A. Please check again. Please check it again, दोस्तों. See, if you have any doubt, do let me know. 272 is the correct answer. Okay. Chalo, why you have said A, bhai? Why many of you have said A? Let me know. C is the correct answer. Please see. What I have done over here is, this is very easy. Acha, hold on. Just see. Whenever somebody is going to tell you that a ball is falling from a particular height, falling, that means initial velocity is 0. Then the velocity with which it will strike will be root 2 gh. Quickly write it down, okay? Don't use equations and all. Quickly write it down, under root 2 gh. If someone says that we have thrown a ball with velocity u, how much high it will go? So use formula v square is equals to 2gh, or h is equals to v square by 2g. Simple. Clear? Starting the timer for the next question. Please see. You have to find out the ratio of displacement to distance traveled by the body from 0 to 10. This is 0, this is 10. Your time starts now. 60 seconds only. Please see. This is velocity. Okay. Pay attention. Be quick, be quick. Somebody is saying, sir, you want paper. Come on, be quick. Find the answer. This is for you to solve. The concept is that area under velocity time graph will give you displacement. Right? So now what we are going to do is, but when bodies travels in a straight line, distance and displacement will mean same thing. Let's find out this area. This is 2, this is 8, that means this is 16 units. This is 2, this is 4, so this is minus 8 unit. Clear? This is 4, so just a second. This was 2 and this was 8, 16. This is 4 and this is 4, so this is again 16 units. This is 2 and this is 4, so this is again 8 units. Now when you are going to talk about displacement, please don't ignore the sign. You are going to simply get 16 plus 16 minus 8 minus 8. Minus 8 and minus 8 will cancel out this 16. Finally, we will get our answer as 16 meter. Right? Then distance is going to be 16 plus mod of minus 8 plus mod of minus 8. That means this 16, 16, 32, 32 plus 16. Hopefully this is all clear, my dear friends. This is 32 and plus 16, that is 48 meter. So the ratio will be, let's say this is x, or okay, fine, the ratio is going to be 16 divided by 48. That means 1:3. D is the correct answer. Chalo, nice, great. But why, bhai? Why? Who has said 1:1? Please see, the body is not actually traveling in a straight line. If body travels in straight line, then it will be 1:1. Correct? So for this region, it is 1:1. For this region, it is 1:1. For this 1:1. For this, it is 1:1. Right? Moving on to the next question, my dear friends. Please see. Next problem. Two objects are projected with same velocity u, however at different angles alpha and beta, with the horizontal alpha plus beta is 90-degree ratio of their horizontal range. I am not going to give you this question in poll because this is very easy. Ratio of horizontal range and the angles are complementary. Angles are complementary. For complementary angles, range are same. Range for theta and range for 90 minus theta are same. So ratio is going to be 1:1. Please note this point. Right? I mean, obviously you have written this point many times in your note. I am saying please remember this point. Very important. Next, we will solve this. A stone is projected at an angle of 30 to the horizontal. The ratio of kinetic energy of the stone at the point of projection to its kinetic energy at the highest point of the flight will be. Let's start. 60 seconds. Ratio of kinetic energy of the stone to its kinetic energy at the highest point, right? Point of projection. Clear? And this is 30 by the way. Let's say velocity is v. So this component will be v cos 30. That is v root 3 by 2. At the highest point, only the x component will survive. And that will remain same, v root 3 by 2. So at the point of projection, Let's say this is point of projection and this is highest point. At point of projection, kinetic energy will be half mv square. Mind you, this is v square. At the highest point, kinetic energy will be half mv square. Now the velocity will become this. So v square and 3 divided by 4. Let's take the ratio of these two things. 1 by 2m will get cancelled, v square by v square will get cancelled. Answer will come out as 4 by 3. 4 by 3. D. Clear? Again somebody is saying B. Please note it down and let me know in the chat box if you have any problem. Break time after 1 hour. After 1 hour, not right now. Be quick. Quick. Let me know. All the guys who are studying, it is your responsibility to keep the chat, around our class. Okay? Else spammers will take over. You want it to happen कि before 3 days, 4 days, your sir is teaching you the best questions available. Okay? And by the way, I have not made you solve these questions in any of the class. Each and every questions are fresh questions. Alright? Next question, yes, Myra. Myra, I'll give you break, bache. I'll give you break after 1 hour. Alright? Chalo, next question. That's the spirit, my dear friends. 4 by 3. Good. Very good. Let's move on to the next one. Can we solve this? Let's solve this. This is a nice problem, right? This is a nice problem. A tennis ball is dropped on the floor from a height of 9.8 meter. It rebounds to a height of 5 meter. Ball comes in contact with the floor for 0.2 seconds. The average acceleration during the contact is, let's solve it, integer type, 90 seconds. Let's begin. I'm going to help you with the diagram. .8 meter, all right. So it is being dropped. So this is 0 meter per second. And it will strike, and this height is 9.8 as I have told you. And then after collision with the ground, it will go up to a height of 5 meters. It will go up to a height of 5 meters. Right? Very nice. And this comes in contact for 0.2 seconds. Now you have to find out the average acceleration. My dear friends, average acceleration is basically del V by del T. Or I can write it as del V by T. Change in velocity. Final velocity minus initial velocity divided by time. So final velocity is, now you don't know what final velocity is. This is why I was saying ki final velocity is, let's say V dash. So V dash will be written as under root 2gh. Now this is h dash. Let's say this is V. Got it? Or no problem, I'm going to use the same thing. Let's say this is V and let's say this is U. Let's say this is U and this is root 2g into h. So this will become 2 into 10 into 9.8. All right. So cancel. 98 times 2 is 196. Right? Clear? That means 14 meter per second. And this will become 2 times 10 multiplied by 5. This will become 10. Let's keep it over there. Final velocity is 10. Initial velocity, please don't ignore the sign. One of the sign will be negative. So let's take this one as negative. 10 is positive. So minus of minus 10. Minus of minus 14. Whole divided by 0.2. For 0.2 seconds it came under contact. This will become 24 divided by 2, and instead of this point I am writing a 10 over here. Is it clear? So this will become 12. That means 120 meter per second square is the answer. You are also getting the same answer, my dear friends. Very good. Somebody is saying 1020. No, 120 is the correct answer. Quickly write down in the chat box. Keep the chat around the class. You guys can talk with each other. I'm not saying that. I can't also control that, to be honest, right? Well, I can control it, but I don't want to. I can ask sir to take control of the chat, but no worries. You guys can talk with each other, but at least 80-90% of the time chat with me also, right? In 10% you guys can discuss. 120 is the correct answer. Let's see. Very nice, sir. Very nice. Okay, good. Let's move on to the next question. This is a moderate level problem, not at all difficult but also not easy. Moving on to the next question. Another integer type, river man problem. All right, chalo, let's start. The speed of a swimmer is 4 km per hour in still water. If the swimmer makes his strokes normal to the flow of river of width 1 km, he reaches a point 750 meter down the stream on the opposite bank. The speed of the river is integer type. Let's start. 90 seconds, begin. Let's say this is river, two banks of the river. Let me draw a line, vertical line. Let's say river is flowing in this direction. Obviously it will flow in this direction, and let's say it is flowing with a velocity of VR. They have said that this width is of 1 kilometer. Then they are saying that the speed of a swimmer is 4 km per hour. Please remember, my dear friends, whenever they are saying in still water, they are trying to talk about velocity of man with respect to river. Got it? The magnitude is 4. All right. And now they are saying that the direction is his strokes are normal to the flow of the river. That means this is VRM. This is velocity of man with respect to river. So resultant will be, please remember, velocity of man with respect to ground will be velocity of man with respect to river plus velocity of river. This is the major concept. Don't forget this. So resultant will be somewhere over here. We really don't know what it will be. This is velocity of man with respect to ground. The man is actually moving in this direction. According to him, he is actually moving in this direction, but he'll actually reach at this point. And then they are saying that he reaches the point 750 meter down the stream on the opposite bank. That means this is 750 meter. If this is 750, this displacement is only responsible, I mean the velocity which is responsible for 750 is only in the x direction. Now let me tell you. In the x direction, my dear friends, what we are going to say is, please understand, this is in y direction, right? So time taken to cross the river will be distance, that is 1 kilometer. Everything is in kilometer per hour, so I don't have any problem. 1 kilometer divided by speed, and speed was 4 kilometer per hour. So that means person will take 1/4 hour to cross the river. 1/4 hour to cross the river. In the same time, it will also cover this drift. This is known as drift. So in the same time, the person will also cover the drift. So delta x is 750 meter. Let's convert it into kilometer. Is equals to velocity of river multiplied by time, 1/4. Cancel. This will become 25 and this will become 3. So VR is 3 km per hour. Clear, my dear friends? 3 is the correct answer. Quickly write down in the chat box. Done. 3. Let's see. Wow. Great. Very, very good. Moving on to the next question now. All right. One question in homework. This one is in homework. Where it is similar to what we have solved. Okay, so nothing very tricky. The displacement and increase in the velocity of a moving particle in the time interval t to t plus 1 is this, respectively. The distance traveled by the particle in t plus 2th second. So not very difficult. You can solve it and let me know the answer in the comment section. After the class will get over, let me know the answer in the comment section. This is slide number 31. So code 31, you can interact with each other and you can check your answers. Everything's clear. Can we move on to the next chapter now? Done? Done, done, done. Moving on to the next chapter, my dear friends, and that is this, NLM. Right? Let's start this. In this question, they are saying consider a block and a trolley system as shown in the figure. If the coefficient of friction, kinetic friction between the trolley and the surface is 0.04, fine. The acceleration of the system is, let's start. 90 seconds, let's begin. You have to find out the coefficient of friction. Next chapter, then we can take a break. Okay? Then we can take a break. Please be quick. Solve this problem. Sorry. Come on, be quick. First of all, diagram is mentioned. 60 Newton is over there. Friction force will act in this direction. Over here, mg will act like this. Normal reaction will act like this. So this is 200 Newton. So normal reaction will also be 200 Newton. So kinetic friction will be mu multiplied by normal reaction. So if I'm going to, they are saying acceleration of the system is, so net acceleration is, by the way, they have given us a coefficient of friction, sorry. So net acceleration will be net force is 60 Newton minus mu is 0.04 multiplied by normal reaction 200 divided by total mass. So this is going to be 26. So these points can get cancelled out. We'll have 64 and divided by, that's 26 only, right? And I think so, everything is correct, no doubt. This is actually 8, sorry, this is 68, right? This is actually 8 and we have got a minus sign, by the way. Okay, so this is 8, so that means this is going to be 52 divided by 26. That means 2 meter per second square is going to be the correct answer. C is the correct answer for this. Let's see. C. Great. Moving on to the next question. Mass 4 kg experiences two forces. This, the acceleration acting on the block is. Let's start. 60 seconds. If you want to find out the acceleration, first find out the net force. First find out the net force. Net force is when you are going to add these two forces, F1 plus F2. Where F1 plus F2 will be 5 plus 3 is 8 I cap, 8 J cap, and minus 4 will be 4 J cap, 7 minus 3 will be plus 4 K cap. This is going to be your net force. Therefore, acceleration will be, net acceleration will be force divided by, net force divided by mass. So divided by 4 kg, so this will become 2 I cap plus, 4, right? So this will become 2 plus j cap plus k cap. And that's what the answer is going to be, 2 plus j cap plus k cap. C is the correct answer. C is the correct answer. Very, very nice. Any doubt till here? We have started our next chapter. No doubt, hopefully moving on to some better problems. Let's see. Let's solve it. This is a nice question. You'll like it, huh? So every time when we are going to start a new chapter, some of questions are going to be of for warm up. So now this is a nice problem. Let's start. 90 seconds. Let's begin. They are saying a train is moving with a speed of 12 meters per second on a rail, on rails which are 1.5 meter apart. Kindly see. Let's suppose this is how the rails are, 1.5 meter apart. Got it? And then they are saying to negotiate a curve 400 meter, the height by which the outer rail should be raised. So outer rail means it has to be raised like this, something like this. Got it? Something like this. So we have to find out this angle. Clear? This is the answer. This is the question. Yes, Mahira, of course. Now, for solving these types of questions, the concept is banking of road. And right now we don't have any friction. So we are going to simply use the formula of V max will be equals to, if you guys remember this, under root Rg tan theta. Got it? Under root Rg tan theta. Now they have given us everything, right? So to negotiate a curve of 400 meter and speed is 12 meter per second. So this is 12. This is 12. Let's square it. Radius, to negotiate a radius of 400, this is 400. G is 10, and let's find out tan theta. So tan theta will be 12 times 12 divided by 400 times 10. Done? Everything is in meter per second, hopefully. Yeah, everything is in meter per second. Can you please help me finding what this is going to be? First of all, let's write down 1000 over here. This will become 3. So this is 36 divided by 1000. Let me tell you what this value is going to be. Although in exam, if this comes, if something like this comes, now you are going to get angle, but fine. We can also do one thing. This is tan theta, na? This is tan theta. Fine. Let's keep it like this. Don't worry. Let's keep it like this. Let's simply say that if this is tan theta, they wanted us to find out this h dash. So tan theta can be also written as perpendicular divided by 1.5, and this is actually equals to 12 times 3 divided by 1000. So let's write 1.5 over here, and then you can find this answer. Clear? You can find this answer. Please quickly let me know what answer we are going to get from here. Calculate it. I believe you are going to get 5.4, around 5.4 centimeter. Let me know if you have any doubt. 5.4, because the answer is given in centimeter, everything was in meter. So what we are going to do over here is to convert it into meters. We'll write 100. So this will get converted into centimeter. So these two zeros will at least get cancelled out, and you will get nearly, as I've said, nearly 5.4 centimeter. So B answer is absolutely correct. Please see a really nice problem. All right, got it? Hopefully everything is clear, दोस्तों. This was the concept under root RG tan theta. If only friction is there, then formula is under root mu RG. If only banking is there, no friction, then formula is under root RG tan theta. Got it? Moving on to the next question. Correct answer is option B. Great, very, very good. Next, statement 1, statement 2, starting the timer, 60 seconds. Let's start. The limiting force of static friction. Limiting force of static friction depends on the area of contact and independent of materials. The limiting force of kinetic friction is independent of the area of contact and depends upon the material. Find the correct statement. Be quick. Find the correct statement. Sir, coffee please. Hi, I'll have coffee after lunch. After lunch break, we'll have coffee. Be quick. Solve the answer. I mean, solve the question, not the answer. Find the answer. The limiting force of static friction depends upon the area of contact. If you don't know this, please remember that it does not depend upon area of contact. All right, this statement is incorrect. And it actually depends upon the material. So this statement is entirely incorrect. This is also incorrect. Statement 2, limiting force of kinetic friction is independent of the area of contact, absolutely fine, and depends upon the material. This statement is absolutely correct. So statement 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is correct. Statement 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is correct. That means option B. That means option B. All right. Clear, my dear friends? Option B is fine. Great, very good. Please know this. Don't use your common sense. It does not depend upon the area of contact, right? Moving on to the next question now. Let's solve this. 3 blocks A, B and C are pulled on a horizontal smooth surface by a force of 80 Newton as shown in the figure. Tensions T1 and T2 in the string are respectively. Let's begin. 60 seconds is fine time. The first thing to do in these types of question is find the net acceleration. Net acceleration will be net force divided by total mass. So net force will be 80 Newton divided by total mass, and mass is 8 and 10. That means acceleration is 8 meter per second square. Now pay attention. I am going to explain you how to find out the direction of tension. Please remember the thumb rule is that rope can only pull, right? It can only pull, dosto. That means if let's suppose you want to find out the direct magnitude of T1. So on block A, tension can only act in this direction. It can only act in this direction, right? So as far as A is concerned, it is moving with an acceleration of same, that is A net, which came out to be 8 meter per second square, right? So this T1 will be equals to mass multiplied by acceleration, which is 40 Newton. So T1 is going to be 40 Newton. Only option A matches. That means option A is correct, right? Coming back to finding T2, you can find T2 from C or from B. Now let's draw a free body diagram of B. That is 3 kg. So on 3 kg, tension can only pull. So this rope will pull it in this direction. This rope will pull it in this direction. This is T2, this is T1, and block is moving in this direction with A. So because it is moving in this direction with A, we are going to write T2 minus T1, and T1 is 40.
is equals to mass into net acceleration. Acceleration is 8. So T2 will be 40 Newton plus 24, that is 54 Newton. So just a second, 64, my bad. Yeah, you were right, I need coffee. 64 Newton. Chalo, option A is absolutely correct. In this still someone has said option B. All right. Clear? Done? Any doubt? Any query? Can we move on to the next one? After finishing this chapter, we can take a break. Okay? No problem, Mahira, no problem. Don't spam. Chalo, let's move on to the next question. Let's solve this problem. Let's solve this question. In a given arrangement of a doubly inclined plane, two blocks mass capital M and small m are placed. The blocks are connected by a light string passing over an ideal pulley as shown. The coefficient of friction between the surface of the plane and the blocks is 0.25. So mu is 0.25. The value of small m, for which capital M is equals to 10 kg, will move down with an acceleration of 2 meter per second square. Let's start. 90 seconds. Let's begin. Be quick. Come on. Let's draw some forces till then. This is mg sine 37. This is, doston, please see over here. I'm going to be a little quick. This is mg sine 37 is 3 by 5. Right? This is going to be tension T. And they are saying for which block M moves down with an acceleration. This block moves down with an acceleration of 2 meter per second square. Right? Just a second, let me write it over here. 2 meter per second square. And this force is going to be mg sine 53, that is 4 by 5. And this force is going to be tension T. This force is going to be tension T. Now my point is, when you already know what net acceleration is, simply write this. Net acceleration will be net pulling force divided by total mass. So net pulling force is 4 by 5 capital mg, and by the way, capital M is given. So 4 by 5, 10 into g minus, that is m into 10 into 3 by 5 whole divided by 10 plus m, and this is equals to 2. This is equals to 2, right? So what you can do is, let's write 2 times of 10 by m, 10 plus m, correct? And if you want, you can also multiply this. Okay, fine, no problem. You can write it as 2. So you will get 20 plus 2m is equals to, this will become 80 and this will become 6m, right? So this will become 8m and this will become 60. So m will become 60 by 8 or 30 by 4 or 15 by 2. Just a second. Or solve this, you will get 4.5. Might be we have done some error over here. Let me check once. This was 80, this was minus 6m, this was 20 and this was 2m, right? So this becomes 60. This will come out to be 4.5. Solve this equation. M will come out to be 4.5 kg. And let me know if you are getting 4.5 kg. Let me know. You don't have to find tension for this, okay? Good, 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 good. 4.5 kg is the answer. 4.5 kg is the answer. Let me know if you have any doubt. This is mg 3 by 5. This is mg 4 by 5, right? So 4 by 5 mass is 10 kg. They have given tan 37. We don't need that. And there is friction also. I'm so sorry. There is also friction. I have completely missed that. Just a second. There is also friction, dosto. That will change our things, है ना? That will change our thing because we have got also friction. For that, we'll have to find it. Okay, no problem. I'll solve this entire question. Don't worry. I'll solve this entire question. Okay. See, what's going to happen now is, because we have got friction also, I completely missed the fact that we have got friction. A friction force will also act in this direction. And that's going to be F. Right? And let me write down this friction force F acting on capital M. This is, I'm writing it for you over here. This is friction force. This is friction force. And this will be Fm equals to mu into M into G and cos 53 degree. This is going to be really, really important. This is going to be really, really important, dosto. Now this question becomes slightly difficult, right? And mu is given, mu is 0.25 into 10 and cos 53 is 3 by 5. Please see, these 2 points will get cancelled out. This will become 5 and this will become 15 Newton. Got it? So on block M, the equation will be written something like this. Net force is 4 by 5 mg minus, on the other side you have got tension, then you have got friction force which came out to be 15 and is equals to mass of this is 10 multiplied by 2. So using this you will find out tension and then again use this thing on this block. Acceleration of this block will be also 2 meter per second square, and on this also we will have a friction force, and let's write it as F2, and I'm going to write it F2 also for you. So F2 will be friction on small m, and this is going to be mu times small m into g. Now I really don't know what m is. Fine. So mu is 0.25, right, multiplied by m times 10. So this will become 2.5 into m. So for that I'm going to write down the equation over here. I'm going to write tension T minus, now downward force is friction which is 2.5 m, and plus this is, my dear friends, m, and by the way, if I'm going to put g equals to 10, this will become 2, so this will become 6m. 6m is equals to mass multiplied by acceleration. Acceleration is 2. So you have got two equations and two unknown. Now in this, t is known, my dear friends, because we found out t from this equation. After solving, definitely you will get 4.5. I missed that there is friction also given, right? If friction was not given, you could have used A net equals to net pulling force divided by total mass. But because friction is given, you will have to take that into account, because obviously friction force is acting in different directions, and friction force is also different on different bodies. Clear? Quickly write down in the chat box if concept is all sorted. Mention the value of tension over here for me. Be quick. Chalo, let's solve more questions on inclined plane, because I believe you are going to get such questions. All right. Be quick, doston, be quick. Any more doubt, any more trouble? Let's solve this question also. Starting the timer, right? After this, I'll give you lunch break. Pakka. Okay? After half an hour, just 15-20 minutes. Then I'll give you lunch break. All right. Let's start this question. 90 seconds. A block of mass 5 kg is placed on a rough inclined surface as shown in the figure. If F1 is the force required to just move the block up the inclined plane, and F2 is the block required to just prevent the block from sliding down, then F1 minus F2, and you have to take the mod of those two things. Be quick. Solve this question. Poll is on. Poll is on, my dear friends. Solve this. After this, we can have break. Okay. First of all, they are saying if F is required to just move the block up the inclined plane. Hold on. If you want to move the block up the inclined plane, this means that force is acting downwards and this force is M. This force is M G sine 30, right? And if you want to move it upwards, then external force will be required over here, and because of this, please understand, friction force will act in the backward direction. This is where the friction force will act. And mind you, maximum value of friction force will be mu mg cos theta. So friction force, limiting value of friction will be mu is my dear friends 0.1 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 10, and cos 30 is root 3 by 2. So this point will get cancelled out by this and you will get 5 root 3 by 2. So the minimum force required to pull it up, F1, magnitude of F1 will be mg sine theta plus mu mg cos theta. Clear? That means mg is this 25 plus mu mg cos theta is 5 root 3 by 2. And similarly, now find out F2. Now please see, for F2 I will draw another diagram for you. For F2, my dear friends, let's say that you have got a block like this, it is inclined over here, and see, we want to prevent it from sliding. Now how many forces are acting? Mg sine theta is acting. Mg sine theta, now we know it is 5 Newton, and if you wanted to prevent it from sliding, the friction force will act in the upward direction, right? And maximum value of friction can be 5 by 2 root 3. Clear? Done? Hopefully this is all sorted. Mg mu mg cos 30 root 3 by 2. That's absolutely fine. Okay? That is 5 root 3. So the minimum force required will be in this direction. And this is going to be F2. So F2 will be five minus 5 by 2 root 3. All right. Clear? And then when you are going to find the difference of these two, when you are going to find out the difference of these two, F1 minus F2, that's what they are asking, you will get your answer, nearly you will get your answer as, let's see what we will get, 25 plus 5 by 2 root 3, right, and minus 5 and plus 5 by 2 root 3. Solve this and arrive to your answer. Please be quick. Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Clear? Doston, everything is sorted till this point. Quickly let me know. Be quick, be quick, be quick. Just a second. Let's see. We have. Acha, this is also 25 na. This is also 25. Sorry, this is also 25. Okay. This is also 25. So this will get cancelled out and you will get our answer as 5 root 3. So B answer is incorrect here. 5 root 3 is correct. 5 root 3 is correct. Options are not matching, kya? But answer is correct, I believe. Can we write anything else other than 5 root 3? You can write it as answer is correct. I don't think answer is incorrect. What do you think, guys? B is not, most of you were saying bhai B to is not correct. है ना? B is not correct. I think in this one the problem is this. I think there is a typo error over here. This 0 is not there. है ना? Answer is absolutely correct. This 0 is not there. So a slight typo. Maybe this is 5 root 3. Right? So I'm going to select B, but this is some typo error over here. Option B is absolutely correct. But bhai, most of you have, if you have thought the answer is 5 root 3, and if you are saying seeing 50 root 3, why nobody is writing in the chat box? Huh? Why nobody is writing in the chat box? Bhai, please don't use Google. This is for your practice. And these questions are very, very important. Chalo, let's solve some more problems. Then I'll give you break. Please. An elevator can go up or down with uniform speed when its weight is balanced with the tension of its cable. Chalo, let's start this question. 60 seconds, let's begin. An elevator can go up and down with uniform speed. They are talking about uniform speed when its weight is balanced with the tension of its cable. Statement is true here. Correct. Force exerted by the floor of an elevator on the foot of a person standing on it is more than his or her weight when elevator is going down with an increasing speed. This is wrong. If an elevator is going down with an increasing speed, that means it has some acceleration. Now the force that this elevator floor will apply is, the normal reaction will be actually m times g minus a. So it is less than his weight, his or her weight. Okay? So statement 2 is false. Statement 1 is true, statement 2 is false. Option B is correct. Option B. Good, good, good. Very good. Great. Great. Done? Clear? Please see the last question. Option was wrong. Answer is 5 root 3. It was a decent problem. All right. Moving on to the next question. Again, let me tell you, these block problems, right? Inclined plane plus block is a very important topic for you. All right. Very, very important. Let's solve this. As per the given figure, a weightless pulley P is attached on a double inclined frictionless surface. The tension in the string will be, which is massless. String is massless. Chalo, ye to we can solve under 60 seconds, but I'll give you 90. Let's solve. Here everything is smooth na. Here you can use this formula. You can find out net acceleration first. Net acceleration will be net pulling force divided by total mass. Divided by total mass. All right. Let's see. This is 4g sine 60. This is 1g sine 30. Let me again see, everything is frictionless, right? Last time I failed to see this. So this will become 2. That means this will become 20 root 3 minus, that's going to be 5, divided by total mass is going to be 5. So this will become 4 root 3 minus 1. So net acceleration is 4 root 3 minus 1. Done. And they want us to find out value of t. So doston, let's take this. This is tension T. This is tension T. And this is the direction of acceleration. This is the direction of acceleration, right? So we are going to write down, tension T minus the downward force is 5 Newton is equals to mass times acceleration. So 1 times acceleration is 4 root 3 minus 1. So tension will become 4 root 3 minus 1 plus 5. That will become, let's take 4 common. I believe we can take 4 common and we'll get root 3 plus 1. So root 3 plus 1. So B option is correct. B option is absolutely correct. Nice. Clear? Done? Be quick. Let me know in the chat box. Very good. B is going to be correct. Very good, Mahira. Good. Any more doubt from the last few questions? You can ask me. Chalo. What about this one? What about this one? A block of root 3 kg is attached to a string whose other end is attached to the wall. An unknown force F is applied so that the string makes an angle 30 degree with the wall. Find the tension. Doston, if you want to find out the tension, tension will act like this. We'll have 2 components of tension. This will become, if this is 30 degree, this will be 30 degree. And this is going to be T cos 30 degree. And this will be T sine 30 degree. So T sine 30 degree is equals to F. We want to find out the value of tension T, right? And an unknown force F is acting. No problem. First of all, we can find out the value of T cos T. So T cos 30 degree is equals to actually mg. That means root 3 times of g, that is 10. So T root 3 by 2 will be equals to root 3 times 10. So T is going to be 20. If they are talking about tension, we have found our answer. It was very simple. Right? T cos 30 degree is going to be 20 Newton. Now, if they want us to find out force also, is there any doubt in this problem, my dear friends? Clear, right? If they want us to find out force also, then T sine 30 degree is going to be F. That means 20 times 1 by 2, that is 10, will be equals to F. So I have not given this question in poll. Hopefully everything is clear over here. All right. Moving on to the next one. Let's see this problem. And I'm starting the timer for this. Okay. As shown in figure, a 70 kg garden roller is pushed with a force of F equals to 200 Newton at an angle of 30 degree with the horizontal. The normal reaction will be, let's start. 60 seconds. Let's begin. Be quick. I have told you many times, whenever you will get a force like this, you can easily draw it. You can move it parallelly. This angle is 30 degrees, so this angle will be 30 degree. Vertically opposite angle, of course, and we'll have one force in this direction, another force in this direction, and we also have got mg in this direction. So this force was F and that was 200 Newton. So we'll have F sine 30 degree plus mg. So this is going to be the downward force, and normal reaction will be like this, and it will be equals to this value, all right. So R will be equals to mg. By the way, this is f sine 30 is 200 times 1 by 2 plus mg. So mg is going to be 70 multiplied by 10. So this is going to be 100, and finally the answer will be 800 Newton. 800 Newton. C is the correct answer. C. Great. All right, but still, I mean, 57.14 is less. What has happened? Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Clear? I don't know, Myra, about that. What's that XP is? Chalo. Hopefully everything is sorted till here, my dear friends. Let's see some different problems. Let's see one of problems like this. Be quick. Be quick. The trajectory of projectile projected from the ground is given by this. Let's start. 60 seconds. Let's begin. Just compare it with equation of trajectory, and that's all you need to do. Be quick. Equation of trajectory. The general equation is y equals to x tan theta 1 minus x upon r. This is your general equation of trajectory. If you are going to compare it with that equation, let's take x common. So you will get x 1 minus x upon 20. Now let's compare these two. This basically means tan theta is equals to 1, which means theta is equals to 45 degree. And they are talking about maximum height, right? They are talking about maximum height. So theta is 45 degree and range is 20. Range is 20 meter. So maximum range formula will be u square divided by g is equals to 20, and h max is u square sine square theta divided by 2g. So u square by g is 20 divided by 2, and this is 1 by 2. Hopefully everything is clear, my dear friends. The answer is going to be 5 meter. Is it sorted? Clear? 5 meter is the correct answer. Let me know. A is absolutely correct. Good. Very, very good. Any more trouble? Last question, then I'll give you a break, and then we'll start from the then we'll start after break. Last problem. Area under velocity time graph gives distance traveled by the body in a given time. False. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. It gives displacement travel. Area under acceleration time graph gives velocity, change in velocity. This is absolutely correct. So statement 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is correct. So statement 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is correct, option C is the answer, right? Now, my dear friends, after this, you guys can see we are going to start work per energy. So let me just tell you how much we have finished. So till now, we have finished units and dimension. and kinematics, NLM, right? So we have finished these three. Now after break, we are going to talk about work, power, energy, center of mass and rotation, and gravitation, and then all other chapters, right? Only numericals today. And break till right now it's almost 2:50, so let's take it till 2:15, है ना? Or let's take it till 2:15 p.m. All right, chalo. So enjoy your break. Please come back after break and then we'll start again, right? And then also, of course, all other topics. It will include all other topics, my dear friends, right? Everything, modern physics plus optics, wave optics, everything. Okay, take some break. Bye bye. हटा रहा है क्या? हाँ, on. Hi everyone, welcome back. Welcome back, my dear friends. Hi, hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Let's start work, power, energy. Let's start our session. Welcome back. Quickly join. Yeah, here's the pen. Come on, let's start. Chalo. We'll start from work, power, energy. First question says, a ball of mass 0.5 kg is attached to a string of length 50 centimeter. The ball is rotated on a horizontal circular path about its vertical axis. The maximum tension in the string can bear is 400 Newton. Let's start. 60 seconds for this. Begin. The maximum possible angular velocity. My dear friends, they are saying that we are rotating a ball of mass m about a vertical axis, right? So this is the axis and this is where the particle is. So with respect to the particle, when we are going to draw a free body diagram, it will be drawn something like this. You will have m omega square r over here, and we have connected the string like this. We have connected the string like this. So tension will provide this necessary centripetal force. Tension will provide this necessary centripetal force, and maximum tension can be 400. That means 400 is equals to m omega square times r. Right. So they want us to find out the maximum angular velocity. So maximum angular velocity will be omega square 400 divided by mass. Mass is 0.5, that means 1 upon 2, or I can write it as 2 over here, and divided by r. R is 50 centimeter, again 50 centimeter times 100 over here, right? So I can cancel one of this, will become 20, and omega will become, dosto, please note, this 0 and this 0 will be written as 10. Then you have got 2 and you have got 2. That means the answer is going to be 40 radian per second. 40 radian per second is the correct answer. Got it? Answer B is the correct answer for this one. All right. So you have thought that 1600 is the correct answer. Please see. Done? Any doubt? Any doubt, my dear friends? Clear? Be quick. Not A, it's going to be B. We don't have to find out omega square, we have to find out omega. Clear? Can we move on to the next one? Next question is this. Two bodies of mass 4 gram and 25 gram are moving with equal kinetic energies. Find out the magnitude of linear momentum. Linear momentum and kinetic energy, my dear friends. Momentum can be written as under root 2m ke. Use this concept, use this formula. We are starting with some easy problems, so don't worry. Quickly we are going to move to better questions. Quick, find out the answer for this one. P equals to under root 2m ke. P equals to 40 kaise hua? Okay, I'll explain the last problem again. No worries, I'll explain the last problem again. Please find out this one. P1 divided by P2 will be under root of 2m. 2 times of mass is 4 gram. Okay, let's keep it in grams. Kinetic energy, they have equal kinetic energy. So Ke divided by under root of 2 times, this is 25 G, and kinetic energy is Ke. So Ke can be cancelled out, 2 can be cancelled out, and you will get 2 divided by 5. So 2:5 is the correct answer. Alright, 2:5 is the correct answer for linear momentum. Please see, and I'll also explain the last one. For the last question, my dear friends, please see, this is omega square, right? So this was 40 multiplied by 440. So I mean multiplied by 440. Hopefully this is all clear to you. Now what I'm saying is 440 simply this you can rewrite this thing as omega square is equals to 4. You have got 1 0 and then you have got another 0 and then you have got 4. So I have said ki from this 4 and 4 we'll write 1 4 like this and this will be 10. That's it. Okay, so answer is correct. Please check your answer. Now this is a nice problem. If everyone has joined back, now we are going to start to solve some good questions. All right, chalo, let's start with this one first. The potential energy function in joules of a particle in region of space is given by this. Here, okay, x, y, z are in meter. The magnitude of x component in force is given by. Chalo, let's start 60 seconds. One information that force can be written as minus du by dr. Force can be written as minus du by dr. All right. Or if they are talking about magnitude of x component of force, then force will be written as minus del u by del x. And if they are talking about magnitude, simply find out the mod value of this, right? So differentiate this with respect to x. So you are going to get, this will become 4x, this will become 0, this will become 0, right? And they are talking about at x equals to 1. So answer is going to be simply 4 Newton. Answer is going to be simply 4 Newton. That's it. X component. Again, C answer is the correct one. Clear? Done? C is the correct one. Please check. Very good. Chalo. Now let's solve this particular problem. All right, let's solve this question. A ball suspended by a thread swings in a vertical plane so that its magnitude of acceleration in the extreme position and the lowest position are equal. Let me tell you, problem is nice. So at extreme position, at lowest position are equal, the angle of thread deflection in the extreme position will be. Let's start. 90 seconds, let's begin. Be quick. Quick. Let's solve. Let's say we have got a ball suspended by a thread, and this is the point, this is the extreme position, right? Now please see what they are trying to say. See, what's going to happen at extreme position is that we'll have a component of acceleration which will be perpendicular to this thread, and this is going to be g sine theta. This is going to be g sine theta. This is the only acceleration. Why? Because at the extreme position, dosto, at the extreme position, velocity is 0. At extreme position, velocity is 0. It is at rest. So there is no centripetal acceleration at that point of time. And when this this body will be at this point, in this direction there will be no acceleration, because acceleration is in this direction, and that will be simply g, and velocity will be in this direction, and it will be maximum. This is going to be maximum, right? Hopefully this is all clear. Now please understand, this is going to be the path of the particle. Next thing, let's say this angle is theta. And this length is L. So this length will be L cos theta, this length will be L cos theta, which means that this length will be, let's say this length is X, or let's say this length is Y. This length is Y. So if you want to find out V, I can actually easily write it down as V will be equals to under root 2GY. 2GY, है ना, right? And Y can be actually written as under root of 2G L 1 minus cos theta. Kindly note L times 1 minus cos theta, right? My dear friends, this complete thing is L, this length is L, this is L cos theta, so this length will be L minus L cos theta. Hopefully this is all clear. Now they are saying that acceleration, the magnitude of acceleration in the extreme position. Well, magnitude of acceleration in the extreme position is actually G sin theta, and this is equals to, and lowest position, acceleration at lowest position is simply V square by R, and instead of radius we are going to write L, right? So we are going to write it down as G sin theta is equals to, instead of V square you will have 2GL 1 minus cos theta divided by L. So L and L can be cancelled out, G can be also cancelled out. Now over here, please let me tell you, we are going to use the property of cos theta, right? So you should know this, that I'll write it over here, okay? For you, I'll write it over here. You should know that we can write down cos 2 theta as 1 minus 2 sine square theta, right? 1 minus 2 sine square theta, or I can write it down as 2 sine square theta is equals to 1 minus cos 2 theta. But over here I have got 1 minus cos theta, no problem. So I'll write it like this. I'll write sine theta equals to 2, and instead of 1 minus cos theta, I'll write 2 sine square theta by 2. And instead of this sine theta, I'm going to write 2 sine theta by 2 cos theta by 2. Please note I have used property of sine 2 theta, all right? So hopefully this is all clear. So one of the sine theta by 2 will get cancelled out, one of the 2 will get cancelled out, and if you are going to notice, we have now this cos theta will be sent over here, and that will become tan 2 theta. So tan theta by 2 will become 1 by 2. Right? So we'll have theta will be actually equals to 2 times of tan inverse 1 by 2. This is going to be your answer. Please see, tan inverse 1 by 2. Clear? So 2 tan inverse 1 by 2, that means option B is going to be the correct one. Let me know first of all in the chat box if everything's clear, then I'll move on. B is the correct answer. Great, my dear friends. Clear? Can we move on to the next one? Hopefully everything is sorted. This was a nice problem. Please note it down. Moving on to the next question. Next question says a block of mass 100 kg slides over a distance of 10 meter on a horizontal surface. If the coefficient of friction between the surfaces is 0.4, then the work done against the friction is. Chalo, this was not so difficult. Let's start. 60 seconds. Let's begin. Okay, by mistake I've given you 90 seconds. And if you have any doubt, do let me know in the chat box. I'll reply. Come on. Any doubt, my dear friends? With the last one? Clear? Good. Very good. So please solve this as well. A block of mass 100 kg slides over a distance of 10 meter in a horizontal surface if the coefficient of friction is 0.4. So please find out the friction force first. It will be mu into mg. So mu is 0.4, mass is 100, and g is 10. All right, let's take g as 10. So this will get cancelled out, and you will have 400 Newton of friction force, and work done by friction force will be force multiplied by displacement, that is 10. right? Obviously answer will be negative, but we only have to find out, work done against the friction. So this will be obviously negative, but against the friction will be positive. So answer is very easy. Option B is correct. Hopefully no doubt. Clear? Chalo. Moving on to the next one. Can we solve this question? Please see. A stone of mass 900 gram is tied to a string and moved in a vertical circle of radius 1 meter, making 10 revolutions per minute. Tension in the string when the stone is at the lowest point. Chalo, let's start. 60 seconds, let's begin. Be quick. 60 seconds, let's begin. Solve this. A stone, we have got a stone and a vertical circle. And it is at the lowest point. And they are saying that mass is 900 gram and making 10 revolutions per minute. See, whenever they'll give you 10 revolutions per minute, 10 revolutions, in 1 revolutions you have got 2 pi and it is happening in 1 minute, right? So that means 60 minutes. First convert it into seconds, that is radian per second, and then find out the value of tension at the lowest point. At the lowest point you are having mg plus m omega square r. So this is going to be the value of tension. So tension will be equals to mg plus m omega square times r. Acha, this is per minute, so this will get converted into now seconds, right? Be quick, let me know the answer, what answer we are going to get. 9.8, we'll get 9.8 dosto, please check. This is omega, right? This is omega in radian per second. So this will get cancelled out, you will get pi by 3 radian per second. So tension will be mg, mass is 900 gram, so that means 0.9 multiplied by 9.8. They are saying to take 9.8 plus 0.9 and omega square, right? So pi square divided by 9, and r is my dear friends, radius is 1 meter. Now they are saying instead of pi square take 9.8. So instead of pi square also take 9.8, right? So this will become 0.1. And finally, when you will take out common 9.8, you will get 0.9 plus 0.1. So this will become 9.8 Newton only. Clear? 9.8 Newton, that means option B. Any doubt, my dear friends? Let me know in the chat box. If you will ask, I'll reply. Great. Very, very good. Be quick. Any problem? Sorted? Please see, whenever you have got omega in revolutions per minute, convert it into radian per second. So 10 RPM will be written as, in 1 revolutions there is 2 pi radian, and this is happening in 1 minute, that is 60 seconds. So that's how you are going to convert it. 2 pi divided by 60 or pi by 30, simply multiplied by pi by 30. Any problem? Let's move to the next question. Clear? Next question says, a bob of pendulum was released from a horizontal position. The length of the pendulum is 10 meter. If it dissipates 10% of its initial energy against air resistance, the speed with which the bob arrives at the lowest point. Start. 60 seconds. Not that difficult. They are simply saying that let's suppose you have got 2 positions over here. Bob is being released from the highest point, and at this point we need to find out the velocity. Right, we need to find out speed, and this length is 10 meters. This length is 10 meters. Come on, now be quick. Solve it. All right, let's see if you're getting the correct answer. Fine. At this particular point, potential energy is maximum, right? So, and at this point, potential energy becomes zero. We are going to take this as the reference, and entire potential energy will convert, but not entire. 10% is getting dissipated. That means 90% of potential energy, initial potential energy, will get converted into final kinetic energy. Clear? So 90% will basically means 9 by 10 multiplied by mgh is equals to kinetic energy will be half mv square. Sorted? So m can be cancelled out. This thing can be written as 5, and we wanted to find v square. So v square will be 9 times value of g. I can take it as 10. Height is, I believe, 10, and divided by, I've got 5 over here. So I'll get answer in root probably, right? So v will be, this will become 3, this will become 10, and this will become root 5. Clear? So dosto, if you are not getting answer in this term, no worries. What we'll do is we'll write 10 as 2 times of 2 times of root 5 times root 5 here, divided by root 5. So root 5 gets cancels out. You will get your answer as Vs. Acha, by the way, this is the next step. All right, this is V, and V will come out to be 6 root 5 meter per second. So this is conservation of mechanical energy. So answer is going to be 6 root 5, not 5 root 6. Okay, clear, my dear friends? Let me know in the chat box. Moving on to the next question. Option A is absolutely correct. Good, very good. Moving on. In this question, they are saying a bob of mass m is suspended by a light string of length L. Fine. It is imparted with a minimum horizontal velocity at the lowest point A such that it completes half circle reaching the topmost position B. Chalo, let's find this out. By the way, this is a string, huh? I have again and again told you that they can also ask you rod. They can also ask about rod. In rod, things become slightly different. Chalo, let's solve this particular question. Thank you, Mahira. Thank you. Let's solve this. Be quick. If they are saying that you have to, they are saying that it is imparted with the minimum horizontal velocity low such that it just completes the upper half circle. It just completes the upper half circle. This means that minimum velocity at point A will be, minimum velocity at point A is going to be root 5 g, and instead of r we'll write L. And based on this, please remember, if this is root 5 GL or root 5 GR, this will be root 3 GR and this will be root GR. You don't have to apply conservation of mechanical energy at this point. You must remember this, right? So VB comes out to be root GL, right? So the next is taking the ratio. So bus fine, it's all good. Kinetic energy of, I think they were talking about A and B, na? So A and B will be simply half m, and that will, see, half m will get cancelled out. Anyway, I'll write it for you. And V square, so V square will be 5 GL and this is going to be GL. So half m will get cancelled out, GL will get cancelled out. 5:1 is the answer. B option, 5:1 is the answer. All right. Option B. Very good. Chalo. Now let's solve this question. A block of mass 1 kg is pushed up the inclined plane, smooth surface inclined plane, horizontal at an angle of 60 degree at a force of 10 Newton parallel to the inclined surface. When the block is pushed up by 10 meter along, the work done against the friction. Okay. Work done against the friction. Let's find it out. 90 seconds. Let's start. Read the question properly. All right. Clear? Any doubt from the last problem? Chalo, good, very good. Very good. They are saying a block of mass 5 kg is pushed up, fine, by a force of 10 Newton parallel surface. When the block is pushed up by 10 meter along the inclined surface, the work done by friction is. Displacement, they have told us displacement is 10 meter. Friction force, limiting value of, first let's find out the limiting value of friction. So limiting value of friction will be mu mg cos theta. That is 0.1 times value of mass is 1 times 10 and this is 1 by 2. So this will get cancelled out and this will become 1 by 2 only, right? So limiting value of friction will act. So work done, magnitude of work done will be 1 upon 2 times simply 10 meter, that is 5 joules. Chalo, let's increase the level of questions by a bit now. Let's solve some nice questions. Very good. Let's see this. This is a nice problem. Okay? So I have increased the level by a bit. This is a nice problem. In this question, they are saying that a small block of mass 100 gram is tied to a spring of spring constant 7.5 Newton and the length 20 centimeter. The other end of the spring is fixed at a particular point A. If the block moves in a circular path on a smooth horizontal surface with constant angular velocity 5, find the tension in the spring. Let's start. I'll help you with the diagram also. They are saying that let's suppose you have got a spring over here. Let's say this is the center point. This is the center point and let's say this is the natural length of the spring, right? And after this, because it is actually moving in a circle, the block is moving in a circle, it will get some extension. The spring will get extended and this extension is, let's suppose, x. The natural length was L. Natural length was L and it has been mentioned. And at this particular point, force will act in this direction with respect to the body. That's going to be m omega square times r. And we'll have one force that will act in this direction and that will be equals to tension T. Right? Now, my dear friends, tension will be actually equals to K times X. And this should be equals to m omega square r. Hopefully this makes complete sense. Okay? They were talking about find out the tension. Find out the tension in the string. Okay, no problem. We'll find out the tension. For that, I believe we have to find out the value of x, or we have to find out the value of m omega square r. But see, we have got one problem. Please don't substitute r as equals to L. We are going to have something like this: K times X m omega square, and this r will become L plus X. This is the most important thing in this question. And let me know in the chat box if this is clear to you. Let me know in the chat box if this is clear to you. See, initial length was L, but when it is moving in circle, because of this force, there is some extension, that is Kx, right? So the radius will become L plus kx. Got it? So now let's solve this equation. We know the value of k. Value of k is 7.5. So 7.5 multiplied by x is equals to mass. Mass is 0.1 gram. Sorry, 0.1 kg. Omega square. Now omega is 5. That means 25 multiplied by length was 20 centimeter. So 20 centimeter can be written as 0.2 meter and plus x. From this solve x. Got it? Please quickly let me know in the chat box if this is absolutely clear to you. From this solve x, and then finally tension will be k times x. So I'll help you with the calculation, dosto. The x will come out to be, finally the answer will come out to be, I believe 0.25, huh? Is it so? 0.25, let me know. 0.25 final answer, dosto. C. Final answer, let me know the final answer. Is it C? Acha, you guys having a doubt, then I'll have to solve this. Dosto. So this will become 7.5x and this will become 2.5 and 2.5 times 0.2. 2.5 times 0.2 plus 2.5 times x, right? So this will become 5x is equals to 2.5 times 0.2. So this will become 0.5. So x will be 5. This will be 0.1. This is coming out to be 0.1, dosto. This is coming out to be 0.1. ठीक है, चलो ठीक है. If you are getting the answer, substitute it. Tension is going to be kx and k was k times x. K, they have given k as 7.5. Acha, by the way, answer was in meter. I have converted into meters. So 7.5 multiplied by 0.1, that is 0.75. Very good. 0.75. Good. Clear? So nice problem. Moving on to the next question. If any of you have any doubt, let me know. I'll explain. Done? Chalo. Moving on to the next question. Next problem is this. Starting the timer. Quickly read it. A coin is placed on a disc. The coefficient of friction between the coin and the disc is mu. So you have got a disc like this. And it is rotating about this axis. And then we have got a coin somewhere over here, right? And then they are saying that what is the maximum angular velocity with which this disc can rotate. Chalo, 90 seconds. By mistake, I've given you 90 seconds, but find out the answer. Clear? Find out the answer. Be quick. Please understand that at this particular point, let's say that this separation is, let's say this is r, small r, or x, whatever you want to call it. This is x. So the net force on this coin will be in this direction, and that will be again, my dear friends, m omega square into x, and it will be actually balanced by friction only. So m omega square r is equals to mu times of normal reaction. Mu times of normal reaction, and normal reaction is nothing but m into g. So this gets cancels out and omega comes out to be mu g by r. Mu g by r, that is option C. Clear? My dear friends, any doubt? So option C is absolutely correct. Great, good. Moving on to the next one. You are going to get a question from power, and remember that formula of power is, you can write it down as force dot velocity, F dot V. Let's start this question. 60 seconds, let's begin. They have given you force and they want to find out power. So I have told you power, you can write it down as F dot V. This is going to be the instantaneous power. we know what force is, right? Now we want to know what velocity will be. So if this is force, acceleration, which I can rewrite it as dv by dt, can be also written as force divided by mass. So mass was 2 kg. So if I'm going to divide it by 2 kg, this will become 3t I cap, and this will become 3t square j cap. And finally we'll write dv and we'll integrate it, and over here we'll write 3t I cap plus 3t square j cap and multiplied by dt. So let's integrate it from, let's integrate and let's find out the function only, hai na? No worries. So you are going to get 3t square by 2 I cap plus 3t cube by 3. This is what we are going to get. And finally write down power is equals to f dot v. So simply do the dot product. So you have got 6t multiplied by 3t square upon 2 plus 6t square multiplied by t cube multiplied by t cube. So you will get, this will be written as this will be written as 3. So finally you will get 9 t cube. So let's find out if we have got 9 t cube. I have got only one option, and plus 6 t raised to the power 5, and answer will be in SI unit, that is watt. So D is the correct answer. Clear? D is the correct answer, dosto. Okay, so many of you have thought answer is 9t raised to the power 5 and 6t3. No, that's not right. Please check again. If you have any doubt, do let me know. Clear? Any problem from this question? Can we move to the next one? Be quick. Clear? Done? I'll see next time, Myra. Okay, I'll see next time. Chalo, let's look at this one. A particle of mass 10 gram moves in a straight line with retardation 2x, where x is the displacement in SI units. Its loss of kinetic energy for above displacement is 10 upon x raised to the power minus n. The value of n will be, right? Please ask Jaydev, ask me integer type, 90 seconds, let's begin. Quick, solve the next question. By the way, this one is a nice one, huh? Good, very good. Nice. Where x is the displacement, all right? So if velocity, retardation is given by that, right? If retardation, acceleration is given by this equals to minus 2x, that means dv, over here I'm going to write it as v dv by dx. That will be written as minus 2x. This is the most important step, please note. And when we are going to actually integrate it, v dv, and this will become minus 2x dx. Let's say this is initial velocity u, final velocity v, so we are going to get half. By the way, pay attention. After this, what's going to happen? Half v square minus u square, and I don't have mass over here. I know I can multiply mass both the sides. this is actually change in velocity, right? This is actually change in velocity, and this will become minus 2 x square upon 2. This 2 and 2 will get cancelled out, and they are saying loss of kinetic energy, right? So if I'm going to multiply mass both the sides, if I'll multiply mass both the sides, so that means 10 gram, that is multiplied by v square minus u square. So you guys can see we are going, this is the loss of kinetic energy, because we are getting our answer in with negative sign. And on this side also I'll multiply, so minus x square, and we'll get again 10 divided by 1000. So this will get cancelled out, and over here I'm getting it as minus x square by 100, right? So दोस्तों, I can actually rewrite this thing as, or I can rewrite this thing as 10 divided by x whole raised to the power minus 2. So the value of n will be 2. Kindly note, nice problem and very good. Many of you have said 2. Great, very, very good. Got it? Any more trouble from this one? Chalo, next, I'm moving on to the next one. See, I'm moving on to the next one. If this is very easy, but still let's quickly do it in 60 seconds. A child of 5 kg is going on a merry-go-round that makes one rotation in 3.14 seconds. The radius of merry-go-round is 2 meter. Centrifugal force, very easy. They want you to find out centrifugal force. Simply write down m omega square times r. All right, this is very, very easy. Quickly let me know what is the answer that you are getting in this one. Be quick and let me know if in the last one you have any problem. Clear? What is the answer for this one? D. Good, good, good. Very good. Very good. D. Answer is going to be 40 Newton. Check by yourself. This is very easy. Let me give you another problem. Let's solve this one. A bullet of mass 0.1 kg moving horizontally with a speed of 400 meter per second hits a wooden block of mass 3.9 kg. Let's solve this one. The bullet gets embedded into the block and moves 20 meter before coming to rest. The coefficient of friction between the block and the surfaces. 90 seconds. Let's start. MCQ. All right. In question they are saying that, let's suppose you have got a block over here. Block is at rest, by the way. Block is at rest, is kept on a, and bullet is moving. Bullet has mass 0.1 kg and it is moving with a speed of 400 meter per second. And this has a mass of 3.9 kg. And right now this is at rest, right? After some time, what they are saying is that the block moves after the collision with the bullet. It moves to a distance of 20 meter. Then you have to find out coefficient of friction between the block and the surface. Coefficient of friction between the block and the surface. Quick, be quick, dosto. Nice problem. Think about it. Chalo, whenever you are going to get these types of problem, simply use work energy theorem. Now, work energy theorem basically says that net work done, that means work done by all the forces, is equals to change in kinetic energy. And change in kinetic energy can be written as, please see here, this is very important. final kinetic energy minus initial kinetic energy. Now finally everything is coming to rest and there is only friction force, right? But we want to find out that final velocity. For that, what we are going to do is, please see, we are going to use conservation of linear momentum. And over here we are going to say that before collision what was happening is that only bullet was moving and mass of bullet is 0.1 kg multiplied by 400 plus block was at rest is equals to, now both of the things are moving with the same velocity. Let's say that velocity after collision is v, and the mass will become 3.9 plus mass of this, that will become 4 kg multiplied by v. So you can easily find out what v is, right? So v will come out to be 10 meter per second. Clear? So that means just after the collision, doston, just after the collision, the initial velocity is 10 meter per second. And finally the velocity is 0 because it comes to rest. So net work done will be work done by friction, that is friction force, and friction force will be mu times of mg multiplied by distance, that is 20 meter, and should be equals to negative times of half mv square. And by the way, mass over here also m plus m, mass of bullet, and over here also friction will act on both the things. So capital M into G. Dosto, just a second, my dear friends. Let me simply write this thing as in one equation. I'll write it for you. Hopefully everything is clear. I'm going to write mu, mass is 4, mu mg, displacement is 20, is equals to minus times of half, mass is 4 into v square, and v is 10, so 100. Clear? So 4 can get cancelled out. Hopefully this 0 and this zeros will get cancelled out, and mu will come out to be 1 by 4. Please don't worry about the negative sign. Work done by friction will be negative. So mu will come out to be 1 by 4. That means 0.25. Nice problem, right? Nice problem, doston. D is the correct answer. Through this question, we have revised conservation of linear momentum. We have revised conservation of mechanical energy. Clear? Everything's clear, doston. Quickly write down in the chat box. Done? All sorted? Very good. Your name was not coming. Yeah, I can't also see your name. I don't know why. Sure. Moving on to the next question, my dear friends. Let's do this one. A very easy type of a problem, but sometimes actually students get confused in these questions. Please remember, whenever you are going to have a problem in which percentage increase, they are talking about percentage increase, and the percentage is like 50%. Obviously, you are not going to use those formulas that we have done in units and dimension, right? Because change is large. So find this out. Integer type, 60 seconds. Let's start. Quick. So in this one, they are saying momentum of the body is increased by 50%. That means, let's suppose final momentum will be initial momentum plus 50%, right? 50% is increased. So 50% basically means initial momentum upon 2. So that means the new momentum will become 3 p naught by 2. They are saying percentage increase in the kinetic energy. So initial kinetic energy was, over here also let me explain one thing to you first. See, everyone remembers that momentum can be written as under root 2m ke. So using this formula, we can also write down kinetic energy. Using this formula, we can also write down kinetic energy, and kinetic energy can be written as p squared divided by 2m. P squared divided by 2m. Got it? Done? So your initial kinetic energy was p naught squared divided by 2m, and your final kinetic energy will be square of this. That means 9 p naught square divided by 4 times of 2m. Hopefully this is clear. Now if somebody is asking you percentage increase in kinetic energy, you are going to simply say final kinetic energy, that is 9 p naught square divided by 4 times 2m minus initial kinetic energy, that is p naught square divided by 2m, and whole divided by p naught square divided by 2m. So this thing though can be cancelled out, and multiply it with 100 and you'll find your answer in percentage. Clear, my dear friends? Any doubt, any trouble? Be quick. Let me know in the chat box. Quick. Yes, 125 is going to be the correct one. 125 is going to be the correct one. Good, very good. Chalo, now let's move on to the next question. Can we solve this? If the maximum load carried by an elevator is 1400 kg, 600 plus 800, which is moving moving up with a uniform speed. This is very important. They are moving up with a uniform speed. Fine. They are moving up with a uniform speed. Uniform speed and the frictional force acting on it is 2000 Newton. Then the maximum power used. Let's start. 60 seconds, integer type, 60 seconds. Let's begin. First of all, they are saying that it is moving up with a constant velocity, right? Velocity is not changing. So my dear friends, whenever a question like this will come, first of all, the total downward force is going to be mass of elevator and plus mass of person multiplied by g. This is total downward force. That means total upward force should be also this if we want this elevator to move with constant upward velocity. If we want this elevator to move up with constant velocity, then this force must be equals to this value of mg, right? Clear? And then they are talking about, and the frictional force acting on it is 2000 Newton. Acha. So if it is moving in upward direction, there is also a frictional force. There is also a frictional force. This is going to be also over here. So the total force will become actually plus frictional force, and frictional force is 2000. Clear, my dear friends? Done. So this will become, this is 14,000 plus 2000, that is 16,000. So this should be also equals to 16,000 if we want this lift to move with constant velocity. Now power will be force times velocity. Force is 16,000 and velocity is 3. That is 48,000 watt or 48 kilowatt. Please check, please cross check once calculation with the given data. 1400 is all done and dusted. Clear? So please remember, in these types of questions, whenever they are going to give you constant velocity, it is moving with constant velocity, remember that net force must be 0. ठीक है ना? Don't ask things like कि sir if net force is 0, how the lift is moving. By lift is moving with constant velocity, that means net acceleration 0, net force is 0. ठीक है? 48 kilowatt hour is going to be the kilowatt only, not hour. Kilowatt is going to be the correct answer. Very nice. Good. Very good. Any doubt, my dear friends? Be quick. Right? Now the level of questions are fine. Moving on to the next one. Moving on to the next question. Let's see. Chalo, let's do this one. A block of mass 5 kg starting from rest pulled up on a smooth inclined plane making an angle 30 degree with an effective acceleration of, fine. And they are saying delivered a force, the power delivered by the pulling force at t equals to 10 seconds. This is nothing but 10 seconds from the start is. Let's start integer type, 60 seconds. Let's begin. Be quick, huh? And give your answers in nearest. Duration is going to be at least till 8 p.m. At least till 8 p.m. All right, Parimala. At least till 8 p.m. बच्चे. Be quick. They have given you acceleration. Come on, find me the answer. let's suppose this is an inclined plane, right? And the angle of inclination is 30 degree. And you have got a block over here. Mass of the block is given 5 kg. So mg sine theta will act 5 kg. So 5 into 10 into 1 by 2, right? So this will become 5. So this will become 25 Newton. Clear? And then they are saying effective acceleration, right? And by the way, it is a smooth inclined plane. So you will have to apply an external force in this direction, and in such a way that net acceleration will be in this direction only, and net acceleration is of 1 meter per second square. Net acceleration is of 1 meter per second square. That means F minus 25 is equals to mass times acceleration. That means F will be equals to 30 Newton. F is going to be of 30 newtons. It is a smooth inclined plane. Okay? So this is going to be 30 Newton. So now we know force. Now let's find out the velocity. So velocity will be initial velocity. We are assuming that we are pulling it from rest. Now we are not assuming it. It is being given. So 0 plus acceleration. Acceleration was 1 and times t, that is 10. So that is going to be 10 meter per second. Right? So power will be F dot V, that means 30 times 10, and that's going to be 300 watt. So 300 is going to be the correct answer. Got it? Clear, buddies? Let me know in the chat box. 300 is the correct answer. 300. Great. Very, very good. Come on. Let me know in the chat box. Sorted? Can we move on to the next question? Let's solve this question. Let's solve this. Be quick. The identical spheres, each of mass 2m, are placed at the corners of a right angle triangle with mutually perpendicular sides equal to 4 meter each. Taking point of intersection of these two sides as origin, the magnitude of the position vector of the center of mass of the system is this. Right? So identical spheres of each mass at the corners of a right angle triangle. Chalo, let's start. Integer type. Let's begin. 60 seconds is fine. And this is a right angle triangle. Something like this. And then you have got spheres over here. You have got spheres over here. And you have got spheres over here. Chalo, let's do this. And by the way, the identical spheres mass is 2m. So 2m, 2m and 2m. And these are placed at the corners of a right angle triangle mutually perpendicular to each other, 4 meter each. So this is 4 meter. Mind you, this is 4 meter and this is 4 meter. So we can find out this distance, but we don't have to do the magnitude of position of center of mass. You have to find out the position of center of mass. That's what the question is. Chalo, let's begin. I'll also give you one more question after this. Be quick. You have to find out the value of x. Done? So, the coordinates are 0, 0, 4, 0 and 0, 4. So x COM will be m1 into x1, so this will become 0, m2 into x1, that means 2m multiplied by 4, and plus m3 into x3, 0. divided by 6m. M and M gets cancels out. This one will becomes 3. This answer XCOM is at least 4 by 3 meters. Similarly, YCOM will also come this only, I believe, है ना? Because this is 0, that is 0, and this 2m will be again times 4, and this is again 6m. So again this will be 4 by 3m. 4 by 3 meters, I mean to say. Right. Now the next thing is that RCOM will be, magnitude of RCOM will be XCOM whole square. That means 4 square by 3 square plus 4 square by 3 square. So this will become 4 by 3 root 2. So that means value of x is 3. Value of x is 3. Value of x is 3. Clear? Any doubt, my dear friends? Sorted? Be quick. Let me give you one more question from work per energy. We have missed that. I believe that question is somewhere over here. Let's see. This is very easy, so you can solve the easy questions. What about this one? This one is also easy. I don't think so I have that question with me right now. A block of mass is moving under the action of a work done. This is also easy. Okay, no problem. No worries. Okay, let's find out this. 4 particles each of mass 1 kg are placed at the 4 corners of a square of side 2m. The moment of inertia of the system. They are talking about moment of inertia of the system about an axis perpendicular to its plane. That means about this axis. About this axis, right? So you have got mass 1 kg, mass 1 kg and mass 1 kg. So both of these are kept at 4. So this is 2 meter, this is 2 meter, and this separation is going to be 2 root 2 meter. So I think you can solve this. This is not, I mean, nothing difficult about this. Okay. So mr square, and this is going to be mr dash square. That's it. Clear, dosto? If you have any doubt in this problem, you can ask me. I'll go back. Chalo, let's solve this question. This is a nice one. A heavy iron bar of weight 12 kg is having its one end on the ground and other on the shoulder of a man. The rod makes an angle 60 degree with the horizontal. The weight experienced by the man is. Let's start. 60 seconds. Let's begin. The last question was only about finding the moment of inertia, net moment of inertia. Let's solve this question. Be quick. 16 is not the answer though. It's not part of the options. Come on, be quick. The weight experienced by this is actually 3 kg weight, 12 kg weight, like that. Okay? I mean, they are talking about weight, but answer is in kg, so don't worry. Find out the mass. Done? You find everyone is saying A, huh? Please check it again. Please check it again, dosto. Come on, let me know the answer. Chalo. See, the point over here is that let's suppose that this is the ground and this is where man is standing and the rod is supported by man's shoulder, something like this. Clear? Rod is something like this. Done? So this is the shoulder point. Now at this point, normal reaction will be made like this, perpendicular to rod. Let's say this is normal reaction N1. One normal reaction will be made something like this. This is going to be N2. Acha, by the way, this is actually slightly confusing that sometimes we have drawn normal reaction which is perpendicular to rod and not perpendicular to shoulder, right? We have not drawn normal reaction like this. Clear? And over here we have drawn normal reaction perpendicular to the floor, if you have noticed this, right? The point is that what the surface which is actually extending, the extended surface, we actually draw the normal based on that. So because over here it is logical that ground is the extended one, है ना? Between rod and ground is the extended one. That's why we are drawing normal reaction based on ground. And over here we are drawing it with respect to the this rod is the extended object with respect to the shoulder. And the next is mg. So mg will act somewhere over here. Mg will act somewhere over here. So we actually need to find out this N1 divided by G. Got it? So this is 12G. This is 12G. And they are saying making an angle 60 degree with the horizontal. So 60 degree with the horizontal means this angle. So let's say this is point A. So let's write down the net torque about point A as 0. So we don't have to worry about this N2 and we also don't have to worry about any frictional forces over here. Okay? Because this will become 0. Got it? We don't have to worry about that. Although there will be a friction force because there is a sliding tendency in this direction, so we can draw a friction force over here. But we don't have to worry about it because we are assuming our point A, right? We have taken A as our point. So now this will be mg and this is going to be mg cos theta. This is going to be mg cos theta. Mg cos 60 degree. So mg cos 60 degree times L by 2 is equals to normal reaction. Now I don't have to find out the perpendicular because this normal reaction is already perpendicular to this line, right? And this length of this rod is, I believe, is L. That's what we have said. So this will get cancelled out. Mg and cos 60 is nothing but 1 by 2 only, right? 1 by 2 times 1 by 2 is equals to n. So n will be equals to, now mg was 12, so 12g divided by 4. That means I am getting my answer as 3g. Now you check your answer. Please check. I am getting my answer as 3g. Come on, be quick, dosto. Let me know in the chat box. Is there any problem kya? Be quick. Answer me, dosto. Most of you have said it's going to be 6. Although they have, in options also there is something missing. I mean, they are talking about quick. 3G is the correct answer. Huh? 3G is the correct answer. 6 is not the correct answer. 3G is the correct answer. If you want to ask anything, please ask. Please know I have drawn friction force, but it will have no, it will not create any difference. This is a nice problem. At the very start, I told you this is a nice problem. Slightly confusing because they are talking about the weight experienced. Weight is going to be 30 Newton, but over there, as far as options are concerned, it's going to be 3 kg. Okay, got it? Please see. I mean, if you guys are not solving it by yourself, then it doesn't make any sense. Almost all of you have said option A. I don't know why. I mean, if there's somewhere in online, if they have given answer as 6 kg, then please check. Okay? According to me, answer should be 3 kg. All right, clear? Moving on to the next one. Dosto. Please see this problem. A particle of mass m projected with velocity u making an angle theta with the horizontal. The magnitude of angular momentum of the projectile about the point of projection when the particle is at the maximum height. Let's start. 60 seconds. Let's begin. Be quick. Chalo. Clear na? Last problem is absolutely clear, hopefully. Quick. Next problem, you have to find out angular momentum about the point of projection. Yes, Myra. Solve the questions. Be quick. Quick. So let's suppose we have projected the particle from this point and the path of the projectile is something like this. So at the highest point, we want to find out the velocity. Sorry, angular momentum, right? At the highest point, we need to find out the angular momentum about the point of projection. So it is projected with velocity u, making an angle 30 degree. So this is going to be u cos 30 degree, right? And from this point of projection, the perpendicular, this is going to be h max, right? So angular momentum will be m into v into h max. When you are going to solve it, mu root 3 by 2 multiplied by h max will be u square sine square theta, that means 1 by 4 divided by 2g. So that means it will become 16 in the denominator. So I think answer is going to be option A. Option A is the correct answer. Good. But some of you have said answer can be 0. Please check it again. All right. Check it again, dosto. Moving on to the next question. Chalo, next question is like this. Consider a disk of mass 5 kg and radius 2 meter rotating with angular velocity 10 radian per second about an axis perpendicular to the plane of the rotation. Fine. An identical disk is kept gently over the rotating disk along the same axis. The energy dissipated so that both the disk continue to rotate together without slipping is. Let's start. Integer type, 60 seconds. Let's begin. Please understand, whenever you are going to get a question like this, in which they are going to talk about, poll is on, poll is on, in which they are going to say that an identical disk is kept gently. Please remember, you are going to use conservation of linear momentum, conservation of angular momentum. You are going to use conservation of angular momentum, which means that I1 omega 1 is equals to I2 omega 2. So initially we only had one disk, right? Initially we had only one disk of mass 5 kg. Chalo, you guys solve it. I'm going to just help you. Poll is on, by the way. Integer type. Moment of inertia is going to be mr square by 2. mr square by 2 and angular velocity was 10 radian per second. Right, 10 radian per second, and then identical disk is kept over it. That means now the moment of inertia will become 2 times of mr square by 2, and this will become omega f. Right, so mr square by 2 and mr square by 2 will get cancelled out. This will become 5. So final angular velocity will become 5 radian per second. 5 radian per second. Right. Next is they want to find out the energy dissipated. So whenever they are going to talk about energy dissipated or energy loss, simply write down the final kinetic energy, initial kinetic energy minus final kinetic energy. So initial kinetic energy was half I omega square, and then finally it will become half I dash omega dash square. Hopefully this is all clear. Now substitute the values. Mr square you will have to substitute at this point and you will have to find out. I'll help you. Answer will come out to be 250 joule. If you are going to substitute everything, you will get the answer as 250 joule. If you have any doubt, do let me know. You just have to substitute it. 250. Any answers, dosto? Okay, great. 250 is the correct answer. And omega f is also 5 radians per second. Right? A similar type of a problem like this. When two disks of moment of inertia 4 and 2 kg meter square about the central axis and normal to their planes rotating with angular speed 10 radian and 4 radian respectively are brought into contact. Again same thing, they are saying that we have got two disks. Now instead of one we have got two disks and both of them are rotating. So you have got one disk like this and you have got another disk over here, and both of them are rotating, by the way. This one is rotating with 10 radian per second and this one is rotating with 4 radian per second. Moment of inertia of this disk is 4. In SI unit, moment of inertia of this disk is 2. Now let's solve it. Come on, be quick. Integer type, 60 seconds. Let's start. And then they are brought in contact face to face, the loss in energy. The first thing that we are going to do is we are going to again apply the conservation of angular momentum. So first we are going to write down the initial momentum. So I1 omega 1, that means 4 times 10 plus 2 times 4 is equals to, now I1 plus I2 is 6 and times final omega. So this will become 40 and this will become 8, that is 48 is equals to 6 times final omega. This will become, my dear friends, 8, right? And omega f comes out to be 8 radian per second. Now again, to find out the loss in energy, you are going to do the same thing. The loss in kinetic energy will be written as, now obviously calculation is slightly more in these types of questions, half I1 into omega square plus half I2, that is 2 into omega square, minus half I1 plus I2, I1 plus I2 is 6, and into omega f square, that is 64. Please find the answer. Is it clear? Done. Please note that every year they ask a question from conservation of angular momentum, right? Every year they ask a question from conservation of angular momentum. Do let me know if you have any other doubt and find the answer. Be quick. What is the answer you guys are getting? If you are going to solve it, I believe you are going to get, according to my key, you are going to get 24 joules. Alright. So answer is going to be 24 joules. This means that answer is correct. 24 joules is the correct answer. Clear? Done? Can we move on to the next question? Please see. All right, now let's start, my dear friends, gravitation. Let's start gravitation. In the meanwhile, I'll also give you some more questions on, no, not 25, 24, bache, 24. In the meantime, we'll also solve some more problems from rotation, but let's also start this. Chalo, this is a very nice problem. Starting the timer, 90 seconds, let's begin. A light planet is revolving around a massive star in a circular orbit of radius capital R with a period of revolution capital T. If the force of attraction between planet and the star is proportional to R raised to the power minus 3 by 2. Please note, force is directly proportional to R raised to the power minus 3 by 2. All right, this is what they are saying. Got it? And then you have to choose the correct option about the time period. You have to choose the correct option about the time period. Come on, be quick. Be quick, dosto. Force is directly proportional to this. This means that I can write, instead of F, I can write it down as some constant K R raised to the power minus 3 by 2. And we can also rewrite this thing as M omega square R. Well, this will never change. M omega square R. This is never going to change, right? And if I want to find out omega, I'll simply say that omega square is directly proportional to R raised to the power minus 3 by 2 divided by R. That means omega square is directly proportional to R raised to the power minus 3 by 2 minus 1. So this will actually become minus 5 by 2. Minus 5 by 2. And if I'm going to actually, if I'll take the root, please pay attention. If I'll take the root, I'll get omega is directly proportional to R raised to the power minus 5 by 4. Pay attention. See, quickly. Acha, you can also, if you don't want to take root, that's also fine. Huh? If you don't want to take root, it's absolutely fine. Let me tell you how. We know omega square. Hopefully this thing is absolutely clear. Omega can be written as 2 pi by t. So this will be written as 2 pi by t whole square is directly proportional to R raised to the power minus 5 by 2. Or I can inverse it, or I can say that t square is directly proportional to R raised to the power 5 by 2. I can say something like this also. Clear? And please don't get worried about 2 pi, it is constant. So this is my final answer. This is my final answer. Please note, this was a nice question. Option A is going to be the correct one. Is there any doubt? Be quick. Clear? Done? Let me know in the chat box. Quick, quick, quick. Option A is correct, my dear friends. Moving on to the next one. Option A is absolutely correct. Chalo, good, very good. Next problem is this. The acceleration due to gravity on the surface of Earth is small g if the diameter of the Earth reduces to half. Chalo, please solve. 60 seconds only. 60 seconds only. We all know that small g can be written as capital G m upon r square, right? This means that g is inversely proportional to r square. So if they are saying that if the diameter is reduces to half of its original value, so diameter goes from d to d by 2, that means r will also get reduced by half, right? So if radius will get reduced by half, g will get increased by 4 times. That's it. Clear, dosto? No need of using poll for these ones. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any problem. 4th is the correct answer. Let's move on. This is again an assertion reason based problems. Let's start. The angular speed of the moon in its orbit about the earth is more than the angular speed of the earth in its orbit about the sun. The reason is moon takes less time to move around the earth than the time taken by the earth to move around the sun. Chalo, this is very easy. 60 seconds. Let's start. Multiple choice. Quick. Very good. Find the answer for this one. Correct, na? Everything is sorted here. There should be no doubt. The angular speed of moon takes around 27 point some days, 27 point some days to actually complete one revolution. Not about its own axis, but around Earth, right? So this statement is absolutely true. And Earth takes around 365 days. Got it? 365 days. So, and the explanation is also correct. So both are correct, and R is the correct explanation for assertion also. So B is the correct answer. Great. Moving on to the next one. Chalo, solve this question. Solve this particular problem. At what distance above and below the surface of the earth a body will have same weight? 60 seconds, starting timer now. Let's suppose this is earth and we are saying ki at what distance above the surface of the earth, so let's say this is that point, and below the earth, so let's say this is that point. They are saying that weight will be same, right? Weight is going to be same. So radius is r. So let's suppose this distance is x and this distance will also be x. Find the answer. Find this x for which weight will be same, dosto. Quick, huh? And then so you can remember this. After this, you can remember the answer also, because this is notes type of question. Be quick. Be quick. First of all, see at this particular point, let's say this point is A, this point is B. This point is B. So at point A, it's going to be GM upon R. This radius is R plus X whole square. And at B point, now this is where some of students are going to make mistake. Please remember, we actually want this height, huh? So this height is R minus X. And the formula is GM small r, instead of small r, we are going to write R minus X divided by R cube. And then you need to solve this, my dear friends. Clear? Formula is all clear, na, dosto? Please let me know in the chat box if there is any doubt in formula. This is when you are going to use, when you are going to talk about inside points, very similar to what you have done in electrostatics. Okay? Next is going to be simply, let's find out, this will become R cube. This will become R plus X. Acha, I can write it down as R plus X times R plus X multiplied by R minus X. So this will become R cube is equals to R plus X times R square minus X square. Done. And then finally this will be R cube, and this will become R cube minus R X square plus X R square minus X cube. Please see. And then we need to find out the value of, X. Okay? Here. So this thing can be cancelled out, and one of the X will be also cancelled out. Please note. So you will get actually X. I'll take X common, so I'll get X square, and I'll get plus R into X, and I'll get plus minus R square is equals to 0. So solving this, you will get D as the correct answer. Solve it and D will be the correct answer. Good. Any doubt till here, my dear friends? Do let me know. If you have any doubt, X square plus rx minus r square. Simply use quadratic formula, you will get your answer. Okay, simply use quadratic formula, you will get your answer. Very common type of question in NEET 2025 also. They have asked us a similar type of a question, in which they say that a planet takes 200 days to complete one revolution around the sun if the distance of the planet from the sun is reduced to 1/4 of the original distance. How many days will it take to complete the revolution? Start 60 seconds. Concept is going to be the square of time period is directly proportional to cube of radius. This is the concept. All right. The square of time period is directly proportional to cube of radius. Be quick. Find the answer. Find the answer. Done. First time period was 200 days, right? First time period was 200 days. Now we want to find out the time period. So square it is equals to, first let's suppose first the distance of the planet is reduced to 1/4. So let's say first it was r. Now it is being reduced to 1/4. So r divided by 4. So this will look something like this. Cancel. My dear friends, if you are going to actually write 200 by t and you will take root both the sides, this thing will become 2 raised to the power 3. That means t will be 200 by 8, which is nothing but 25. 25. All right. Good. Moving on to the next one. Next question is this. The gravitational potential at a point above the surface of the earth is this. The acceleration due to gravity at that point is this. Assume that mean radius of earth is this, the height of the point. Let's start. 60 seconds. Be quick. Any doubt from the last question? They are saying that potential, they are talking about potential. That means minus gm upon r plus h. R plus h is actually equals to minus 5.12 into 10 to the power 7 divided by, and then small g is gm upon r square. So r plus h whole square, and this will be equals to 6.4. This will be equals to 6.4, and then let's take the ratio of these two things. That's it. So gm and gm will get cancelled out. Please understand this negative and negative will get cancelled out. One of the r plus h will get cancelled out and r plus h will come. And note this point that I'm dividing first, this is numerator and this is denominator, right? So this r plus h will come over here and this will be 5.12 into 10 to the power 7 divided by 6.4. Let me know in the chat box if you have got any doubt. Be quick. Be quick, dosto. That's going to be around 8, right? Yeah. So this will be 0.8. So h will be actually equals to 8 into 10 to the power 6 minus 6,400 kilometers. So this will become 5 and this will become 6. So 8 minus 6.4 dosto. 8 minus 6.4. So 6 and 1. So 1600 kilometers. 1600 kilometers. Clear? Option A is absolutely correct. Quickly let me know in the chat box. Option A is absolutely correct. Good. How many of you are studying? Let me know in the chat box. Be quick. Write down in the chat box how many of you are studying. Done? Good, Shoaib, good. Write down in the chat box. Chalo. Moving on to the next question. It's about escape velocity, an important concept for your NEET exam. In this, they are saying escape velocity of a body from Earth is 11.2 km per second if the radius of a planet be 1/3 of radius of the Earth. Mass be 1/6 of radius of the Earth, the escape velocity will be. Let's start. 60 seconds, begin. Quick. Escape velocity is under root 2 gm upon r. R is the radius of planet, right? And for Earth we know it is 11.2. For any other planet, first of all they are saying that 1/3 of the radius of the Earth. That means this will become r by 3. So let me write 3 over here. And then they are saying and mass 1/6. So mass 1/6 means something like this. Clear? So this will become 2. This will become 2, right? So root 2 gm by r is VE. So answer is going to be VE divided by root 2. This is going to be your answer. So obviously it will be less than 11.2. 11.2 divided by 1.414. Okay, it's going to be around 7.9. It's going to be around 11.2 divided by 1.414. It's going to be about 7.9 km per second. D is the correct answer. All right, so this is one of the problem. I mean, many students couldn't solve it. So do let me know if you have any doubt in this question. Clear? Be quick. Please note, you only have to use this formula. Now mass, instead of capital M, I have written capital M by 6. Instead of radius R, I have written R divided by 3. Because radius is also becoming 1/3. Right? And then this 3 and 6 can be cancelled out. This will become 2. And root 2 gm by r is nothing but VE. And I've got a 2 inside this root. So it will become VE divided by root 2. And now I believe you guys can solve this. Clear, dosto? Sorted? Can I move on to the next question? Chalo, let's solve the next problem. 4 identical particles of mass m kept at 4 corners of square if the gravitational force exerted on one of the masses by the other masses is 2 root 2 plus 1 divided by 32. Okay, fine. See, what you need to do over here is they want us to find out the length of the sides of a square. So let's say right now the length is A. Clear? And you have got masses over here. Let's talk about this mass. Clear? This is mass m. And then this mass will attract it with force F. This will attract it with force F. And by the way, we can also write down force over here. That's going to be G m squared divided by A square. So this is F, this is F. This is going to be F dash, and this F dash will be G m squared divided by root 2 A square. So that means 2A square. So this is going to be nothing but F by 2. This will be F by 2. And by the way, the resultant of these two will be also along this direction only. And this is going to be F root 2. So finally, the net force is going to be Anything else? 4 identical particles, mass 4 if the gravitational force exerted by exerted on one of the masses, right? So this is going to become F by 2 plus F root 2, and simply then equate it with this. Okay, so multiplied by 2, so you will get gm square divided by a square and 2, and you will get 1 plus 2 root 2, and equals to equate it to this gm square divided by L square, and you will get 2 root 2 plus 1 divided by 32. So gm square and gm square will get cancelled out. 1 plus 2 root 2, 1 plus 2 root 2 will get cancelled out, and 2a square will be equals to 32 L square. This will become 16. So a will be equals to 4L. So a will be equals to 4L. So 4L is the correct answer. I have not given this in poll, but A is the correct answer. B is the correct answer, that is 4L. Clear, my dear friends? Quickly let me know in the chat box. Done? Be quick. Any more doubt? Can we move on to the next one? Sure. Let's solve this one. Statement based problems. Statement based problems, dosto, I'm starting the timer. Read the statement one. It is very easy and it will help you. If E be the total energy of the satellite moving around the earth, then its potential energy will be E by 2. The kinetic energy of satellite revolving around in an orbit is equal to half of this. Chalo, let's find it out. 60 seconds. Which statements are correct, which are incorrect? Be quick. Which statements are correct and which are incorrect? Be quick. Find the answer. If E be the total energy of the satellite moving around the earth, then potential energy. Please understand, the concept is that the magnitude of total energy, or we should say something like this, that total energy will be equals to the half of potential energy and equals to the magnitude of kinetic energy. And this will be in negative, this will be in negative, and obviously kinetic energy will be in positive, so you don't have to write mod over there, right? So they are saying if E is the total energy, then potential energy is E by 2. This is absolutely incorrect. This is absolutely incorrect. The kinetic energy of the satellite revolving in an orbit is equal to the half of the magnitude. Kinetic energy is again not half, it is exactly equal to it, right? Total energy and kinetic energy are half of potential energy. So both statements are incorrect. Both 1 and 2 statements are incorrect, dosto. B. Kya? What you are doing, my dear friends? If E be the total energy, then potential energy will be E by 2. It will be less than the total energy. Please see, my dear friends, don't do these types of mistakes here. Any more doubt? Clear? Done? Chalo, moving on to the next one. Let's see this. The orbital angular momentum of a satellite is L when it is revolving in a circular orbit H. If the distance of the satellite from the Earth center is increased by 8 times, this is very easy. New angular momentum will be, it depends upon R, right? So it depends upon R, but it is increased by 8 times of its initial value. That means now it has become 9L. So this is very easy. Okay, what about this formula revision? The acceleration due to gravity at a height h above the Earth's surface, right? If h is far more less than a, then we use binomial approximation, and this is the answer. Got it? Doston, be quick, let me know. Chalo, one more statement based problem for you. Please don't do any mistake in this one. Rotation of the earth shows effect on the value of acceleration due to gravity. The effect of rotation of the earth on the value of g at the equator is minimum and that at the pole is maximum. Chalo, find this one out. 60 seconds. 60 seconds. And let me know in the chat box if you guys want to solve modern physics now. Be quick. Let me know. Be quick. Rotation of the earth shows effect on the value of acceleration due to gravity. This statement is absolutely correct. Right? Isn't it? We have seen that formula of g dash. G dash is equals to g minus omega square r into cos square lambda type of this formula, right? So it depends upon rotation. The effect of rotation of the earth on the value of g at the equator is minimum. Wrong. At the equator it will be maximum because this lambda, we calculate this lambda from the equator only. So cos 0 it will be maximum. So this is absolutely wrong, right? This is completely wrong. At poles it will be minimum 0. There will be no effect, right? It will have no effect. So statement 1 is true, statement 2 is false. Option B. Statement 1 is true but statement 2 is false, and most of you are saying both statements are true. Don't know what you guys are doing here, huh? Chalo. Now let's solve another chapter. Be quick. Clear? Clear, my dear friends? Any doubt till this point? Let me know. Let's solve this particular question. When speed of liquid is 0 everywhere, pressure difference at any point is given by this. In Venturi meter shown, 2gh is equals to v1 square minus v2 square. Chalo, let's start. In the meanwhile, I'll also help you with the binomial theorem. The binomial theorem says that pressure plus rho gh plus half rho v square will be constant. This is going to be constant. Clear? Now if they are saying when the speed of the liquid is 0 everywhere, that means if this is 0, if v is 0, that means P1 plus rho g h1 is equals to P2 plus rho g h2, right? Plus rho g h2. So P1 minus P2 will be rho g h2 minus h1. This is absolutely correct. So the first statement is correct, dosto. First statement is correct, right? Next is, my dear friends, in Venturi tube shown 2gh is equals to v1 square minus v2 square. Let me show you the Venturi tube. Sorry, this is the Venturi tube, right? Now please understand, at this point what's happening is there is an excess pressure over here of rho gh. So we are going to write it something like this: pressure at point 1 plus pressure at this point will be rho gh. It's going to be rho gh, or what you can actually do is plus half rho v1 square, or let's write it as h1 is equals to p2 plus rho gh2 and plus half rho into v2 square. Kindly see. Please see. Now my point is they are exactly at same level. So this rho gh and rho gh will get cancelled out. Pressure P1 is greater than P2. As we can see in this tube, there is an excess liquid over here. So P1 minus P2 will be equals to 1 upon 2 rho V2 square minus V1 square. Now P1 minus P2 can be now written as, dosto, this is H, right? This is H. So this thing can be written as rho GH is equals to half rho V2 square minus V1 square. So rho can be cancelled out and V2 minus V1 square will come out to be 2GH. Now over here they are saying 2GH is equals to V1 square minus V2 square, and we are getting V2 square minus V1 square. So this is incorrect. And you can also observe this, my dear friends. See, this is positive. According to this, that means V1 is greater than V2, but that's wrong. If pressure is more, at this point, if pressure is, please kindly understand, if over here pressure is more, then we are going to say that V1 will be less, and at that point V will be more. So this statement is incorrect. So statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is incorrect. D option is going to be the correct one. D option is going to be the correct one. Oof. Please study. My dear friends, kindly study. And let me know if you guys have any doubt. Done? Dosto, can I move on to the next question? Sorted? Chalo. You guys are constantly doing assertion questions, statement questions wrong. Please pay attention. Next is contact angle between a solid and a liquid is property of the material of the solid and liquid as well. Okay, I'll start the again. Poll is on. Pay attention, pay attention. The contact angle between the solid and a liquid is a property of the material of the solid and liquid as well. So I don't find any wrong thing over here. So this is correct. Then the rise of a liquid in a capillary tube does not depend on the inner radius of the tube. Absolutely incorrect. As we know that capillary rise formula is 2 times of surface tension cos theta divided by rho g into capital R. Right. So you can actually you can rewrite it in both ways, with meniscus radius as well as with the tube radius. Got it, my dear friends? Clear? So this thing can be written as R upon cos theta, and this thing can be written as 2t divided by rho g into R. So it depends upon R. So this statement is absolutely incorrect. Statement 1 is true, but statement 2 is false. Okay. Now let's see. Chalo, good. Very good. Please read it carefully and then solve. Right? All of these questions will help you to revise the entire chapter. Chalo, let's solve this question. Mercury filled in a tube of radius 2 cm up to a height of 30 cm. The force exerted by the mercury on the bottom of the tube is dash Newton. ठीक है? Chalo, I'll help you in this. What they are trying to say is, let's suppose you have got a mercury filled in a tube. Something like this. And at a height of 30 centimeter. At a height of 30 centimeter. Right. So it's very simple. Yeah. They are saying what is the force exerted by the mercury on the bottom of this. You have to simply find out the force. So we know that at this particular point pressure is P naught. At this point pressure will be P naught plus rho GH, right? And if you want to find out force, simply multiply the net pressure multiplied by the area. That's it. I will tell you the answer and then kindly solve it. 177 is going to be the answer for this. Okay, 177 is going to be the answer for this. Please solve. Only calculation is there, and calculation is also not difficult. Okay. When a capillary tube is dipped into a liquid, the liquid neither rises nor falls in the capillary. The contact angle may be 0 degree. True. Just now we have seen the formula. The contact angle between a solid and a liquid is a property of the material. This we have already done, hai na? So this is also true. Both the statements are true. All right, let's see one or the other question. Let's solve this question. A ball of mass m and density rho is dropped in a viscous liquid of density rho naught. After some time, the ball falls with a constant velocity. The viscous force will be. Let's start. 60 seconds. Multiple choice questions about viscosity. Let's start. Solve this particular problem, dosto. Hopefully in the last question you don't have any doubt about that calculation. Huh? Find out the viscous force. Good, good, good. Please check your answer again. Very good. All right. See, in these types of questions, let's suppose you have got a small ball. Obviously, mg will act downwards. No doubt about it. Okay. Acha, what else do we know? We know that mass m, density rho. So the density of this ball is rho. And dropped in a liquid of density rho naught. After some time, the ball will fall. Fine. So first of all, we are going to write mg downwards. Viscous force will be written in the upward direction. And that's what we need to find out. And buoyant force will be written in the upward direction. That will be density of the liquid times volume of liquid displaced times g. Now the point is, because it is a solid body, I am going to simply say that density of the body can be written as mass divided by volume. So volume of displaced fluid will be m divided by rho. Please note this thing. So this thing can be written as rho naught, and then this will be mg divided by rho. Clear? Now when they are saying that this is moving with constant velocity, what does this tells you? This tells you if it is moving with constant velocity, it means that net force acting on this sphere is 0, which means that Fv plus this buoyant force, let me write it like this. This means that Fv plus buoyant force is equals to mg. So we wanted to find out Fv. So that will be mg minus buoyant force. So buoyant force is going to be, we have simply written it as rho naught divided by rho into mg. So mg taken common, 1 minus rho naught divided by rho. So rho naught divided by rho, that is option D is correct. Clear? My dear friends, let me know in the chat box. Very good. Good, good, good. I think you guys are back. You guys are back. Very nice. Now let's continue. All right. Chalo. So now moving on, my dear friends, let's do this problem. Pressure inside a soap bubble is greater than outside. I'm not going to give poll for this one. If you have got soap bubble, please remember it is 4S by R. Just for your revision, just for your revision. I'm going to give you some better questions in poll. Like for example is this one. Pressure plus rho GH plus half rho V square is Bernoulli's theorem, Bernoulli's equation, right? This is also very easy. Let's solve this question. Let's solve this question. All right, be quick. A cube of ice melts, a cube of ice floats partly in water and partly in kerosene oil. The ratio of volume of ice immersed in water to that in kerosene oil is. Specific gravity is given for kerosene also and for ice also. Chalo, let's start. 90 seconds. Let's begin. You have to apply Archimedes principle in this. Okay? You have to apply Archimedes principle in this. Let's begin, my dear friends. First of all, note one point that mg will act. Okay? mg is going to act, and there is a way of writing mg. You can write mg as they are talking about ice, right? They are talking about ice, and you can say that density of ice, mass can be written as density times volume. So density of ice times volume. So volume will be, my dear friends, please note, when I am writing volume, I am going to write volume which is in water plus volume which is in oil times G, and then two buoyant forces. Why two buoyant forces? Because one buoyant force will be applied because of oil plus one because of water. Write it separately, and it is floating, so equate it. So mg will be equals to buoyant force applied by oil plus buoyant force applied by water. Solve this. They have given you everything. You will land to answer. Be quick. Be quick, my dear friends. Solve it. By the way, specific gravity if they have given, you don't have to reconsider this. The density of water is 1000 kg per meter cube, right? So density of ice will be 900 kg per meter cube, and density of oil will be 800 kg per meter cube, because specific gravity basically means the density of a material, density of that material divided by density of fluid. Now let's solve this. So mg will be written as density of ice, m will be written as density of ice, that is 900 multiplied by Vw plus V oil times gravity is equals to, now dosto buoyant forces again rho Vg, right? So density of instead of this we are going to write rho Vo times G. Instead of this we are going to write rho W Vw times G. So rho naught is, as I've told you, this is 800 V naught times G plus 900 and this will become for water, na? Next is water. So water is 1000 times Vw times G. So G and G will get cancelled out, and now you can solve this equation. You only have to find out the ratio of Vw and Vo, and the answer will come out to be, I'll tell you, the answer will come out to be, my dear friends. By the way, this is absolutely correct. Everything is absolutely correct. By this, when you are going to solve, na, you will get Vw is equals to Vo. You will get after this, and answer is going to be 1:1. Acha, by the way, there is one shortcut method also for this, but I have explained you the entire concept. Any doubt for all of these students? Do you have any doubt who have opted for A, B or C? You can ask me. I have explained each and everything. Please check. All right, please check. Any more doubt? Clear? Clear, 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 clear. Done? Be quick. Chalo. So now moving on to the next one. What about this one? See this question. A sphere of relative density sigma, again relative density, relative density sigma and diameter d has a concentric cavity of diameter small d, just floats in a water tank. Please understand, let's suppose you have got a water tank like this. Let's suppose you have got a water tank like this, and we have got situation like this. So this is diameter is capital D and the cavity diameter is small d. Cavity diameter is small d. Correct. So my dear friends, the point is that this sphere has mass only in this region, only in this volume. Got it? Only in this volume. So when you are going to actually talk about mg, right? When you are going to talk about mg, you are going to write it like this. Mg equals to density of the solid, and by the way, density of the solid is we are going to write it as, if they are saying relative density is sigma, that means sigma is equals to density of water divided by density of solid. Density of solid can be written as density of water divided by sigma. Okay, so this is one information for you. Next point is density of solid multiplied by volume. So when you are going to write down volume, na 4 by 3 pi this r cube d cube minus small d cube times g. And when you are going to write down the buoyant force, at that point you are going to simply write it as density of the liquid, that is water, times volume. Now in this entire, you are going to write down the entire volume. Why? Because this entire volume has been displaced, multiplied by g. So let me write it for you. So we are going to actually equate it, because that's what they are saying. If it just floats, right? If it just floats, means that rho w 4 upon 3 pi into d cube will be g will be equals to density of the solid 4 upon 3 pi, and then you have got capital D cube minus small d cube times g. So 4 upon 3 pi cancelled, g and g gets cancelled out. My dear friends, this will become, acha, they are talking about the ratio of, no problem, please see. Now I'll say this rho w upon rho s is sigma, right? This is sigma and this is d cube. So if I write it over there, I'll get 1 minus d cube upon d cube. From here you can find out this, dosto, I'm going to write it over here for you. You're going to find out d cube upon capital D cube is equals to 1 minus rho w upon rho s. Okay, clear? And this will become, by the way, this will become sigma. This will become sigma. And they were talking about capital D. So capital D upon D cube will become 1 upon 1 minus sigma. And if you are going to remove this, this will become 1 upon 3. And you will get your answer. Okay, clear? So nice problem. Please understand, you are going to use Archimedes principle. In Archimedes principle, when you are writing mg, we are only concerned with the mass of this thing, right? The meat of the body, where mass is. You are not going to consider cavity, but you are, when we are going to talk about the buoyant force, at that point we are going to write down the entire volume, because Archimedes principle says that whatever volume of fluid is getting displaced, right? Whatever volume of fluid is getting displaced, so that volume is going to be this much. It has got to do nothing with cavity or whether it is solid or not. Done? So this is going to be your final answer, my dear friends. Please note. And now we can move to the next questions. What about this one? This is very easy. Another assertion reason problem. Please read it. When you squeeze one end of a tube to get toothpaste out from the other, Pascal's principle is observed. True. Change in pressure applied to an enclosed incompressible fluid is transmitted undiminished to every portion of the fluid and to the walls of the container. This is also true. Everything is sorted from the last few questions. Quickly write down in the chat box, dosto. Be quick. Let me know if everything's sorted. Chalo, let's solve this question. Be quick. See what they are saying. Figure shows a liquid of given density flowing steadily in a horizontal tube of varying cross section. Cross-sectional areas at A and B is 1.5 centimeter square and 25 millimeter square. So kindly note this. Then they are saying the speed of liquid at B is 60 centimeter per second. Then PA minus PB will be apply Bernoulli's equation. 90 seconds. Let's start. Be quick. Be quick, my dear friends. Apply Bernoulli's equation. And you have to give your answers in normal SI unit. Done? Come on. So pressure at point A, by the way, they both are at same height, plus half rho VA square is equals to pressure at point B plus half rho VB square. So they are talking about PA minus PB is equals to 1 upon 2 rho. So density is equals to 1000. And then VB square minus VA square, right? All right. And they want us to find out PA minus PB. Any other information is given? Any other information is given? So you can use, if the speed of liquid B is 60 centimeter per square, fine. So you can also use first equation of continuity, that A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2, because anything else is not given, right? Anything else is not given. This is the only information. Yeah. So you will have to use equation of continuity also. So for that, write A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2. So A1 was 1.5 centimeter square. So you can convert it into meter, like 10 to the power minus 4 multiplied by V1. V1 is, we don't know what that is, equals to 25 into 10 to the power minus 6. This is actually millimeter. So minus 6 and multiplied by velocity at the second point is 60 centimeter. So 10 to the power minus 2. Kindly note, right? So 10 to the power minus 4 will get cancelled out with this and it will become 10 to the power minus 2. Hopefully this is all sorted. So V1 will be equals to 25 into 60 into 10 to the power minus 4 divided by 1.5, right? Solving this, dosto, you will get V1 as, I believe, after substituting the entire value, you will get your answer as 175 pascals. In this, if you are going to substitute VA square minus VB square, you will get your answer as 175 pascals. Check once and let me know if you have any doubt. You just have to calculate this. Let me again explain everything. Acha, you guys are saying, chalo, theek hai, no problem. So nobody has got 175, but according to my key, it is 175. Let's check the calculation. This is V1 according to me, hai na? Please note that everything is in SI unit. You might not have converted in SI unit. This is in centimeter per second. This is in SI unit. Everything over here should be in SI unit, right? PA plus half rho VA square. We don't know what VA is. So for that we have written A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2. A1 was, area at A1 is 1.5 centimeter square. This thing can be written as 1.5 into 10 to the power minus 2 raised to the power 2. So minus 4. So this is your A1. Got it? And area of B is 25 millimeter. 1 millimeter is 10 to the power minus 3. This will become 10 to the power minus 6 meter square. Everything is SI unit. Second thing is velocity V2 is 60 into 10 to the power minus 2. Please note that you have checked all the units, right? I have written all the units. I don't have V1 for you, but I believe this is 1000 and this will come out to be, that was 0.6 na, and this is 0.1, that is 0.1 dosto. VA is 0.1, VB minus VA square. First of all, this will be VB minus VA square. This is going to be VB minus VA square. And this is coming out to be 0.1. We can check it once. So this is going to be 0. This will be 10 to the power minus 2. This will be 3, 5. This will be 2. This will be 5. This will be 10 into 10 to the power minus 2. This will be 0.1 meter per second. Please check, bhai, everything is correct here. And this is half into 1000. VB is, by the way, again, VB is 0.6. So this will become 0.36. VA was 0.1. So this will become 0.01. Right. So this will become 1 upon 2 into 1000 into 0.35. So 2 zeros gets cancels out with this. So this will become 350. 350 divided by 2 is 175 pascals. Just because 0 students got this answer correct, I have explained it entirely. Sir, ye question, I have missed your doubt, Yash. I missed your doubt. But just because no one could solve this, whenever I actually skip any calculation, I believe that you guys can do it. Okay? You guys can do it. But if no one is able to solve, then definitely I'll solve it for you. Quickly let me know in the chat box if everything's clear. Please note, after solving entire thing, V1 came out to be 0.1. V2 was 60 into 10 to the power minus 2. That means 0.6. This thing can be written as 0.6. So square of 0.6 will be 0.36. Square of 0.1 will be 0.01. This will become 0.35. Multiplied by 1000, this will become 350. 350 divided by 2 is 175. Clear? Quickly write down in the chat box. Done? Moving on to the next question. Moving on to the next question, my dear friends. Let's solve a similar type of a problem. Be quick. Figure below shows a liquid being pushed out of the tube by a piston having an area of 2 centimeters square. The area of cross section of outlet is 10 millimeters square. If the piston is pushed with a speed of 4, chalo, this is very easy. Integer type, 60 seconds. Let's start. Equation of continuity. Equation of continuity. Come on, solve this question. Be quick. And you have to give your answers in centimeter per second, by the way. In centimeter per second. Be quick. Equation of continuity says that A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2. So for this, first the area is 2 centimeters square. If the piston is pushed, now please understand, piston has area. So this has area. Let me explain it to you. This has area. Area of piston is 2 centimeters square. I can rewrite this thing as 2 into 10 to the power minus 4 meters square. And this is being pushed in this direction. This is being pushed in this direction. And it is being pushed with a velocity of V1. And V1 is also given 4 centimeter per second. So V1 is also given 4 centimeter per second. That means 4 into, acha, arey yaar, we don't have to convert it into meter, na, my bad. So let's just keep it in centimeter only. So 4 centimeter per second, because they are asking answers in centimeter only. Fine, very nice. So now substituting the values, this is your equation of continuity. Please remember it. Substituting the values, my dear friends, A1 is going to be 2, V1 is going to be 4, A2 is going to be 10 millimeter. Now please kindly convert it. Okay, 10 millimeter. So 10 into 10 to the power minus 2 into V2. Got it? So this will become minus 1 and V2 will become 80 centimeter per second. This is going to be your correct answer. See, the problem in these types of questions is about unit. Something is given in centimeter square, fine. This thing is given in centimeter square, fine. But this thing is given in millimeter square and they are asking in centimeter. If let's suppose they have asked answer in meter, then everything is good here. We'll have to convert everything into SI unit. But in these types of problem, you'll have to be a little attentive. So answer is going to be 80. Very good, nice, great, very nice. Moving on to the next question, my dear friends. We have solved this question, kya? Acha, this is very easy. Statement based. No doubt. Chalo, let's solve this question. An air bubble of diameter 6 millimeter rises steadily through a solution of density this at a rate of this. The coefficient of viscosity of the solution is. Coefficient of viscosity, by the way, air bubble. Whenever you will get an air bubble or whenever you will get a spherical body, viscous force will be written as 6 pi eta r into v, where v is velocity, r is the radius, eta is coefficient of viscosity. Your time starts now, integer type 60 seconds. See what they are saying. You have got an air bubble. Achha, there is also a very interesting thing in this question. They are saying that neglect the density of the air. So we are not going to talk about mg in this. Are you getting it what I am trying to say? We are not going to include mg in this. So you have got simply a buoyant force, right? You have got simply a buoyant force and you have got a viscous force. Now find out where the viscous force will act. They are saying that it is steadily going through the solution in upward direction, right? It steadily rises. That's what they have said. And you have to find out and neglect the density of air. Be quick. Neglect the density of air. You have to find out the value of eta. Good, good, very good. You guys are back. Shagufta, going. You won't be solving modern physics. If let's suppose buoyant force is acting in upward direction, air bubble is moving in upward direction, then viscous force will act in downward direction, right? And by this they mean to say neglect the density of air. That means neglect mg. Neglect mg. Please remember it. This is very important, right? And if they are saying that it is moving with constant velocity, that's what they are saying. Steadily it is moving at the rate of 0.35 centimeter per second. 0.35 centimeter per second. What do we mean by this? 0.35 centimeter per second constant velocity means Fb will be equals to FV. So FV is rho density of fluid of course, times volume of the, bache, this is volume, this is velocity. Volume times G. That means FV will be equals to FB because it is constant, the net force will be 0. Net force is going to be 0, right? Net force is going to be 0. That means 6 pi eta R V is equals to density of fluid times volume, that is 4 by 3 pi into R cube times G. So pi can be cancelled out. 1 of R can be cancelled out. This becomes R square, and eta will be equals to density of fluid, that is solution of density is 1750 multiplied by 4. Acha, if you are going to pay attention, chalo theek hai, multiplied by 4 multiplied by R square. R square is 6 millimeter. Acha, that is diameter. So R will be 3 millimeter. And they want in SI unit, PAS. So that's going to be 9 into 10 to the power minus 4. Sorry, bache, 10 to the power minus 6 R square. And multiplied by G10 divided by 3 times 6 times 0.35 times 10 to the power minus 3. This will become 10 to the power minus 5. This will become 10 to the power minus 1. Zeros got cancelled out. Okay? Then this will become 3. This will become 2. This will become 2. Clear? And then finally, can I cancel this with something? 35 times 5. 15. Acha, no, sorry, 25. So this is 5, na? This is 50. 50 times 2, and I must be having 1 point somewhere. Just a second, no worries at all. 0.35 10 to the power minus 2. Minus 2, this is the mistake, minus 2. I have added extra 0, minus 2. So this 0 will get cancelled out. 10 is the answer. 10 is the answer. 10 is the answer, dosto. 10 is the answer. Very good here. Very good. Calculation heavy. You can expect questions like this in your RE-NEET paper, right? Practice these questions. If you are going to practice every day, at least 20 to 30 problems like this, no matter from where those questions are, you'll actually you'll be in a habit of solving these types of questions. Okay? So answer is 10 Pascal second. That's absolutely correct. Let me know in the chat box if everything's clear. Done? Be quick. Write down in the chat box. Sorted? Let's solve this question. The access pressure inside a soap bubble is thrice the access pressure inside a second soap bubble. All right. Done. Thrice the access pressure inside the second, the ratio between the volume. Let's start. 60 seconds, begin. Access pressure. Be quick. If you have any doubt, do let me know from the last few questions. Be quick. Access pressure inside a soap bubble, that is 4S by R1. is thrice of excess pressure inside the second bubble. So thrice of 4s by R2. 4s and 4s gets cancels out. That means R1 will be equals to R2 upon 3, right? R2 upon 3. Clear? Or R1 upon R2 is, or R1 upon R2 is 1 upon 3. So if we are going to talk about ratio of volume, it will be R1 upon R2 whole cube, 4 by 3 pi r cube. So 1 upon 27 is the answer. 1 upon 27 is the correct answer, D. Good, very good. So dosto, now we have completed sufficient questions from fluids also. So now let's start after a short break. Hopefully every question is done. What about this one? Acha, if something like this comes, like for example, as 8 equal drops of water are falling through air with a steady speed. Whenever they are going to talk about steady speed, whenever they are going to talk about steady speed, that means they are talking about terminal velocity. And terminal velocity has a formula. 2 by 9 eta in the denominator, r square into rho, density of solid minus density of liquid. This is the formula, dosto, right? This is the formula. Now again, please understand, drops of water, right? Drops of water through air. So through air. So in this, what we are going to say is that 8 drops actually they coalesce. So if they are going to coalesce, that means 8 times of 4 upon 3 pi r cube. You are going to use short trick for this. Don't write it like this. I am just explaining. Use short trick. R cube is equals to 4 upon 3 pi into capital R cube. Cancel, cancel. Capital R will be 8 raised to the power 1 by 3 times small r. So it depends upon r square, and now you know what r is. You can find out the answer. Okay. So my dear friends, now after short break, we'll continue. Okay. So break, and then we'll continue modern physics. We'll start with modern physics, my dear friends. Okay. Clear? Quickly write down in the chat box. So after break, modern physics and SHM. Modern physics and SHM after break. Let's take a 20 minutes break. Right now it's 4:50. So 5:15 p.m. All right, 5:15 p.m. Clear? So modern physics and SHM, 5:15. Take a quick break and then come back. All right. Chalo. Hi everyone, welcome back. Welcome back, my dear friends. Let's start. Now, first let's complete SHM. Then we are going to talk about modern physics, right? Because in this way we'll complete most of the things from class 11th, and then we are going to also complete KTG and thermodynamics. So don't worry about it, right? Let's start with simple harmonic motion now. After this, we are going to complete modern physics as well. All right. Everybody is ready? Quickly let me know in the chat box. Hi everyone. Hi Robin. Let's begin. Let's see what the first question is. In a simple harmonic motion, the total mechanical energy of a given system is E, right? So total mechanical energy is E. If mass of the oscillating particle P is doubled, then the new energy of the system will be. Let's start. 60 seconds. Please note that they are talking about simple harmonic motion, and they have said that the total mechanical energy is E. If the oscillating particle, mass of the oscillating particle is doubled, then what will happen, right? Then what will happen? Be quick. Come on. What is going to be the answer for this one? Be quick. Let me know. See, total mechanical energy can be written as TE. You can write it as half Ka square. Half Ka square. K is constant, SHM constant, right? That means time period actually is independent of mass. It is independent of mass, so it will remain same. It is independent of mass, so it will remain same. All right. All right, dosto, it will remain same. It will not change. Got it? Moving on to the next one. Let me know if you have any doubt. This is an integer type question. In this, they are saying that displacement equation is given and time period is 3.14. You have to find out the velocity at t equals to 0, right? You have to find out the velocity at t equals to 0, starting the timer. Okay, not leadership board right now. Starting integer type, 60 seconds. Please note that if we want to find out V, we are going to simply write it as dx by dt. Dx by dt. And dx by dt will become, we are going to have 10 times omega cos omega t plus pi by 3. So if you are going to substitute t equals to 0, this will become 0, and we are going to get 10 into omega. By the way, time period is 2 pi by omega, and from here we can write down omega is 2 pi divided by t, and t was 3.14, right? And I can assume pi to be 3.14, so omega will come out as 2. So 10 into 2 and cos pi by 3. Cos pi by 3 means cos 60 degree, that is 1 by 2. So 10 into 2 into 1 by 2, that means 10 meter per second is the correct answer. 10 meter per second is the correct answer. Let me know in the chat box, dosto. Very good. Good everyone. Done? 10. Everybody is getting 10. All right. Okay, nice. Moving on to the next question. This. A simple pendulum doing small oscillations at a place r height above the earth. Fine. Has time period t1 equals to 4 seconds. T2 would be its time period if it's brought to a point which is at a height of 2r from the earth's surface. Kindly see. Let's suppose this is the earth's surface and this is r, right? This is r, and from the surface, the first point is at r height from above the earth's surface. So the first point is somewhere over here. This is first point. And the next point is at a height of 2r. at a height of 2r. At a height of 2r. This is the second point. Got it? Now pay attention. They are talking about time period, right? Shall I start the timer also? Okay. 60 seconds. Let's begin. You have to find out the relation between T1 and T2. That means you have to find out the ratio. Alright, you have to find out the ratio. So my dear friends, time period can be written as 2 pi under root L by G, and G is equals to Gm upon R square. That means small g depends upon R square, something like this, right? Got it? And time period depends upon G, somewhat like this. So if I'm going to use these two relations, I can write that time period actually depends upon R. It directly depends upon R. Got it? If you have any doubt, see how I have done it. 1 upon under root, instead of G, I'm going to write 1 upon R square. So removing all of these things, I can simply write that it depends upon R. So for T1, and by the way, R is from here. R will be from here. So this is R1. So R1 is going to be 2R. R1 is going to be 2R. And T2 is going to be 3R. This distance is going to be 3R. So R and R gets cancels out. That means the relation that we are going to get is 3 times of T1 is equals to 2 times of T2. 3 times of T1 equals to 2 times of T2. That means option C is absolutely correct. Any doubt, my dear friends? Very good. Quickly write down in the chat box. Sorted. Hopefully you know how I have done this thing. This is very, very important. And now from now on, you can also remember it in, see, we have actually crossed two things. One is gravitation and another is simple harmonic motion. Done? Clear? Moving on to the next question. Please pay attention. Let's solve this. A particle is doing SHM with amplitude 0.06. Time period is this. What is the maximum? So this is here very easy. From time period, I'm not going to give pole for this one. From time period, you can find out omega, and maximum velocity will basically means a omega. It will basically mean a omega, right? So no need to solve this particular question, dosto. Moving on to the next one. Let's solve this. A mass small m is attached to two springs. Two springs as shown in the figure. The spring constants of springs are K1 and K2 for the frictionless surface. The time period of oscillation of mass m is, starting the poll. Let's begin. The first job is to find out the combination of these two springs, and it is very simple to know. First, you have to find out the combination of the two springs, K1 and K2. In which combinations we have got these two springs? Identify quickly. So to know this, let's just suppose that we are moving this block in either direction. Let's suppose we are moving this block in this direction, and so this spring is going to get compressed, and the compression in this spring is going to be, let's assume it's going to be X. Let's say this is going to be X, right? So this is going to be the same extension in the another spring, right? This is going to be the same extension in the another spring. Got it? So that means if something like this happens, if extensions are same, that means these are in parallel combination. These are in parallel combination. And if they are in parallel combination, K equivalent will be simply K1 plus K2. Right? And in that case, time period will be written as 2 pi under root m by K equivalent. M by K equivalent, or 2 pi under root m divided by K1 plus K2. m divided by k1 plus k2. That means option C is absolutely correct. Very good. Nice. Nice, everyone. Great. Moving on to the next one. Very nice. Let's solve this question. For a particle P revolving round the center O of circular path radiuses are, right, angular velocity is omega as shown in the figure. The projection OP on the x-axis at time t is. Let's begin. You have to find out the projection OP. You have to find out the projection OP. All right, we don't have sufficient space over here to draw the projection, but find it out. Be quick. Be quick, my dear friends, and find this one out. I'll draw the projection somewhere over here. Done. Something like this. And this is, let's say this is amplitude, this is mean position, x equals to 0. Particle at t equals to 0 is moving towards mean position, right, from amplitude, from A, in the direction of y, right, in the direction of y. So dosto, first of all, what's going to happen is that when you are going to substitute t equals to 0, what you should get, please understand, x is equals to A. Now here you have to put a function, and how you are going to do it, let me tell you. See, this is, let's draw a line like this, let's draw a line like this, and this is the red line. Please see this red line, okay? This length is A. So this is going to be A cos 30 degree. A cos 30 degree. This is going to be A cos 30 degree. Got it? That means, my dear friends, I'm going to use over here as A cos and then omega t and plus what is the initial phase. So initial phase is, I can see that it is 30 degree. That means pi by 6. Now you can check this is going to work at t equals to 0. You are going to get A cos 30 degree, right? So answer is going to be simple A. Clear? It is going to be very easy, A. Great. Please note that for all the other things, like for example as sine, when you are going to put t equals to 0, you will get 1 by 2. That's not correct. Okay? This is the displacement of the particle. This is the displacement of the particle because they are talking about on the x-axis, not on the y-axis, on the x-axis. So correct answer is going to be option number A. Please note it down. Moving on to the next question. Clear? Last problem is absolutely clear. Do let me know in the chat box. A particle executes SHM of amplitude capital A along x-axis at t equals to 0. The position of the particle is A by 2. It moves along the positive x-axis. The displacement of the particle in time t is given by this. Then the value of delta. Again, they are talking about initial phase, dosto. They are talking about initial phase. Please see that at t equals to 0, it is A by 2 and moving along positive x-axis. Right? So let me again explain it to you using the projection method. Using projection method, let's suppose and see how this works. I'll also explain how this works. Let's say this is the projection of a uniform circular motion. And this is mean position x equals to 0. This is x equals to plus A. This is x equals to minus A. Now particle is at x equals to A by 2. That means somewhere over here. Got it? Somewhere over here. Now your doubt, I mean, you can have this doubt that, sir, this means that if we are going to draw a line like this, particle can be either at this point or particle can be at this point. Now please understand, this is mean position and they have said that particle is moving towards the positive x-axis. That means moving in this direction. It has velocity in this direction. If particle is moving in this direction, that means particle will be over here and it is moving towards positive extreme. This is what positive extreme is. So we are not going to take this one. Let's suppose they would have said that particle is moving towards the mean position, then we will take this particle. All right. So right now we are going to remove this line and initial phase will become this angle. Initial phase will become this angle. Okay? So this is, although this question is very simple, you don't have to use projection method, but why I am explaining it, because let's suppose question becomes slightly complex, then you can definitely use it, right now it is very easy, so you can also use the equation if you want. So x is equals to a by 2 equals to a sine, now instead of t substitute 0 plus delta. So this will become sine delta is equals to 1 by 2. That means delta will be simply pi by 6. So this angle is obviously pi by 6. The other angle, if you want to know, we can calculate that. Okay, so this one is going to be pi by 6. Any doubt, my dear friends? Clear? Quickly write down in the chat box, doston. Be quick. Can we move on to the next question? Let's solve this. An object of mass 0.2 kg executes a simple harmonic motion along x-axis with frequency. So frequency f is given and that is 25 by pi. At the position x equals to 0.04, the object has kinetic energy. So kinetic energy is also given, that is 0.5 joules. And potential energy as 0.4 joule. 0.4 joule. The amplitude of oscillation is in centimeters. You have to give your answers in centimeters. I think the correct answer was A for the last one. Very good. Integer type, 60 seconds. Let's start. Be quick, huh? Integer type. You have to find out the amplitude, my dear friends. Be quick. Good, Henry, good. Very good. If they are saying that at any given point, kinetic energy and potential energy is given, that means total energy will be sum of these two, that is 0.9 joules. 0.9 joules. This means that doston, total energy which can be written as half Ka square. And now next point, omega, everybody knows that omega can be written as under root k by m. Correct? Under root k by m. That means k can be written as, instead of k you can write it down as omega square times m. So rewriting this formula, 1 upon, instead of k you are going to write omega square times m times a square, and this should be equals to 0.9. So you will get 1 upon 2 omega square, and now omega can be calculated using this thing. Omega is 2 pi f, 2 pi into f, that is 25 by pi. Pi and pi gets cancels out, answer is going to be 50 radian per second. So 1 upon 2 times omega square, that is 50 times 50. Mass is, my dear friends, 0.2 kg, and then a square, that's what we want to find out, and equals to 0.9, right? So doston, one of the point can get cancelled out, 2 can get cancelled out, right? So a square will be 0.9 divided by, and I think I only have 250 over here, so this thing can be written as 10 to the power minus 2. So this will be written as 3 divided by 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 1. Clear? And they are talking about in centimeters. So this is right now in meters. So 100. So this will become 25. Please check the answer. Let me check the answer for you. This is 3 divided, array yaar, sorry, so sorry, this is 3 divided by 5, my bad, this is 3 divided by 5, and this is a, huh? So this is 10 to the power minus 1 and 100, now it is in centimeter, so one of the point gets cancels out, this becomes 2, answer is 6 centimeter. Okay, by mistake I have written this is a square, so a will be 3 divided by 5, not 4. Okay, so 6 centimeter is going to be the correct answer. 6. Good, very, very good, great. Any doubt, my dear friends? Let's move on to the next question. Clear? Next question says the position, velocity and acceleration of the particle executing simple harmonic motion are found to have magnitudes 4 meter, 2 meter per second and 16 meter per second square at the certain instant. The amplitude of the motion is root x meter, where x is. Chalo, let's do it. They have said that first of all, position x is equals to 4 meter. Velocity, acha, these are all are found to have these magnitudes at a certain instant. Okay? Velocity is found to be 2 meter per second and acceleration is found to be 16 meter per second square. Clear? Chalo. And you have to find out the amplitude of the motion is under root x. So let me use something else, some other variable over here. Let's say this is x dash. Let's start. Nice problem, huh? Integer type. Let's start. You have to find out the amplitude. You have to find out the amplitude of the motion. Be quick. What are the different formulas that you guys can use? First is acceleration will be written as minus omega square into x dash. Displacement, velocity will be written as omega times under root of a square minus x square. These are two formulas that you can use. Be quick. Let me know the answer in the chat box. Omega square x, and by the way, acceleration is given as 16, huh? And x is 4. So you can find out omega from there, and then you can find out using for velocity, you can find out a. Very good. Good. Yash, good. Henry, very good. First use this formula, then use this formula. Great. So if you're going to use this formula, acceleration is 16, omega square, x is 4, that means omega square will be 4 and omega will be 2. Plus minus 2, I'm just talking about magnitude right now. Now velocity, using this formula, velocity is 2, omega is 2, and let's square it. So we'll have a square minus 16. So this will get cancelled out. So I'll have 1 over here, huh? Don't do any mistake. So a square will be 17. So 17 is the answer. 17 is the answer. Clear, my dear friends? Any doubt? Can we move on to the next question now? Be quick. Graph. The variation of kinetic energy of a particle executing simple harmonic motion. Time starts now, 60 seconds. They are talking about kinetic energy. Kinetic energy versus displacement. Kinetic energy is half mv square. And just now I've told you, instead of v, we can write a, and this, sorry, my dear friends, this will be written as omega square times a square minus x square. So look for a graph like this. Obviously, it's not going to be a straight line graph. This is also not true. Why? Because in this one, with a small increase in x, the kinetic energy is increasing exponentially, right? So this is also wrong. In this one, kinetic energy is constant. This is absolutely correct. D is going to be the correct one, and the final graph is something like this, that for even negative x, velocity v square is going to be positive. So D is absolutely correct. D for this one. Great. Good. Very good. Moving on to the next question. Let's solve this. 60 seconds. You have to find out a particle is executing simple harmonic motion. The ratio of potential energy and kinetic energy of the particle when its displacement is half of its amplitude. Right? Potential energy and kinetic energy when its ratio of displacement is half of its amplitude. Be quick. For potential energy, you can use formula as half kx square. For kinetic energy, you can use formula as half mv square. And instead of v, just now I have told you can use a square, omega square, a square minus x square. And over here again, you can write it as m omega square instead of k, right? M omega square into x square. So when displacement is half of the amplitude, that means when x is equals to a by 2, so you will get 1 upon 2 m omega square a square by 4. And over here you will get 1 upon 2 m omega square a square minus a square by 4, and you will get 1 upon 2 m omega square 3a square by 4. Half m omega square get cancels out, a square by 4 gets cancels out, and the ratio of, hopefully they are talking about first potential, yes. So potential energy is to kinetic energy will be simply 1:3. 1:3 is the correct answer, right? Chalo. D is the correct answer. Moving on. 70%. Okay, if you have any doubt, do let me know in the chat box. Clear? Is it clear, my dear friends? Be quick. Sorted? Any more doubts? Can we move on? All right, let's see this one. A particle executes SHM of amplitude A. The distance from the mean position when its kinetic energy becomes equal to its potential energy. You can also remember this. You can also remember this. Starting the timer, 60 seconds. Let's start. Be quick. Very good. Good. So kinetic energy is equals to potential energy. That means half m v square omega square times a square minus x square is equals to half k, that means m omega square into x square. Please remember, again and again I am saying this, that instead of k, what we are doing over here is we are saying that omega is under root k by m. So k can be written as, over there we used to write kx square, so k can be written as omega square times m. Right, so when you are going to solve this, 1 upon 2 m and omega square will get cancelled out, and 2x square will be equals to a square, and x will be equals to plus minus a by root 2. Now remember this. All right, kindly remember this. So a divided by root 2 plus minus. So this is the answer. Clear, friends? Any doubt? C is going to be the correct answer. Very good. Very good. Clear? All right. Solve this. Last problem for simple harmonic motion. In a linear SHM, restoring force is directly proportional to the displacement. Acceleration and displacement are opposite in direction. Velocity is maximum at mean position. Acceleration is minimum at extreme position. Chalo, let's see how much you know. 60 seconds. Let's start. Be quick, huh? Be quick. All right. and then we are going to start a little bit of thermo, and then last is going to be modern. Last is going to be modern. Restoring force is directly proportional to displacement. This is absolutely correct. Right? Restoring force is directly proportional to displacement. Although negative times of displacement, but yeah, relation is true. Acceleration and displacement are opposite in direction. This is also correct. Force is opposite to displacement. Acceleration is opposite to displacement. Velocity is maximum. This is also true. Acceleration is minimum at extreme points, incorrect. As you guys can see, force is maximum when x is maximum. So acceleration will be maximum when x is maximum. So correct, 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 incorrect. So A, B, C only. You have to choose the correct statement. A, B, C only. So A is correct. Oopsie. So somebody also thinks that D is correct, which is not. Right? So kindly check and rectify your mistake, my dear friends. Now we are going to move on. Let's solve some questions on thermodynamics. All right, let's solve some questions on thermodynamics. Then we'll start modern. After this, we are going to start modern. PT diagram of an ideal gas having three different densities: ρ1, ρ2, ρ3. Chalo, let's start the timer first. And now you tell me what is the order of ρ1, ρ2, ρ3. By the way, you might remember one relation. Everyone remembers this relation, and PV equals to nRT. Now, can we also write P equals to small m divided by V, and this is molecular weight RT. So this will be written as rho RT by M. Rho RT by M. Now pay attention. In that graph, if you are going to closely see RT by M is constant, है ना? Because they are saying PT diagram of an ideal gas having three different density. Of an ideal gas having three different densities is shown in the figure. Okay? So we can see that ρ1 is greatest, slope is greater of ρ1, then ρ2, then ρ3. Please see. Check this. If you have any doubt, do let me know. You guys can check it from here as well, that P is directly proportional to temperature, and that means this entire thing is going to be slope. So this is going to be your slope, and ρ1 has the largest slope, then ρ2, then ρ3. So ρ1 is greater than ρ2. ρ1 is greater than ρ2. That means option B is correct. Option B is correct, dosto. What has happened, bhai? Please check. Please check your answer again. Check your answer again, my dear friends. And if you have any doubt, do let me know. If you have any doubt, do let me know. Acha, what about this? Translational degree of freedom and rotational degree of freedom of CH4, hai na? So this is actually CH4 is a non-linear. So that means 3 and 3. B. Okay, B. That is 6. Moving on, let's do this. During an adiabatic process, if the pressure of a gas is found to be proportional to cube of its absolute temperature, something like this. If pressure of the gas is found to be proportional to the cube of temperature, that means something like this. Then you have to find out the ratio of Cp by Cv. Okay. Basically, find out PV raised to the power gamma, and if you will find out gamma, that's what your answer is. Chalo, let's start this. 60 seconds. All right, this relation, and always you can use PV equals to nRT. PV equals to nRT. All right, clear? Use it. This basically means that P t raised to the power minus 3 is equals to constant. Now from here, instead of t, you can write down PV divided by nR, and where nR is constant, right? So P, and for this P, I mean simply write PV raised to the power minus 3 is equals to constant. That means P, please pay attention, huh? This is P1, this is P raised to the power minus 3. So P minus 2 V raised to the power minus 3 is equals to constant. Chalo, after this, find out your gamma. Cp by Cv is gamma. Cp by Cv is your gamma. Find out gamma after this. Be quick and done. Clear, 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 clear. All over. Whenever something like this comes, simply do one thing. Do the reciprocal, hai na? So this thing can be become P2, V3, and this will be also constant. Now some another constant, we don't have to care about that. 1 upon constant is also constant. After this step, we really want to find out PV raised to the power. We really want to find out for adiabatic, we really want to find out PV raised to the power gamma is equals to constant, right? So over here we will get PV raised to the power 3 by 2 is equals to constant. Hence this is 3 by 2. This is 3 by 2. C. Good. Very, very good. Moving on. Chalo, let's see if you guys can do this problem. Be quick. Let's see. Solve this question. A sample of gas at temperature T is adiabatically expanded to double its volume. Fine. So initial volume was V, and then we are expanding it, and now its volume becomes 2V. Fine. And gamma is also given, by the way. Gamma is 3 by 2. Okay, and you have to find out work done by the gas. So work done can be written as nR delta T divided by 1 minus gamma. Solve. Solve, solve, solve. Give me your answer. 60 seconds is sufficient. Be quick. Be quick, dosto. nR delta T divided by 1 minus gamma. You have to find out T2. You have to find out T2 minus T1. All right, you have to find out T2 minus T1. Be quick. Volume has been changed, and 1 minus gamma. Find the answer. Most of you are saying A. Acha nahi. Only one person is saying A multiple times. Okay. Let's see. Again A. All right. Please check it again. Please check it again, dosto. Whenever question like this come, again I'm saying you can use PV equals to nRT all the times, right? And we know that PV raised to the power gamma is equals to constant, right? Either you can also use it, you can also use pressure, but I'll suggest that using this equation, right? Using this equation, you can write down. We really don't want pressure, so this can be written as nRT divided by P, right? nRT divided by V. We are going to have something like this. So instead of everything's okay now. Okay, pay attention. Instead of P, let's write this. So you are going to have T V raised to the power gamma minus 1 equals to constant. Please remember it. Most likely you might be remembering this. So we are going to write T1. Initial temperature is not given. Initial temperature is given, that is T, and multiplied by V raised to the power 3 by 2 minus 1, and then is equals to T2, and volume has now doubled, so V2 raised to the power 3 by 2 minus 1. So we'll get T, and this will become V raised to the power minus 1 by 2, and this will become T2, and this will become, दोस्तों pay attention, I'll write root 2 over here and I'll get V raised to the power 1 by 2. So this will get cancelled out. From here T2 will come out to be T divided by root 2. Sorted? Abhi now pay attention again. Over here we are going to write NR delta T. So final temperature is T by root 2. Initial temperature is T, and 1 minus gamma. So I mean, anyway we were getting negative sign in numerator, 1 minus 3 by 2. So this will be 2, this will be 2, and finally we'll get 2R and T minus root 2T divided by root 2. So this will get cancelled out. We'll write a root 2 over here. Now let's see, I can take out T also common. So root 2 RT 1 minus root 2. So root 2 RT. All right. Acha, they are not putting, they are not taking root, they are not taking 2 common, na? No problem. No, we don't have any problem. Let's multiply it. So RT, you will get root 2 minus 2. Anything like this. And we have got a negative sign in the denominator. So this will become plus this. Most of you were saying C and A. All the options are wrong. I think D is the correct answer. Please see it again. Let me again explain it from here. This is 2 minus 3 minus 1. So minus 1 over here, minus 1 over here, minus 1 over here. Right? I have cancelled this root 2. Even if you are not going to cancel it, fine. Finally, we are getting minus root 2 RT 1 minus root 2. Let's multiply this root 2. So this will become root 2 minus 2. And let's multiply minus sign also inside. So this will become plus 2 minus root 2. So plus 2 minus root 2, answer D is correct. $33.333. Acha, theek hai. Let's check it again if we have done any mistake. I don't think so. Most of you guys are saying option A, hai na? The problem with option A is that it is adiabatically expanded. You guys are not paying sufficient attention. It is expanded, right? And if it is expanded to double of its volume, work done will have to be positive, right? This means that work done will be positive. According to your answers, this is 1.414 and this is 2. This is less than 0. That means this work is negative. This to answer is not possible. This is also not possible. This is possible or this is possible. And now, I mean, all the students who were saying C, we are not getting anything like that. That's why D is correct. Is it clear? Sorted? It is getting expanded. Volume is increasing. Work done will be positive. Done? Quickly write down in the chat box. Then I'll move on to the next question. Be quick. Clear? Chalo, let's move on. Moving on to the next question. A sample contains mixture of helium and oxygen gas. The ratio of root mean square speed of helium and oxygen in the sample is. Let's solve. They are talking about RMS value. RMS value basically means under root 3 RT by M. So simply use it and find the answer. Helium and oxygen. So, and at same temperature, of course. So VRMS depends inversely upon root M. So helium and oxygen, that means mass of oxygen and mass of helium. Solve it and find it the answer. Be quick. 60 seconds. Quick, quick, quick. Not a single answer in the chat box. Yeah. Good, good. B. Very good. Great. So this is going to be 32 and this is going to be 4. That's going to be 8. 2 root 2 is to 1. 2 root 2 is to 1 is the correct answer. 2 root 2 is to 1. Good. Chalo. Any doubt from the last problem, my dear friends? Let me know if you have any other doubt. Now let's start some questions of modern also. I'll mix modern with this. Okay, now we'll mix modern also. And semiconductor, logic gate, everything. Clear? The output Y of the given combination logic gate is correctly expressed by the following truth table. 90 seconds. Do it quickly. 90 seconds or 60 seconds? Chalo, 60 seconds. First of all, this is A. So this input is also A. This is B. So this input is B. All right. Then this becomes A plus B and a bar on it because this is a NOR gate, right? This is a NOR gate. And then this is B. And see now what's happening. On this part, on this gate, what's happening is that you have got same inputs over here. So something like A plus B dot A plus B bar and a bar on it. Right? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, whenever you are going to have something like this, now let me tell you. Whenever you have got something like this, like for example as A dot A, answer will be A, na? No matter if you have got bar over it or not, answer will be A. Clear? Is it sorted? Quickly write down in the chat box. Done? So this will actually become, if you are going to closely see this A plus B, and this will simply become, you can rewrite this thing as A plus B bar on it, and we have got another bar on it, right? And then we have got, so this will finally become A plus B, and then Y will become A plus B or B times of A plus B. That means AB plus B. Now solve this. Solve this. Clear? Everything sorted? Done? So if let's suppose, I mean this thing is all same, hai na? So let's say this is 0 and this is 0 and this is also 0, then answer will also be 0. Okay, answer will also be 0. Let's say this is 0 and this is 1 and plus 1, so answer will be 1. If let's say A is 1, B is 0, so and this is 0, so answer will be 0. If both of them are 1, that means D is the correct answer. Is it clear? If you have any doubt, ask me. Only 3 or 4 days are remaining. I will help you to understand logic gates. Okay? If anyone is going to watch all of these questions of logic gates, you will be good to go for your RE-NEET exam. All right? So correct is option number D. Very good. Nice. Chalo, let's solve some more questions on logic gates only. One easy problem. I'm going to start the timer for you. A combination of logic gates is shown in the circuit. Let's start. 60 seconds. We have got A and B. So this is B, this is A, and then this is A, and this is going to be, by the way, this looks like and to me. Okay, this is not a OR gate, this is and. So that means A dot B. Sorry, not bar, A dot B. So this input is A dot B. So finally the R will be A input plus A dot B. Clear? So if you are going to actually that's it. You don't have to do anything else. If you want, you can take A as common, है ना? If you want, you can take A as common. So if you will take A as common, this will become 1 plus B. Now 1 plus B will be always 1, so this will be always equals to A only. What do you say? This will always be equals to A only. So they are saying if A is at 0 volt and B is at 5 volt, the potential of R will be whatever A is, 0 only. Clear? Whatever A is, done. Please understand all of these things. What is 1 plus 0? Any 1 plus B is always 1. Why? Because let's suppose you are saying B is 0, then also it is 1. Let's suppose you are saying B is 1, then also it is 1. So no matter what B is, 1 plus B will always be 1. Done? So answer A is correct. Very nice. Good. Good. Very good. Clear? Let's solve another logic gate problem. Slightly better one. To get output at R, to get output 1 at R, we need 1 at R, है ना? But we are going to talk about it later. First, let's solve the Boolean. Given logic circuit, the input values must be fine. So first of all, we are going to say this is X, so this is X bar. This is X bar. This is X, this is Y, this is Y bar. This is NAND. Okay. So this is X dot Y bar and a bar on it. Right? And a bar on it. Next is, this is X bar plus Y. Now finally, I mean, if you guys want, I can actually break this, but let's write R finally. So the inputs are X dot Y bar and bar on it and X bar plus Y. So see, finally R will be, you have got X bar plus Y as one input, then plus another input is X plus Y bar and a bar on it, and then because it is NOR, you put a bar on everything. Now the rule is, the concept is, you can simply break this line and distribute it, give it to both of them. So X bar plus Y and a bar on it, and then change the sign also. And this will become X dot Y bar and a bar on it and a bar on it. So complement of a complement, right? A complement of A complement becomes A. You are inverting twice consecutively in consecutive manner. So this will cancel out. So we'll get, acha, by the way, we can again do the same thing. You can again break the line. So this will become X bar and bar dot Y bar. And you will get X dot Y bar. Finally, X bar means X, and this is Y bar. And this is X dot Y bar. So this is some A in, this is some A output, this is some A output, and finally you are going to get the same thing as X dot Y bar. Now they are saying that we want this to be 1. We want this to be 1. So if you want this to be 1, definitely X has to be 1. And Y has to be 0 so that we can invert it and then it will become 1. So 1 and 0 is the answer. C is the answer. C is the answer. Clear? Done? Quickly let me know in the chat box, any doubt? C, acha, I have not given poll, yeah? No problem. Quick. Any doubt in this problem? Can I move on to the next question? Now let's talk about this question. All right. Let's see. Crystal clear. Very good. All diodes are ideal. The current flowing in 2 ohm resistor connected between diodes D1 and D2. Chalo, at least solve this question. I am starting the poll. 60 seconds. Poll has started. All right. Be quick. Quick. So see, first of all, when current will move, this is at higher potential. So this will be at higher potential, this will be at lower potential. Now this is at higher potential, this is at lower potential. That means this is reverse bias. If this is reverse bias, then this entire circuit, sorry, this entire branch can be removed. This entire branch, we can remove it. Right, because one of them is in reverse bias, correct? So the point is, and by the way, all of them are ideal. So the point is that the equivalent of this will become 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 2, 4. So this will become 4 ohm, right? And this is 4 and 4 ohm, and this is 3. So let me just find out the current. They want us to find out the current, I believe. So current will be 10 volt divided by, this is 4, this is 4, so that is 2, and 2 plus 3. So R equivalent is 5 ohm. Kindly see, this is 4 ohm, this is 4 ohm, so this will become 2 ohm plus 3 ohm, so that is 5 ohm. So this is 5 ohm. This will become 2 ampere. All right. So 2 ampere current, 2 ampere goes in this direction. So if 2 ampere will go, 1 ampere will move in this direction, and 1 ampere will move in this direction. That's it. So 2 ohm resistor, it will have 1 ampere current. 1 ampere current. Good. Very, very good. Moving on to the next question. Let's see one diode question also. All right. An ideal Zener diode has a breakdown voltage of 30 volts. So whenever you will get a question on Zener diode, just allot it as 30 volt. Okay, so we are going to allot this diode 30 volt of potential. Total was 90 volt, which means that exactly 30 volt will be given to this 5 kilo ohm resistor also, and the remaining will be available for this 4 kilo ohm. Remaining is actually 60 volt. The current passing through the diode in the circuit is, now you can find that out. Okay, now you can find that out. So the point is that actually what we are going to do over here is, see, as a ideal Zener diode has a breakdown voltage of 30 volt, the current passing through the diode for the circuit is. Chalo, so what we are going to do now over here is, we know that in this resistor, let's start with this resistor. Across this resistor, potential difference is 60 volt. So we can find out at least this current. I will be equals to potential difference divided by 4 kilo. That means 10 to the power minus 3 ampere. So this will become 15 milliampere. Answer is also in milliampere. So 15 milliampere. Got it? Now understand one thing. We can also find out current in this branch. Let's say this is I2. I2 will be voltage divided by 5 kilo. That means 10 to the power minus 3. That means this will become 6 milliampere. So this is 6 milliampere. Now understand, from this wire a total of 15 milliampere was coming, and from 15 milliampere 6 ampere has gone into this. That means 9 ampere will pass through this. So answer is going to be 9 milliampere. Clear? A decent level of problem. ठीक है? If somebody is saying 15 year, why? Sir, duration बता दो. तो खत्म करके ही बताएंगे. Be quick. Let me know in the chat box. Clear? Why everybody is saying B? They are talking about current passing through the diode. Through the diode. Have I missed something? Let me see. That is 4 na. That is 15. ठीक है? That is 6. That's going to be 9. 9 plus 6 is 15. Clear? All right. A is the correct answer. Please check your answer, बच्चे. Chalo, let's solve some questions on YDSE also. All right. Let's see. In a standard YDSE, the fringe width is observed to be beta, a thin film. If a thin transparent glass slab is introduced in front of the lower slit, what will be the new fringe width? Let's start. 60 seconds. Let's begin. Quick. Be quick. Find the answer. Quick. See, if you are going to actually put a glass slab, right? A glass slab will only shift the fringes. Let's suppose you have got in front of one of the slit, you have introduced a glass plate of thickness T, refractive index mu. So certainly there will be a shift, but the entire pattern is going to shift. So there will be no change in the fringe width, right? It doesn't change the wavelength, right? So it will not change the fringe width. Fringe width will remain exactly equal to beta, but there will be certainly a shift, and that shift can be written as mu minus 1 T and capital D divided by small d. This is going to be the shift. All right. So answer is going to be exactly equal to beta C. Very good. But some of you think it is greater than or less than. So kindly please correct your concept. Moving on to the next one. In figure, assuming the diodes to be ideal, which of the following options is correct? All right. Find out which of the following diode is forward bias and which is reverse bias. Be quick. Which is forward bias and which is reverse bias? Find the answer. Quick. Please note, this is minus 1 volt, this is minus 10 volt. So this is at higher potential, this is at lower potential. So if this is at lower potential and this is P type, this is N type, so this will become reverse bias. This is P type, this is N type, so this will become forward bias. Right? So my dear friends, D2 is forward bias and D1 is reverse bias. Option B. Clear? Option B is absolutely correct. Let me know in the chat box if you have any doubt. Sorted? Friends, clear? Moving on. Let's solve this question. You have to find out if some energy levels of an electron in a hydrogen-like atom are shown in the figure, then ratio of wavelength lambda A and lambda B corresponding to the indicated transition will be. Right? You have to find out the ratio. Chalo, let's find it out. Be quick. Lambda A is to lambda B. No doubt in the last question, right? You have to find out lambda A is to lambda B. Lambda B will be written as Hc by lambda B will be written as energy E, initial energy, final energy minus 4 by 3E plus E. Got it? Change in energy, delta E. So this will become 3, sorry, it is transitioning down now. Just a second. So this will be E minus 4 by 3 into E. Something like this, right? This is the first equation. And then for the second equation, dosto, it's going to be Hc divided by lambda A, and this will be higher energy minus lower energy. That means 2E minus E. This is the second equation. That's it. Now take the ratio and find out lambda A is to lambda B. That's it. Clear? Done? Everybody is getting A. 1 is to 3. Please check once. Good. Very, very good. All right. And what about this one? In a Young's double slit experiment, a thin transparent sheet of thickness T equals to 5 lambda is placed in the path of one beam. The central bright fringe shifts to a position previously occupied. Chalo, let's solve this question. 60 seconds. They are saying previously occupied by the third order bright fringe. By the third order bright fringe. The refractive index of the sheet will be, just now I have told you what is the formula for shift. It is mu minus 1 multiplied by T. Mu minus 1 multiplied by T. And now the shift is actually equals to, it actually occupies the third order position. So third order position means 3 times of lambda d divided by small d, and over here also multiply capital D and small d. This was just optical path difference. This was just optical path difference. Now it is the shift. This one is going to be equals to shift. So d by d will get cancelled out, and they are saying T is equals to 5 lambda. So mu minus 1, 5 lambda is equals to 3 lambda. Lambda and lambda will get cancelled out. Mu minus 1 will be equals to 3 by 5. Mu will be equals to 3 by 5 plus 1. So 5 over here, 5 over here. That means 8 by 5. That means 1.6. 1.6 is the correct answer. Clear? Quickly write down in the chat box. Any doubt? 1.6 is going to be the correct answer. That is option number C. All right. Some of you have thought B is also correct. Done? Quick. Moving on, my dear friends. And then let's talk about dual nature also. Given below two statements, one labeled, okay fine, assertion and reason. Starting the timer, do it with me, 60 seconds. Assertion says in a photoelectric setup, saturation current depends strictly on frequency of the incident radiation. Higher frequency radiation implies higher energy photons, which can knock out a greater number of electrons from the metal surface. Chalo, solve this. Find the correct option. You have got assertion and you have got reason. Now find the correct option among these. Quick. Somebody saying A, huh? You guys are saying A. Why? Why? Photoelectrics set up the saturation current. Saturation current depends directly upon the frequency. Absolutely incorrect, na? Saturation current depends upon intensity, not frequency. It depends upon intensity. Higher frequency radiation implies higher energy photons. This is absolutely correct, which can knock out a greater number of electrons. Again, this is wrong. You cannot talk about the number of electrons emitted per second. This again depends upon intensity. So both are false. Both A and R are false. D is the correct option. None of these statements is correct. D is the correct answer. Right? Clear? Please understand. Let me explain it to you once. If you have got a metallic surface over here, a metal over here, then whether electron will come out or not, it solely depends upon the energy of the incident radiation, right? If energy of the incident radiation is greater than the work function, then electrons will come out. Now, how many electrons are coming out of it? It only depends upon the intensity. So, current also depends upon intensity. Stopping potential, kinetic energy, all of these things depends upon frequency. And current depends upon intensity. Got it? Clear? Moving on, my dear friends. In a YDAC experiment, a fringe width of 1.5 is observed using the light source of 500 nanometer. My dear friends, fringe width is an important concept. Beta is lambda capital D divided by small d. Right? And if everything is same, we can say beta is directly proportional to lambda. And then they are saying that initially it was 500 nanometer and beta came out to be 1.5. So when it will become 700, what is going to be beta dash? So beta dash divided by 1.5 is equals to 700 divided by 500 nanometer. Nanometer gets cancels out, right? Doston, this will become, beta dash will become 7 times 1.5 divided by 5. So this will become 0.3 and this will become 2.1 mm. 2.1 mm is the correct answer. Alright, 2.1 mm is going to be the correct answer. Any doubt, my dear friends? Clear? Done? Moving on. Alright, let's see. Let's look at this problem. The energy of electron of hydrogen atom in ground state is same as the energy of helium plus ion in its first excited state. Chalo, let's solve this question. Everyone, starting the timer, 60 seconds. Start. Be quick. Solve this. Please remember, formula of energy is minus 13.6 and then you have got Z square by N square. And then they are saying energy of hydrogen atom in ground state, we know that it is minus 13.6. Then they are saying for helium, right? That means Z is going to be 2. 4 and in its first excited state. So this is absolutely correct. This statement is correct, my dear friends. Right? This statement is correct. Quickly write down in the chat box answer. Then they are saying energy of electron of hydrogen atom in ground state is same as that for the lithium. That means for lithium, my dear friends, let's calculate minus 13.6 and then Z is going to be 9. I mean Z square will be 9, and then they are saying it is in the second excited state. Right, in the second excited state. Second excited state means 3. Again, this is correct. Correct, dosto, correct. The energy of hydrogen in ground state is same as that of electron of hydrogen. This is incorrect. Obviously, we have found it. So this is incorrect. And then energy of electron of helium plus ion in its first excited state is same as that for electron in lithium 2 plus in ground state. This is also not possible. Helium plus ion in first excited state, we have calculated it. It is minus 13.6. है ना? And lithium in its ground state will never be equal because lithium in second excited state was equal to first. So this is also incorrect. So I guess only A and B. So B option is correct. A and B only. B option is correct. We have to find incorrect. Kya? Nahi na. So you guys are saying B and D are correct. Nahi. A is also correct here. A is also correct. Clear? Please check. You have to find out the correct statement. In A, you are not including A. You are not including first case. That was correct. Got it? B is absolutely correct. Please don't do any mistake. B is absolutely correct, my dear friends. All right. Moving on to the next question. Acha, now you can solve at least 1 or 2 questions in homework, like for example is this one. Zener diode, if they have given the Zener diode is 15 volt, breakdown voltage is 15 volt, that means you must apply 15 volt over here. So 15 volt must be given to this. So 15 volt will be given to this as well. Acha, this is exactly the same, kya? Looks like the current through the 2 kilo ohm. No, it's slightly different. So this is 15 volt and this is going to be the remaining, that is 10 volt, right? And value of current. So current will be simply 10 divided by 2 kilo ohm. That means 2 into 10 to the power minus 3. This will become 5 milliampere. B option 5 milliampere, right? Clear? 5 milliampere. So let's solve 1 or 2 more problems, my dear friends. Light of wavelength lambda ejects photoelectrons from metal surface with a stopping potential of V. Whenever you are going to get such types of information, simply write that when wavelength is lambda, hc by lambda, let's say threshold wavelength is lambda naught, plus stopping potential is V, so E times V. And then they are saying if the wavelength is changed to 1.5 lambda, that means 3 lambda by 2. So threshold wavelength will not change, and now the stopping potential changes to V by 2. Clear? Now I want to find out the threshold wavelength, right? So let's multiply this whole thing with 2. Let's multiply this whole thing with 2. Clear? If you are going to multiply everything with 2, you are going to get 4 hc by 3 lambda is equals to 2 hc by lambda naught, and you are going to get EV. And then let's rewrite this equation over here. That means hc by lambda is equals to hc by lambda naught, and this is, I'm sorry, this is plus EV and this is also plus EV. Now subtract. So EV and EV will get cancelled out. So we'll get 4 by 3 minus 1 and hc by lambda is equals to 2 hc by lambda minus this. So that means hc by lambda naught. So hc and hc will get cancelled out, and you will get lambda naught equals to 3 lambda by 4. So 3 lambda by 4 is the correct answer, and they are saying if the threshold wavelength is n lambda. Just a second. हाँ तो this is 1 ना. So sorry, this is actually 1. So this is going to be 1. This is lambda, 3 lambda. 3 is the correct answer. 3 is the correct answer. Clear? So whenever you are going to get questions on threshold wavelength, finding out threshold wavelength, simply use Einstein's equations. Right? Einstein's equation. All right. So with this, now I'm going to give you some questions in homework. Solve those and let me know the answers of these questions in the comment section. Right? One of the question is this. Not too difficult. I have explained this concept to you. Right? So give answer in the comment section. One of the question from SHM. Solve this and let me know the answer. Right? You have to find out the value of x. We have solved multiple questions like this and this. By the way, this is very easy. Huh? Just multiply root 2 to numerator and denominator. That's it. Clear? And kindly solve this also. This one also. And one from KTG. This one. And then you can find out all of these notes on PW-NEET English channel. Okay, WhatsApp channel. All right. So that will be all for right now. And then I'll have another session on Friday. So we are going to then continue from there. Okay. Clear? Clear, my dear friends? Done? Chalo. Bye bye then. All right. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Good night. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. See you on Friday. Okay? See you on Friday. Bye bye. Bye.